भाइ साउन्ड आएन।
सानीमा ब्याङ्कको विदेशी मुद्रा बचत खाता। विदेशी मुद्राको बचतमा उच्चतम ब्याज दर। अमेरिकी डलरमा वार्षिक 4%, ग्रेट ब्रिटेन पाउन्डमा 3% र युरोमा वार्षिक 3% ब्याज दर प्राप्त गर्न सक्नुहुनेछ। सानीमा ब्याङ्कको खाता अनलाइनबाट पनि खोल्न सकिन्छ। अनलाइन खाता खोल्नका लागि eaccount.sanimabank.com/accountमा लगइन गर्नुहोला। थप जानकारीको लागि हाम्रो भाइबर नम्बर 9860923783 मा सम्पर्क गर्नुहोला।
सम्पूर्ण बैंकिङ सेवाका लागि सानीमा बैंक सबल अनि विश्वसनीय बैंक।
Saranxiji, should I start?
Yes, sir.
Okay, excellent. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ambika Adhikari. Together with Kishore Thapaji, who is the former secretary with the government of Nepal, I am coordinating the symposium on sustainable urban development in Nepal. It's a part of the second NRNA General Knowledge Convention, Global Knowledge Convention. And I welcome everyone who is attending this particular symposium. This symposium will run for about 4 hours, and the symposium has several presentations. Basically, it is based on the idea that there are many issues of urbanization in Nepal. There are 293 different municipalities. Based on the data, whether it is government of Nepal or the World Bank, anywhere between 25 to 42% of the population of Nepal is living in the urban sector. So urbanization has become a very important issue, and urban development is also extremely important issue not only for the economic development, but also for the socio-economic movement of the Nepalese people. And the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, goal number 11, also deals with the urbanization with sustainable communities and cities. So all the presentation and discussion that we do in this particular program are also consistent with the Nepal's obligation in meeting sustainable development goals that has to be made by 2030. We have several presentations today on many different topics. Those presentations, I just want to give you a very quick highlight. And the presentation by Mr. Binod Amatya from UK is going to be on a metro rail and transportation system in Kathmandu. And then Professor Jivraj Pokhrel, who is the former Vice Chancellor of the Nepal Academy of Science and Technology, will be talking about sustainable tourism development in Nepal. After that, it will follow by a presentation by myself and Professor Keshav Bhattrai on towards smart cities. Then Mr. Jitendra Bothara, who is an earthquake engineer living in New Zealand, will be talking about how to synthesize the modern and the traditional technologies in earthquake resiliency in Nepal. And Anju Mallapradhan will talk about the design parameters as an architect on how to improve designs in the valley. Dr. Sunil Babu Srestha, who is also the Vice Chancellor of NAST right now, Nepal Academy of Science and Technology, talks about green food cities. And then Mr. Dr. Punya Maratha from Canada will talk about the lessons that Nepal can possibly learn on regional and some of the planning systems that Canada very successfully utilizes. Ms. Martina Sakya from Villanova University in Pennsylvania will talk about the land cover and the preservation system of the land top and topsoils in the valley. And architect Ms. Sarita Srestha will be speaking about urbanization in Nepal, especially in how to contain the sprawl. And finally, we'll have a very lively and very interesting panel discussion. It will be chaired by Dr. Swarnim Wagle, the former Vice Chairman of the Planning Commission. And it will also deal with many of the questions and many of the presentations that we talked about in the presentation. I'm so thankful that all of the presenters from different parts of the world, in spite of their very busy schedule, took time to make their presentations, send their abstracts, and come to this symposium, which is very important. And my co-coordinator, architect Kishore Thapa, I see him on the screen. Maybe he would like to add a few sentences, and then we can go with the presentation. Kishorji? You're muted.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I'd like to invite, welcome all the panelists and the presenters. We have already gone through all of your presentations, and all of them are recorded. So I will be assisting Dr. Ambika Adhikari in conducting this session, and I'll be with you throughout the session till 1:30. So let us start our program. So thank you,
Mr. Thapa. That's excellent, and I'm very grateful for all the support that you've given. I know it was not an easy task. We've been working on it the last 3 months or so, and many people, I do see many of the presenters here. I see Dr. Jivraj Pokhrel, I see Dr. Sunil Babu Srestha, Ms. Anju Mallapradhan, and so on. We really appreciate that. So let's go with the presentation of Dr. Binod Amatya from UK on the possibility of the metro rail system in Kathmandu, Nepal.
Namaste and greetings from London. This is Binod Amatya. Today I'm going to talk about Metro Rail Vision 2050 for the Greater Kathmandu Valley. In this talk, I briefly talk about the current state of transport in Kathmandu, how metro rail development can be done in Kathmandu, and integrated transport network requirement for Kathmandu, and how metro rail can be perceived beyond transport to talks about the strategic metro development and need of central authority process development. So this is the vast concrete jungle of Kathmandu Valley developed very haphazardly. And this is clean Kathmandu during COVID-19. But if we see Kathmandu Valley before COVID, our valley was like that, simply polluted. Pollution, dust pollution, air pollution, smoke pollution, everything. So the visibility is very powerful. Current state of transport in Kathmandu Valley. Before going to that, let's see how Kathmandu economy, Nepal's economy works. Kathmandu Valley is the hub of Nepal's economy and contributes almost 1/4 of the national GDP. Service sector occupies most part of GDP. But if we see in reality, the service provider and service takers are like this. See, hundreds of people waiting for a bus, and there is only one. And if we see in the rush hour time, there are microbuses, three-wheelers everywhere, and they are far exceeding their capacity. See, this picture shows that. So in rush hour time, it is anticipated that the speed of vehicle in Kathmandu is nearly 7 kilometers per hour per direction, and motorbikes are everywhere in Kathmandu. The data shows that 1/3 of Nepal's transport vehicles are within Kathmandu. So wherever you go in Kathmandu, it's a traffic jam. So realizing that, the concerned authorities are trying to widen the road and have widened central part of certain stretch of roads, highways. And also trying to develop a river corridor roads. As a result, our cities are flooding during rainy season. The authorities are also trying to widen the road here and there in our city corners. And as a result, there are lots of protests. Road widening scheme is simply a poor planning and poor management of stakeholders, in our case. So if we look into city brains, our city is embedded with heritage site here and there. So road widening scheme is a threat to our national heritage. So to solve all this problem, Kathmandu needs a metro solution. As I said before, our city is embedded with heritage and our roads are really 4-lane, very narrow. And authorities are trying to develop elevated flyover system in the city here and there. So to keep our city moving, Kathmandu needs an underground metro system. So underground metro is the future of Kathmandu. Authorities are also studying about the monorail. Monorail will not solve Kathmandu's valley's transport problem. There are lots of transport modes, for example, such as bus, cable metro, BRT, monorail, light rail. But for the capital city like Kathmandu, we need a mass traffic transit system like metro rail, which can carry 25,000 to 60,000 people per hour per direction. So this is the perceived metro map for the Kathmandu Valley proposed by me. Basically 4 lines: Kathmandu line, green line, blue line, parking line, black line, decimeter line, and red line, checkerboard line. And these are for the core area. And I perceive this green and blue line as a crossrail of Kathmandu. So this is the map in Google Map. Basically, I perceive 9 major underground stations within the core part, within the ring road of Kathmandu. This is the map in the broader Kathmandu Valley scale and beyond, where there are 5 lines. Here the valley line is added. And out of this map, I perceive underground metro within the core part of the area, for example, the ring road and part of it. So such development can integrate 18 municipalities beyond Kathmandu Valley. So we need 20 years real vision to develop such network in Kathmandu Valley. While perceiving metro's development in Valley, we need to think about how to integrate metro development with national network as well, so that success of metro will happen. And we need to think about how also we integrate potential international connection with the metro. And also we need to think in the micro scale, like how to support metro system by the local bus service as a feeder service. So we need an integrated transport system for regeneration of Kathmandu Valley. So while thinking about metro, I propose here that we need an integrated transport framework. For example, we need to think where to put the light rail, where to put the bus lane, where to put the national network, where to put the cycle lane, etc. So let's talk about briefly about the stations. So as I mentioned before, I perceive 9 major underground stations within the core part of area, and these stations will be multiple underground, multiple story underground structures, and will be as a major junctions. So this is the proposed Prikiti Mandap station, sketch drawn by Vinod Sharma for his architectural degree project. Local station can be developed by simple basement building connecting tunnel side by side, or connecting tunnel by cross passes tunnel, like shown here in the left. Let's talk about how metro rail can be developed, perceived beyond transport. So when we develop metro stations, we can develop metro station as a hub in the city. So it's about compact and efficient use of urban space, developing below and above ground. Here, for example, this is a picture of Loving Mall. I perceive Loving Mall type of development over the station, and the metro station development below the ground. So station can function as a catalyst to transform the city by bringing in retail, leisure, commercial space at one place. So I perceive a major junction at Prikiti Mandap junction here, with with Singapore National Convention Center, 2D here, banks all around in 360 degrees here. So I perceive King's Cross London Underground Station type of development in Prikiti Mandap. Here is a case study how city points can be regenerated with the metro development. For example, Logan Hill Station, Logan Hill here. If we could bring a metro station in Logan Hill, how Logan Hill can be regenerated is shown here. But of course, conservation of local heritage site is essential by undertaking such new development. And such ideas can be replicated in many locations of the valley. Also, metro can be extended to new place, new location, build a town around there. And also we built a new town. For example, here, metro goes around the community. I say we built a new community when we maintain preserve for environment. So such media can be replicated in many parts of this valley. Let's talk briefly about the business of development in Kathmandu. While investigating soil and geology of Kathmandu, I found a rocky area in Chobar. And this area is just 1 kilometer away from the ring road area. So in this Chobar, it's so easy because of the ground condition, we can develop high-rise buildings so easily. The least technical challenge in developing such hubs here. So if we can develop business hub in Chobar and business hub in Boneka, and we can connect our network and bring change in the capital city. Likewise, we can develop sports hub centers in Kathmandu. At the moment, we just have a Rangasala. So if we develop that sports hub outside the city core in suburban area and connect by metro, that can regenerate the suburban area. And that sort of ideas can be replicated in many places of the valley. So urban rail network is not just a transporting facility, it is an instrument to regenerate and restructure our city. And Kathmandu could be developed as a city for 24 hours, accessible Kathmandu Valley for 24/7. strategic metro development. While developing metro, we can do a traffic survey for future with all these potential development and prioritize which line to build first based on which line will have more passengers. Based on my engineering judgment, I perceive this green line, Kathmandu line, could be built as the first line. This line is 36.5 kilometer long and got 13.5 kilometer underground section, and it could cost 2.5 billion US dollar. Likewise, the second priority could be a blue line, cotton line, which is about 25 kilometer with 12 kilometer underground sections and could cost about 2 billion US dollar. While perceiving metro, even if we work in a war scale for this 36 kilometer rail line for Kathmandu line, bringing 2 tunnel boring machine, even if we do that and working in war scale, we may need 5 years construction period. And we are still in advocacy phase here. So, considering detailed design, procurement, these things, even if we say we do metro now, it will be 7 to 8 years. So it has been too late now that we agree on and conceptualize metro development plan. And to do that successfully, I recommend government that they need to bring central authority, Kathmandu Metro Rail Development Authority, bringing all those other government department, for example, Department of Rail, Investment Board, monorail metro rail service in one platform and carried out metro rail in integrated approach. So Kathmandu Metro Rail Development Authority will coordinate metro rail planning and development, that is prepare master plan of metro development, accumulate knowledge, experience, skill in one place, and thus accelerate the running process. Implement integrated transport master plan with metro rail as the base framework, and formulate city and town racing plan working with KVDA. So this is very similar concept we have here in London, Transport for London we have. In Delhi Metro Corporation is doing all this metro development. So maybe Metro Rail Development Authority comes under the KVDA and Investment Board, Town Development Fund, Department of Railways support this authority with full mandate. So Kathmandu need a master plan of rail development, and rail development should be integrated with urban regeneration, housing, heritage preservation, and integrated with other transport modes, along with research and development. See, this research shows how and where we are. Currently, we have about 1.1, 1.2 million vehicles in the valley. We have about 4 million plus population in Kathmandu Valley. See, if we just project this picture, within next 20 years, population could reach 10 million of the valley, vehicle could be 3.5 million. So how to proceed Kathmandu's movement in such scenario? It's very alarming. So we need to create a livable Kathmandu. With current way of evolution, Kathmandu won't be place where we can fulfill our potential. Development of Kathmandu Metro Rail could reinvent and regenerate and new Kathmandu could change and bring new life. So the development of network of rail can bring economic prosperity in the valley and then in the town, as well as it also can bring sustainable development and enhance the quality of life. So Kathmandu Metro Rail is not just for us, but for our children and grandchildren. So the cost involved in construction of metro is an investment. So let's work together to bring metro rail in Kathmandu. I would like to acknowledge Archidis, my current employer, for giving me the opportunity to continue this research. And also I would like to thank all the companies which have directly and indirectly contributed to bring my research to this level. Thank you very much. This ends my presentation.
That's wonderful. That's a great presentation by Dr. Vinod Amartya. He is very passionate on what he does, And as we know, Kathmandu, one of the major problems in the valley in transportation is we do need to reduce the single occupancy vehicles, and transit is the only way. And as we have seen in many parts of the world, there is a gradation on how that transit actually takes on. Sometimes you start with a rapid bus transit, and then you go to the light rail systems, like the rapid bus transit, like in Ahmedabad, light rail system. But eventually, if you really need to move a lot of people, you need to have a metro. It has happened in Delhi and Calcutta and other places in South Asia also. So eventually, metro is going to be a lifeline and a very important parameter in Nepal. So presentation by Dr. Amato is very, very useful. Next, we'll go to Professor Jivraj Pokhrel. Jivraj, incidentally, he and I were classmates a long time ago in MS University of Baroda in India, in Gujarat. Then we taught at the Institute of Engineering, where he became the professor and also became a dean, and I left. Then he went to the Nepal Academy of Science and Technology, became the vice chancellor. Even now, he's very much into education, consulting, and literature. And he's like what they say, a polymath. He knows many, many things. His presentation today is in the area of the historic preservation and tourism that will funnel the economic development. So let's go with Dr. Pokhrel's presentation.
Hello, I'm Professor Dr. Jivraj Pokhrel. I'm going to present this paper on Sustainable Tourism Development Plan of a Historic City Corridor, the case of Bhaktapur, Nepal. Tourism development plans have been prepared for this country in several levels, in federal level, in provincial level, and also for local level these days. But a tourism development plan for historic corridor, historic city corridor had not been prepared so far. So in this context, this plan, which has been prepared for historic city corridor, is going to be, I think, quite interesting. And this plan, the preparation of this plan was initiated by Department of Urban Development and Building Construction, Nepal. Now, Bhaktapur is an ancient city. Its earlier name is Khopring, and now it is called Khopa. The name Khopringgram is found mentioned in a Lichavi inscription of the 5th century AD. So it appears that Bhaktapur city had its existence before that time. In the 13th century, it also became the capital of the Malla dynasty. You can see here the 55-window palace, which is the palace of the king of Bhaktapur. So you can see here, there are two nodes. So this is Chamasing, and you can see its photograph where there is a pond and there are 8 lions. So the name Chamasing. And then here we have this Dattatreya temple, which is the temple of the Trinity of Hindu pantheon, Brahma, Vishnu, Maheshwar. And then this corridor, the pathway that is joining these two, it has been taken for the preparation of the Sustainable Tourism Development Plan. The objective also was to prepare an exhaustive documentation of the monuments of the area. So you can see we have prepared document of about 150 monuments which fall in that particular corridor on either side of that corridor. So this is Jaisahiti. It is a water spout. Its general use is public, open for public usage. Specific use is water source. Architecture style, as you can see, it is traditional, and the condition, it needs minor repair here and there. It lies near to the Chamasing Chowk, so it also gives the location. The water is used by public as well as locals for drinking and household purpose. So this way, all the monuments that lie between these two nodes have been documented. Now, what is a corridor? Corridor is what combines two nodes, and node is understood by the junction of the roads. Here you can see 4 roads have been meeting. Similarly, here again, 3 roads are meeting here. So both of these, they are the nodes following that very well-read book of Kevin Lynch, The Image of the City. It is a sustainable development plan. So you can see here sustainable development goals, and sustainability was defined by Brundtland Commission as meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Tourism has been addressed by goal number 8, consisting of decent work and economic growth, as well as goal number 12, responsible consumption and production, though indirectly. The general objective is to prepare a tourism development plans. It has several other objectives also, but here I'm focusing on preparation of a tourism development action plan of the area. So a vision was prepared with consultation of the stakeholders, and then it was decided that the vision of this historic corridor development should be harmonious with the vision of the whole of Bhaktapur, and Bhaktapur has a vision of transforming itself into an open-air museum. So that very concept has been written here also, and the goals have been economic, social, environmental, cultural, and this was done in a way to also kind of harmonize with the goals of sustainable economic development. They had social, economical, and environmental goals earlier on. Later on, they added cultural, which is very essential for a place like Bhaktapur, which is culturally very rich. So we have dimensions: social, economic, environmental, cultural. We have key indicators as well as possible measures. There are almost 500 key indicators which are used for the preparation of a tourism development plan, but those 500 indicators were too many. So Elizabeth Egewa, she wrote a very nice paper, and there she has mentioned that these many indicators, if they are used, they will be good enough, sufficient enough to address a sustainable tourism development plan. But then we have added one, keeping in view the distinctive nature of the place. So what are the key indicators? Economic, and then what are the possible measures? Under economic, we have employment, business viability, quality of life, and then duration and types of jobs, gender equity, expenditure arrival. So these, under social dimension, we have key indicator quality of life, and under quality of life, the possible measures are residential empowerment, congestion and crowding, community attitude to tourism, these. Similarly, under the environmental dimensions, we have key indicators like water quality and water management, and possible measures are volume and changes in volume, water treatment. Under cultural dimension, we have key indicator of maintenance of integrity of local community, and you can see that there are possible measures: retention of local culture and tradition, maintenance of local culture, and this restoration of the extinct beauties is one possible measure that we have added, because we thought that, given the disappearance of these trusts, which date back to time immemorial in Nepal, they have been disappearing. Some of them have been extinct, so this has been added here. For this study, we made reference of 2 case studies. One was with respect of Armenia and another of Amazon River Tourism Corridor Development Plan. And they were targeted for a larger area. Ours was a very small area compared to them, but then there are certain lessons that we have drawn. For example, from Armenia, 2 lessons have been drawn: the identification of a suitable implementing agency, and then the need to share the benefit with the local community. And from Amazon River Tourism Corridor Development Plan, there are several lessons, but then the lesson which was very compatible with our study was the need of taking the stakeholders into confidence. So these are the economic activities that are underway in Bhaktapur. For example, pottery shop, and then 8 plots, 4 males, 1 female, average 5, total 40. So this way, there are several handicraft shops, restaurants, hotels, food, several economic activities. They are almost 18 of them. And then you can see how 425 people have been employed. And then the gender ratio, 80% male and 20% female. So this is the profile, national profile. For example, the population of Nepal is 26.5 million. Bhaktapur, 81,000. Dattatreya, our study site, is only 755. Similarly, households, 163. Working population, 540. People stay for 12 and a half days when they come to Nepal, tourists from abroad, but they stay only 1 day in Bhaktapur. And in our study area, only 2 hours. Similarly, the money that the country earns from tourism is hopping $472 million US in the case of Nepal. That comes down to $2.32 million to Bhaktapur and $21,450 US to our study site, because the stay there is simply 2 hours. For example, the unemployment, 11.4% is the unemployment, said to be unemployment figure in the whole of the country. In our side, 8.2%. Similarly, 43% is the employment in our side. And then employment to population is 57 is to 43, and tourism jobs 16, and the male-female ratio, as I showed in the earlier slide, it is 80 is to 20. Now, we start with the social dimension. So expenditure, only $4.5 US in our study site. Arrivals, when they are 1.1 million in the whole of the country, it boils down to 253,000 in our study site. Profitability is increasing, and the satisfaction is 85.5%. And we are transiting to 100% in this plan. And resident empowerment is 18. It was found out using Churchill method. Congestion and crowding, 33.33, which was mentioned in this study. And then community attitude to tourism, positive attitude is 66.6%. Access to amenities easy, given that these facilities are available almost everywhere. And then changes in climate is negligible. Now you can see, this slide where in hotels, immigration, restaurants, retail shops, and transportation, the experience is far lesser than expectation. They are higher expectation, but what their experience is lesser. But in the arena of attractions, what they experienced was far more than what they had expected. So the overall experience, as I showed in the earlier slide, is satisfaction is 85.5%. So now we come to environmental dimension. Here we have volume and changes in volume is a possible measure. There is a shortfall of 8 million liter per day of drinking water in summer and 4 in winter. When you talk of water treatment, flocculation, sedimentation, filtration, and chlorination is carried out in the national, provincial, and in the local level. Here we also made a chemical test, and we found that all the parameters were in keeping with the tolerable limits. Only iron content was little more. But we did not do the biological test. For recycling, for solute management, recycling is the possible measure that we are undertaking to study. And then here, plastic waste is segregated and sent to India because we don't have recycling facility here. Broken glass and steel. Broken glass is dumped on the site, and bottles and steel, those both are reused. Reduction in energy usage. Now there is an increasing use of cooking gas and electricity, so that is contributing to the reduction of the energy usage, as against the past where there was extensive use of firewood and then kerosene. Now, maintenance of integrity of local, we come to the cultural dimension, and here you can see retention of local culture and tradition, that is almost retained. Maintenance of cultural sites, almost maintained. Authentic representation of local culture, that is also very appreciable. But so far as the restoration of goods is concerned, quite a few have disappeared, and so many have become extinct. So this plan seeks to again give a new life to those goods. So this is the action plan prepared. Now, you see, in the action plan, this is a metric. You have the same activity, implementing agency. Implementing agency, the local government. we just have one implementation agency, because too many cooks spoil the soup. But cooperating agency can be many, and we have recommended the cooperating agencies which are working in the site, because from the case studies we have drawn the lesson that there should be a suitable implementation agency, and the local communities should be mobilized, local agencies should be mobilized, and the benefits should reach to the local people. So that lesson has been lumped while making this action plan. So the time, for example, number, type, and duration observed for this 3 months training will be enough. And we have also provided here, approximate cost, which is 0.5 million. This is just a seed money, so they can start it, and then every year they can add, and then maybe in 5 years' time or lesser than that, you see, all these objectives can be achieved. Now, after this action plan has already been given to the local government. Now the local government will put them in their yearly program in the red book. So these local agencies also will see their name, and they will go and then knock the door of the local government. And this way, it is hoped that this action plan will be really implemented and it will turn to reality. So this way, for employment, for business viability, again, Association of Tourism Entrepreneurs was a local agency, so its name has been put. And then for business viability, Chhatrapati Social Services Family, for congestion and crowding center Nepal, Community Action Center Nepal, Alar Nepal, they have been already working, so their name has been put. So this way, an action plan has been prepared. Water quality and water management, volume Rajkulo, which is an indigenous water supply system, so that needs to be revived. So Kathmandu Valley Water Supply Management Board has been nominated as the cooperating agency. So this way, for example, for recycling, the local government, but Hamri Bahini is a local NGO which has been working. So this way, the action plan has been prepared. The contention is that once one of the historic corridor is developed, then there will be several historic corridors. The other corridors will emulate it, and after some time, the whole of the city will be a tourist hub. It will be a destination, international destination. And once a city achieves that objective, other cities also can follow this practice, and one day the whole of the country can be a tourist hub, can be a global destination, can be a touristic destination. So these are the references that have been used for this study. And then I'd like to thank Professor Dr. Purushottam Lochan Shrestha, Dr. Bharat Badal, Mr. Samik Pandey, Ms. Simani Shrestha, Niranjan Shrestha, Diksha Consulting Service, and Department of Urban Development and Building Construction. With this, I'd like to bring my presentation to a close. I'll be more than pleased to address whatever queries are.
Wonderful. A great presentation by Dr. Pokhrel. Tourism and economic development, especially in Nepal, we have those resources. They are extremely important. As you know, we have total of 9 presentations. Each presentation is anywhere between 15 to 20 minutes. And the final discussion that we will do with the panel under the chairmanship of Dr. Swarnim Wagle, that will last for about 1 hour. Now, Dr. Pokhrel's presentations obviously is very much related to what we do, because sometimes we forget about the historic preservation. We just go and build and destroy. That way we actually kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. And especially for places like Nepal, where the cultural resources are very important, that really help us in terms of tourism and in terms of symbolism and our own living and life, it is extremely important. So that presentation is greatly appreciated. Now, before we go to the next presentation, which is going to be by myself and Professor Kesav Bhattarai, who is a professor of geography at the Central Missouri University. I will be making the presentation on behalf of both of us. I just wanted to give some quick background on why this urban planning is so important and why, being an architect, I went into urban planning and why this skill becomes so important. Just wanted to give you some overall numbers. The population, the global population as of 2020 is 7.8 billion with a B, 7.8 billion people. The growth rate right now is still slightly more than 1%. It's almost 1.1%. And every year, if you look at that growth rate on top of 7.8 billion people, the total growth on an annual basis is 85 million people. That is the population of Germany, the combined Germany. So think of it. Every year we have one new Germany that comes in the globe that needs to be fed, that needs to be provided with infrastructure, that need to be provided a place in the world. Obviously, that is distributed. 95% of that big growth of one Germany every year goes to the developing countries. If you take it into a daily basis, daily population increase in the globe is about 220,000. In other words, if I meet you in 24 hours, tomorrow afternoon in Kathmandu for a tea, the population in the world would have gone up by another 220,000 people. How much is 220,000 people? Like Jibraji talked about, the whole city of Bhaktapur is 81,000 people. The whole district of Bhaktapur is 300,000 people. So think of it, every day within 24 hours, you almost have a district of Bhaktapur that is added globally, that goes to majority of the developing countries. Obviously, it gets distributed to many, many countries. You have to feed them, you have to provide infrastructure, you have to provide water, housing, and so on. So urban planning is extremely important. And people do come to the cities because the wages in the urban areas are anywhere between 8 to 20 times more than in the village. So even when people live on the slums, they are better off in the urban areas. So this is why this is such an exciting field to work on. So the next presentation will be by me and Professor Kesav Bhattrai. We'll go to that presentation on creating smart cities in Nepal.
Everyone, my name is Ambika Adhikari, and we have a presentation jointly done by myself and Professor Kesav Bhattrai of Central University of Missouri. I live in Phoenix and I work as a principal planner at the City of Tempe. The presentation we're making today, the title is Towards Creating Smart Cities in Nepal. The objective of the presentation is to discuss the rapid urban growth in Nepal and maybe even the impact of the pandemic, and then talk about the definition of the smart city, talk about planning of the smart cities, and we want to provide some international examples on what happened to their experiment on the smart cities, and then assess them for the potential application for case in Nepal. And we will provide an example of the bus rapid transit where the smart city element could be utilized. And you'll see some pictures during our presentation. Most of these pictures are done by me. There are some diagrams that are done by Professor Bhattrai, and just a couple of images have been taken from the web. This is a map again by Professor Bhattrai, basically showing all of those about 270 or so urban municipalities across the country in 7 provinces and 77 districts. As you know, just defining the number of urban areas have really proliferated in Nepal. Many of them may not have the urban characteristics, but they are nevertheless defined urban by the government. And the urban growth in Nepal, both in terms of the number of people living in the urban areas and also the number of areas so defined, is expanding very rapidly. Here is an example for the Kathmandu Valley. The growth rate is very high. It's one of the highest in the world, about 4% population growth per year in the valley. That comes to about 140,000 people added every year, which is like adding a new Bhaktapur in the valley every year. So We have to provide infrastructure, provide housing, and everything for that number of people. That is quite a bit. And also in terms of the population, the cities and the valleys are highly dense. They were always designed as very compact places. For example, the city of Kathmandu has 52,000 people per square mile. That's very high. We can compare that to Mumbai, which has 77,000, Singapore 22,000, New York 27,000, and the place that I live here, city of Tempe, about 5,000 per square mile. So we're very dense. There are benefits of being dense. It does help to become smart because it tries to arrest the sprawl and then also saves the agricultural land. But in terms of pandemic and in terms of management, it also provides you a challenge. And specifically, the infrastructure in majority of the cities in Nepal is very weak. So sometimes when you talk about smart cities, in the midst of the infrastructure, which is in a very poor condition, it can look very ironic. So what is a smart city? The smart city is basically become very popular norm, even in Nepal and India, people use it very profusely. Now, the evolution of that particular name came through the concept of smart growth in the US. Sometimes in the mid 90s and early 2000, there was an idea in the US of calling the growth pattern in the cities and towns as smart growth. And the whole idea was to make it compact, to reduce the sprawl, because cities like LA, Los Angeles, and Phoenix, and all these cities, Atlanta, were sprawling beyond any means and gobbling up all the lands. So there was that concept that let's be smart, let's make them walkable, sustainable, tight infrastructure, compact, so it is smart and it does make the best use of the site. That was the whole idea. And probably the first smart city was the Bletchley Park, that was used as a place where there were a few buildings where they were decoding a lot of information on the Second World War. And that idea of the smart city then became pretty popular on saying, hey, why not just a smart growth? Why not smart city? And basically what it implies is it's functionally an efficient city using the information and communication technology and what is called the Internet of Things, IoT, to improve efficiency. The Internet of Things is basically connecting the physical parameters, physical infrastructures, your phone, your buildings, your roads, your infrastructure, your traffic light, a lot of things into the internet. So it is the Internet of Things, not only the waves and electromagnetic waves, but also the actual material, so that you can control and you can do the analysis and the action on real time. And by definition, a smart city is friendly, user-friendly, and it has higher quality of life, it's efficient, and it promotes sustainability. We will deal with some of these things as we go along. There are two pictures on the right that you can see. One is in Honolulu, Hawaii, a really good footpath and sidewalk that is walkable, that is shaded, and that is wide enough for people to enhance their pedestrian activities. And the one down below is where I live, basically double rows of trees and a detached sidewalk, so it is safe away from the street, and it is calculated in terms of the shade and activities to make it smart. How do the smart cities work? The smart cities basically incorporate information and communication technology in the whole scheme of the city. They have the open data, initiative, and digitized infrastructure. In other words, information and the real activities are connected and combined so that they can work in tandem. And the data is in real time. So there are cameras, there are sensors, there are mobile phones, all the, for example, the traffic lights or the street lights are all connected to the computer. And then based on what is actually happening on the site. So as an example, if you have a street light, and first of all, they're very smart if they are powered by solar or the wind power. And then depending on the ambient level of lighting, if it is below a certain foot candle ambient level, the street light will be turned on. And then based on how much foot candle you need to generate, they might even dim and brighten. So those are the real life, real time changes in the activities and actions of the things through the internet. So that's the Internet of Things. So for example, transportation and traffic lights and pedestrian movement usually are preset. The red, yellow, and the green light on the traffic intersections are preset on when they turn red and yellow and green. And in a smart city, they will actually change the color based on the actual amount of traffic activities or pedestrian activities at that particular time in the real time. Similarly, the energy grid will continue to transmit the energy and then distribute the energy based on the actual demand and the load. And also it will send out information in advance if there are issues on the load and the energy functions of that timing. So there are various components of a smart city. For example, you will see these three different groupings: sensors and grids, things that actually read and find out what actually is happening. The water grid, the internet, the electric grid, pollution sensors, and so on. These are the eyes and ears of the city. Then there is a government system, which basically puts together a lot of this information. There's an e-government, public input process, and policy-making process, and then data sharing process. And then there are technology enablers. So without really some level of digital and high technology, the concept of the smart city doesn't really arise. So the media, the cloud, the big data, the GIS, all of these become part of that technology enablers. Those three groups, sensors and grids, open government, technology enablers, all of them again combine to work as a smart city. And there are various actors in the smart city. Basically smart cities are jointly publicly managed in majority of the area. There are some small locations where a private sector can make it a smart city, connecting several smart buildings or smart urban design. But generally, it's a public realm through the municipal government. So there are governments, the industries who provide that data, the entrepreneurs and startups which support all of that activity, academic institutions which again do the research and sometimes help in the data, and the artists and other people who can do the signage and who can help. And then there are people who advocate for the smart city. Altogether, the connection of the smart buildings, smart infrastructure, smart landscaping, smart utilities, and smart management can become a smart city. A fully functional smart city is more or less an idealized concept. Usually that end state is hard to meet. Even on highly advanced cities like Singapore or Seoul or Taipei or Tokyo, they are not completely smart. They have the part of them are smart, but you always look at that idealized connection to make them smart. And this particular diagram shows quite a few of those things where a complete smartness can occur, and they are completely green and high technology and productivity, local and global areas. Education is also advanced. So all of that can become that particular idealized state, but that's only to give you an idea on how to move forward. And it is not necessarily the stage of any city that can happen. It's always creating a smart cities one step at a time. There are some international experiences that I will talk about here. Here are some pictures. One is from Chicago, which is obviously some parts of it are smart. And the one below is in the United Arab Emirates, the Masdar city. Again, like I said, these pictures are mine. The diagrams are Professor Bhattrai's. Just one or two images are from the web. It's an evolving concept. It is still not completely found that the smart cities are working all the time, and then none of the cities have completely found that final idealized state of becoming a smart city. It's an evolving concept. So there are successes in terms of creating more efficiency, real-time data, congestion pricing, for example, in Singapore and UK, depending on how many cars go in, the prices for the cars to enter the city center increases. That's the kind of smartness to manage the supply and demand scenario of the cars. So the Masdar city was actually a lot of investment was made by the government of the UAE to make it smart and sustainable, but many things went wrong, and especially because there were not too many takers, not too many private sector entities moved in. It is considered not very successful. It looks pretty deserted when you go there. And then there are also examples, for example, in Toronto, in the water age area of Toronto, where the Google company invested quite a bit of money to make it smart, to make all the pedestrian activities readable, and they had sensors on how many people are moving so that they can adjust the traffic flow and adjust other kind of benefits. But unfortunately, people are very worried about the concept of losing their privacy. And after spending tens of millions of dollars and after like 18 months of practice, the smart city concept of that sidewalk in Toronto was actually the plug was pulled. It didn't work. So the moral of the story is sometimes it succeeds, sometimes it doesn't succeed. But on the whole, the concept of the smart city is gaining popularity. And there are many cities which have been able to use the component of the smartness pretty well to benefit the residents. Now, the component of the smart cities is the utilities and infrastructure. Now, this is where many of the Nepalese cities, it can become quite complicated because see the picture on the top of the street in Kathmandu where the sidewalks and infrastructure look to be in a disarray. It is completely disabled look. It doesn't look very smart when you look at it. And then by comparison, when you look at the Phoenix sidewalk down below, it is double rows of tree, it is shaded, it is a detached sidewalk, it is kind of safe for the pedestrian from the cars. And so sometimes it can appear a little difficult to think of smart city when you have basic infrastructure problem, but there's not much to worry on that because many of the elements, like one example that I've given here is rainwater harvesting. The Kathmandu Valley gets almost like 60 inches of rain per year. You can locally harvest the water and increase the water supply that's available in different locations. Whereas in places like where I live in Phoenix, it's only 8.5 to 9 inches of rain per year. So the amount of rain and water that's available is very little, but still the idea of water harvesting on the site is still workable and it works pretty well. So you've got to begin to provide some basic infrastructure, but doesn't mean that you wait forever as long as you begin to also create the internet connections of broadband and speed availability, fiber optics, and also improve your infrastructure. The concept of the smart city can begin to work pretty well. There is another example. The picture on the top is from Europe, especially given the pandemic. People need washing stations, soap and water, almost everywhere in the corner. That's something, if you have that water harvesting area, then you can actually use it and then utilize the water for the hand washing. Similarly, the picture down below here is from Gandhinagar. It's a sensor that actually captures the level of ambient pollution. So information can be provided to people and data also can be collected in time. Similarly, there could be smart streetlight sensors, smart air quality sensors, and all the sensors and the infrastructure actually help you towards that smartness. Open space is another area. You can begin to measure the flow of pedestrian in the open space arena, and then also divert some of the traffic to other nearby open space locations which might be available for use. And the open spaces could be designed both in terms of the quantity, also in terms of the quality, like they could have a therapeutic quality. The picture below is from Honolulu, Hawaii. The picture above is in Pulsok in Kathmandu. And then when you make it a therapeutic type of design, it can really help the people to de-stress. The one on top, the image is from Phoenix. The one below the image is from Honolulu, Hawaii, with a combination of water and flower and trees and fountains and the way that you design things. You can have a therapeutic garden, which can really help. This idea actually evolved from Singapore, and places like Kathmandu can really benefit from that perspective. There is one special example of a smart city drawn by Professor Bhattrai. When you have all the elements together, this is just hypothetical, you have the smart energy system, smart buildings, biomass in terms of the fuel, and smart homes and green infrastructure, all of them combined together can be an idealized smart city. Now, smart transportation is one example that I just wanted to provide before I close. For example, the bus rapid transit that they have in Ahmedabad really helps you bring down the pollution level and also bring down the level of congestion. And then it also can cut down the number of minutes that you need for traveling. And because Kathmandu has a very high walkability score, the combination of the bus rapid transit and the walkability can really help reduce the congestion and also reduce the pollution level. So just to continue that example, Kathmandu is very rich in terms of its networks of roads and pathways, but they're very congested. And Professor Bhattrai has done some research to see if you do a business as usual scenario, the amount of pollution in the coming 14 years is going to really skyrocket. It's going to be really bad. We already exceed the WHO pollution level standards. It will be even worse in 14 years. But if you do have a bus rapid transit system, and especially if you electrify, then see the top line is the business as usual pollution level. And then the middle line is with the smart bus system. The green line is the smart bus system with electrification and electrical buses. So all of that can really help and bring down the level of pollution. So can the Nepalese cities be made smart? Yes, of course. We have to begin with the initial steps, one step at a time, put some input on the technology, utilize the smartphones and internet and computing system, and do the traffic management, and also try to control the real-time pollution, provide advisory to people, and have open spaces, and then also talk about energy distribution, smart grids, and distributed grids that are smart elements. So in summary, the rapid urban development in Nepal is a big challenge to create a smart city, but some smart city elements will improve the situation and quality of life. And in order to do that, we can start with some examples, like we recommended the smart bus system and transportation system and broadband system. That's our presentation for now. Thank you for listening.
All right, so that was our presentation on a smart city, a concept that is talked about. It's very popular. I'm going to be introducing the next speaker, and then after that, former Secretary Architect Kishore Thapaji is going to be helping me in moderating all the sessions. The next presentation is by Jitendra Bothara. He's a highly accomplished earthquake engineer, civil engineer, resides in New Zealand, has worked on many other developing countries also on how the earthquake engineering could be much more effective. And then his presentation actually talks about how do you synthesize the modern technology, the lot of really new ideas that we know about earthquake engineering, and combine it with the traditional knowledge that we have in Kathmandu and in many other villages in Nepal. And actually, I know that even Professor Jivrajji has also worked on that. So this is a very important issue, and Mr. Jitendra Botharaji's presentation is going to be very insightful for this one. Let's go to that presentation. Thank you.
Namaskar. In my today's presentation, I will be talking about traditional and modern knowledge. Both these knowledge have their strengths, weaknesses, and applicability in a given context. However, generally it is believed that the modern knowledge is indispensable for any development, because that's how we have been trained. We may also believe traditional and modern knowledge are 180 degrees apart. But my hypothesis is both traditional and modern knowledge can complement each other for sustainable disaster risk reduction. My goal is not to romanticize with traditional or modern knowledge, but to generate a discussion, a debate, so we can find a balancing point where both these knowledge support our efforts. In my presentation, I will be talking about examples of buildings and particularly seismic safety of building structures, because that's where I come from. But before we move, let's define what is a traditional and what is a modern. Because what was modern study is already traditional today. So in my opinion, any knowledge, science or technology that arose from European scientific revolution in 17th century or beyond is modern. And any knowledge that has been accumulated progressively over generations from experience, observations, and adapting to local environment, nature, and context is traditional. But in our zeal to modernize, traditional knowledge has significantly diminished. Over the time, meanings have also changed. For example, by traditional, today we mean primitive, old, obsolete, unsafe. Whereas modern means advanced, new, safe, up to date. So of course we all aspire to be modern. If you look from building's context, the building on the left is traditional, and we all want to move to building on the right, which is glamorous and modern. So we have invested for decades on training, education, and investment to modernize ourselves. But has the modern knowledge helped us substantially to reduce risk or the disaster risk? And I believe not. Had it happened, there would not have been 9,000 deaths after the Nepal earthquake, or there would not have been 80,000 deaths in Pakistan, in Kashmir, after the 2005 earthquake. Let me share one story with you. That's my one experience and observation. And I come from East Nepal, and I was born in a mud timber house. You may know about 1988 earthquake. That's Bhadau 5, 2045 ko Udaipur earthquake, which destroyed thousands of houses, businesses, and killed 700 plus people. I was a student of engineering, graduate student, maybe in third year or fourth year. I always aspired to study about stone masonry and mud buildings because that's where I was born. After the death and destruction due to the 1980 earthquake, I was very surprised there was not a single lesson on this type of building. All we are studying is about reinforced concrete and steel buildings. So I asked one of my teachers, where will we learning about these buildings, the stone buildings? The very simple but shocking response was, these are primitive, unsafe, and old buildings. We should be learning about modern reinforced concrete and steel buildings. After 3 decades of my work in the disaster area as an earthquake engineer and working in 10 earthquakes for research and reconstruction around the globe, particularly in developing countries, I'm more confused today. Has modern knowledge really helped substantially to reduce the disaster risk? And I think no. So if we have failed, what are the solutions? And in my opinion, it's time to look back to traditional knowledge to see if it can add value to our modern world. Moving on, we all think and believe safety is a technical issue. But in my opinion, it is not. From my observations in last 3 decades, I believe safety is not only a technical issue, it's an affordability issue. It's a cultural issue. It's accessibility to information, resources, materials issue. It's internalization and empowerment of the people who use that information. Let me share with you one example. we all believe modern knowledge helps to mitigate hazard. I take example of Kathmandu Valley, which has excellent natural drainage system. But in zeal to modernize, what we have created a new disaster. Every second or third year, there is a flood in Kathmandu Valley. Have we broken the social fabric, which is a part of safety? Moving on, there are two buildings, hardly 400 meters apart. And these buildings are from Pakistan, where I worked after the 2005 earthquake. The bottom building is a hospital building, brand new building, totally destroyed. Whereas the upper photograph is of a stone masonry, old, primitive looking building. We call it Dhaji Dewari, survived very well. I'm not talking about one Dhaji Dewari building, it's a whole village survived very well. And after the earthquake, all the buildings were in use. But the paradox is, why we are not prepared to accept this reality, that something existed in traditional knowledge. Here's another example. This photograph is from Barabisi in Sindhupal. And I took this photograph in 1998 when I was there, and I was very thrilled to see this beautiful building. It's a brand new that time with timber bands. So I took this photograph. After the 2015 earthquake, as part of my work, I was working in this area, and I went to see this building. Surprisingly, the building survived very well, practically without any damage. Another example from Gorkha. I'm working in Nepal for last 5.5 years after the earthquake for reconstruction and different aspects of safety. So I was in Gorkha and happened to be here. These stone masonry school buildings in mud mortar survived very well. These have been provided with nominal reinforcement. But then the steel building next to this, from engineering point of view, it survived. But what about the life safety? Had children been there, they would have been dead. So what I'm saying is, traditionally there was technology for seismic safety of buildings. After the 2015 earthquake, for design of school buildings in remote areas, where taking cement and steel is difficult, a study was commissioned, and it was funded by the Asian Development Bank, and I was commissioned as a consultant to do this investigation. So we did very extensive investigation from material point of view, and we did a lot of analytical modeling and experimental work. And results were fantastic. So here is a snapshot of sack table test. And we tested all the buildings up to 1 gravity, because that was the capacity of the sack table. All the buildings survived very well. So what I mean is, there was technology, seismic, earthquake resistant technology traditionally, which can be further improved. So it is not that technology didn't exist and we can't improve it further. But what did we do after the 2015 earthquake? Though traditional construction was also promoted, but our substantial focus was on development of modern construction, because we considered that's a safe. So the result was, we threw the stones. We imported bricks from 300 kilometers apart. So you can see the photograph here. And we imported steel and cement and everything. And these were imported on donkeys and by human. But the question is, how long this donkey development would go? Can we sustain this donkey development? Can't we develop something innovative, be innovative, develop something innovative? that's more suitable and sustainable in local context. Because we didn't do that, the consequences were devastating. Here is some data from Gorkha. People who reconstructed their houses, more than 68% of people are under debt. And the interest rate is 24 to 36%. The question now is, how many people will be able to pay back the loan? If they are not able, they may end up sending their houses, their land, and then may have to migrate or find other options. That will create another social dimension, social issues. So in the name of safety, and as we didn't be innovative, we created other set of problems. Can we sustain this type of safety? In my opinion, traditional construction is very efficient because it requires minimum cash flow. It supports local economy. It meets local socio-cultural needs. Easy to construct. It doesn't require big tools. It is a very decentralized system. But what we need is to further improve it. So it provides us safety in a sustainable way. Let's look at another example. Here's a photograph of Nyatapola, which has survived all the earthquakes after its construction. But how many of we are prepared to accept the craftspeople's innovation, creativity, and ingenuity, which help to create this marvel? I'm not asking you to romanticize with this Nyatapola. My point is, are we prepared to accept this technology and appreciate it? What I find is, slowly knowledge has moved into the hands of experts. And these craftspeople, the local population, which have skills to survive, has become just receiver of information. And I don't think this leads us to sustainable disaster risk reduction. What type of research we do? I was invited to deliver a speech in India in an earthquake engineering conference where 212 papers were presented, and I was one of the speakers. And I take each paper as a research. I disaggregated the data. 49% papers were presented in concrete buildings. Of course, concrete is an excellent material. Something like 20% papers were on advanced technologies, and 5% papers were on masonry construction. So 5% research is in India in masonry construction. I think similar pattern is in Nepal, but what type of buildings we live in? In India, more than 70% people live in masonry buildings. Practically similar pattern is in Nepal. But if you look into research being conducted in Nepal, you'll find most of the research are on more modern technologies. So we live in traditional construction. We are still constructing traditional buildings, but we will not research on that. How we can sustain safety? How can we bring safety? That's the question. So we need a convergence between traditional and modern knowledge, because traditional knowledge provides us sustainability, but our aspiration has changed. So we have to bring modernity in the picture. And we need a convergence of technology, the evolution process. We have to decentralize the knowledge in the hands of people who use this knowledge to empower them. We need research so we can reinvent what is useful or what was useful in traditional technology that can be used for our best benefit. So my conclusion is, traditional construction could provide us sustainable disaster risk reduction We have to accept our grandparents were not or wise enough, because our very existence relies on their wisdom. But goal should not be to romanticize with tradition, but rather to scrutinize. So we can find a balanced point for convergence and synthesis between traditional and modern knowledge. That could provide safety to all, it's inclusive, and it provides equity and fairness. However, we should accept convergence point cannot be unique. It would depend on context. For example, in a center of city, we can construct a traditional building, but may not be suitable. We need something more modern, which is supported by traditional knowledge. Whereas if you go to remote areas, we can use traditional construction, which is supported by modern construction to improve it further. So we need to provide options based on what best suits us, rather than throwing the traditional construction, considering it obsolete. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you, Jitendraji. Thank you for a very thought-provoking presentation. I hope that all the panelists, they were very highly impressed with your presentation. And let me welcome architect Anju Mallapradhan for presentation. She is the president of the Society of Nepalese Architects. She is also a practicing architect, a very good writer. She often writes in architecture and planning. And she is also the leader in Women in Architecture. She has taken that leadership for some time. So I request Anjuji to make her presentation. You have 20 minutes. Anjuji.
Namaste and a very good day. सबैजनालाई हाम्रो NRN members जसले आज यो कन्फरेन्स अर्गनाइज गर्नुभयो, म सोनाको तर्फबाट उहाँहरू सबैलाई हार्दिक कृतज्ञता एवं आभार प्रकट गर्न चाहन्छु। साथै मलाई आज यत्रो ठुलो वाइड प्लेटफर्ममा चाहिँ आफ्नो विचार प्रकट गर्न एउटा मौका दिनुभएकोमा I will forever be very thankful to all of you and the organizing committee. आजको सिम्पोजियमको विषय सस्टेनेबल अर्बन डेभलपमेन्ट इन नेपाल रहेको छ, जुन चाहिँ एउटा SDGs को एउटा पोइन्ट पनि पढ्न आउँछ। यस अन्तर्गत मेरो विषय चाहिँ possible changes for the better as unplanned urban sprawl rips the Kathmandu Valley boundaries। गएको 6 महिनामा जति पनि वेबिनार्सहरु हेर्यौं गभर्नमेन्ट सेक्टरबाट, प्राइभेट सेक्टरबाट, धेरै पोजिटिभ कुराहरु पनि सुनियो, नेगेटिभ कुरा सायद यस्तोमा चाहिँ कमै सुन्नमा आइन्छ। तर यो पोजिटिभ कुराहरु गर्दा गर्दै एक्चुअली ग्राउन्ड लेभलमा के भइरहेको छ त, why we are always complaining, किन काम भइरहेको छैन भन्ने कुरा पनि सायद जान्न चाहिँ आवश्यक छ जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई। Now अलिकति SDGs को बारेमा पनि कुरा गर्यौं। Relating the SDGs to the context of sustainable urban development in Kathmandu Valley, as is varies an analysis of certain localities and to come up with suggestions for a way forward। अब यसमा चाहिँ मैले SDGs सबै SDGs नलिँदा पनि SDG points which relate directly to architecture and what we can do about it, त्योसँग directly related हुने SDGs हरुलाई मैले फोकस गर्न चाहे। SDG 3 talks about good health, relating to a healthy built environment from the micro to the macro levels। यसमा we can talk about materials and technology, design approach with focus on natural light and ventilation to ensure fresh air movement। त्यस्तै SDG 5 is about gender equality, safe cities, safe public spaces, safe public transport, and public awareness towards gender equity। SDG 6, clean water, recharge systems to sustain groundwater levels, rainwater collection to fulfill demands to some extent as we await the Melamchi supplies। SDG 7 talks about clean energy, renewable energy systems, minimizing mechanical energy use with climate sensitive design, and focusing on sensitizing the public towards a carbon neutral lifestyle। SDG 11 is about sustainable cities and communities, which is the topic of the symposium as well। In this, we should follow up on practical land use plans with more open public spaces for communities, safe and hygienic public amenities, अनि यो पेन्डेमिकको सिचुएसनमा गएको 6 महिनामा चाहिँ सबैजनाले चाहिँ अर्बन फार्मिङ गर्दै गरेको हामीले देख्न पनि पाएका थियौँ, which is a tool, a very basic tool that can work on minimizing the heat island effect as well as towards food sustenance to some extent. SDG 12 is about responsible consumption. Now, mass consumerism of the West should not be taken as a good example. We should focus on minimizing food waste. Segregation of waste, reuse, recycling should be promoted with good incentives. SDG 13, the climate action, sustainable use of locally available resources in the construction sector, which will help to minimize carbon emission emitted due to transportation of building materials. Maximizing on greenery and nature helps in carbon sequestration, and we need to work out a balance for that, always keeping in mind not to interfere with the natural biomes of the nature. SDG 14 and 15 is about life underwater and life on land. The revival of our ecosystems, the river ecosystems and the ponds and all the water bodies that we have around us should be put in priority, which is intricately connected to the circular economy of that region. Now, respect for nature and biodiversity, inclusive of retaining the soil microbiome that yields food for all humanity and living creatures, should be in focus. SDG 17 talks about partnerships for goals. Community approach to working out solutions to implementing to awareness campaigns will yield better results. यो हामीले देखेर सुनेर बुझेर आएको कुरा हो र यसलाई पनि हामीले लार्ज स्केलमै अगाडि बढाउनु पर्ने अवस्था छ. The interrelationship of all SDG points correlate to each other, and solutions should be worked out in context-specific ways for the benefit of all. Nature and overall earth dynamics on land, water, air, in complete balance is what we should all target. Now, as architects, our profession has and will always contribute towards creating a more livable city if we focus on optimizing the positive strength and opportunities and work on the challenges laid bare through times. Where we have failed to address the basics of the problems that has led towards this unplanned haphazard sprawl today. Now, major positivities that we still have within our cities should be maintained. For example, the climate of Kathmandu is termed as mild, generally warm and temperate. And this very temperate climate helps us in solving so many issues, making it easy to solve issues that relate to climate, to making our buildings more climate friendly, I should say. Now, the soil of the valley was and is known for its high fertility and healthy microbiome, and we should all work together in maintaining this. We have a very intricate and quite a few still functioning traditional water systems, from ponds to wells to 24-hour running water in our Dhungedharas. Now, the surrounding densely vegetated high hills and hillocks, for example, the Shivapuri Hills in the northern fringe and Fulchoki in the southern fringe of the valley, which contain the watershed areas that replete the underground water systems, is a boon to all of us valley denizens. And we as a community should ensure that the dense forestry that is still there is to be retained through time. Now, the rivers that cross the valley before heading out from Chobar, if revived, could contribute a lot to the overall microclimate of the valley. The SDGs all correlate to each other in terms of architecture, sustainability, livability, climate, biodiversity, and coexistence with nature. These are achievable, very much achievable, if the right approach is encompassed with maximum community involvement, where possible changes to existing situations are required. I would like to refer to the traditional systems that we had, which were always, when we look back on it, which were always one of the best solutions. Now, traditionally, settlements were concentrated on highlands and agriculture was concentrated on lowlands. So floods never reached the human settlements. With time, with so many people from all over the country entering the valley every year and settling down for good in the capital city, a city where dreams would be realized. Now, with everyone vying for a house of their own and with the escalating land price due to high demand, the surrounding agricultural land has turned into continuous clusters and a complicated maze of unplanned residential sprawls without the required basic infrastructure to support the growth. The proposed land use plans, which were never strictly implemented or even referred to as, resulted in virtually turning our beautiful green valley into a horrific concrete jungle. The once rich agricultural lands beyond the ring road turned to real estate deals, and with built farms, the hard terrain no more allows percolation of water. A major function happening in a balanced ecosystem is thus stalled forever. Now, these two pictures are in the southern fringe, or from the southern fringe of Kathmandu Valley. The first picture was taken in January 2009, and the second picture was taken in June 2019. So within a span of 10 years, we see the changing scenario from a purely agricultural green area to a concrete jungle. Now, inside the ring road, what I'm trying to show here is the difference in planning approaches within the ring road and outside of the ring road. Inside the ring road, there are still to some patches of open green spaces visible, which definitely needs to be maintained and revived along with the river corridors. Now, looking beyond the ring road, I always wonder, is it out of control or reach of the authorities? Because commercialization of fields into real estate has shown no concern towards requirement of greenery and open public spaces, and a very denser than the urban core. Such a mass is developing beyond the ring road at a very rapid pace. Now, the local government claims they cannot control the flow of in-migration. So what then? Some municipalities opted for a change in the building bylaws. FAR was increased, more built-up area happened, which is now ultimately going to expose the traditional city cores to a very high risk in case of natural or man-made disaster situations, as the infrastructure remains the same and the overall pressure on it increases manifolds. Should not the government actually be working on decentralization for real? Yes, it's never too late, but then what are we waiting for? Time might be running out. With the federal system, our hopes were rekindled, but then again, much is yet to be done to address these issues. Another major encroachment is in the river corridors. For example, the width of the Hanumante, this is just a small example that I've taken, which was originally 6 to 10 meters, has now been shrunk into 2 meters. Similar is the case with other rivers and rivulets. Unplanned settlement without proper drainage has turned numerous localities into a waterlogged area. We ourselves have created these threats that we face every monsoon. Some pictures of monsoon times. As you sow, so shall you reap. Monsoon disaster that happened in areas around Bhaktapur. I would not call it disasters that were initiated by the monsoon, but these flash floods were initiated by human encroachment of rivers and floodplains. Reference to land use plans, never been prioritized, and proposals prepared by the right professionals seems to be just a collection that is to be showcased. Since the government and the people are both equally responsible for urban flooding issues, both should work together to solve the problem. Focus should be on preparing and strictly implementing proper land use plans and policies, land use zoning, and protecting the natural river rivulets with its floodplains, and providing alternatives for squatter settlements that are now in the river floodplains. Now, this is a picture showing the Bagmati, how it overflows into squatter settlement areas on its encroached banks almost every monsoon. This is a picture of Jamal. What will happen if rainfall like back in the 1990s occurred? The situation would be disastrous. The cities and roads may be waterlogged for days on end and depriving the people of safe drinking water and basic amenities, causing severe epidemics as an aftermath. What has gone wrong to date needs to be rectified the best way possible in the core areas, but things could be better in the surrounding hinterland areas where urban sprawl is still expanding at a rapid pace with minimum required professional interventions. Again, I would like to mention how the small-time real estate dealers are rendering the hinterland areas beyond the ring road to bits and pieces with no consideration towards the basic needs of open spaces, greenery, well-planned infrastructure, etc. What we see happening today thus are a maze of 4-meter roads with 2.5 to 3 ana plots tightly packed to the extent that it is a challenge to ensure good lighting and natural ventilation to all the internal spaces. And it's actually really very dangerous for people walking along those streets with vehicles shooting by you at high speed at times. Now, building bylaws are all about regulations that are to be followed within property boundaries. Planning norms should address neighborhoods at large and the entire urban sprawl too in the process simultaneously. Incentives could be a good way of controlling the public to follow the regulations, which also needs to be more practical in its overall approach. We should have strict regulations that require ample open spaces in the new settlements that are sprouting up. A green space with safety and security at regular intervals for locals to stroll around, from the elderly to the children, where they can socialize, would definitely knit the communities closer together, which in the long run would enhance community participation in all necessary development works for the betterment of these very areas. Now, consideration towards livability, comfort, safety, security that adds to the happiness index could do wonders in making our cities exemplary to all. The entire community has to contribute towards making this possible. Now, these are again a few pictures of urban flooding that I would like to share. The inundation of or urban flooding due to encroachment of riverbanks and bad infrastructure. This is the KU School of Fine Arts with the Meru City housing apartment complex at the back. So many valuable pieces were damaged by the floods in 2018. Similarly with Hathiban area, which gets flooded almost every year due to the encroachment in the Karmanasa River and the drainage overflow from the surrounding highlands. This is a lane that leads to Banglamukhi. With just a few hours of rain, this area gets flooded almost every year because there has been no upgradation in the drainage systems. Another basic and very transportation, which is a basic need for sustenance. Now this picture shows traffic congestion, which happened sometimes in early May when the Eastern lockdown was eased, and we see all these private vehicles flying on the road. So my question is road widening a solution? We need to facilitate the general mass with safe and well-managed public transport and make our streets pedestrian and cycle-friendly. Now, how can transportation be upgraded in our existing condition? What I would like to stress on is we need to work on making our cities more walkable. Cycle lanes should be increased to facilitate and promote cycling. Monitoring and managing public transport systems should be made mandatory. We should design safe and secure bus stops with basic facilities. And we need to promote electric vehicles to minimize carbon emission. For this, first we need to convince the government for tax rebates on electric vehicles. Let the earth heal further. We also need to get our priorities right. Now the global trend is focused on making cities more walkable, and I think we should also follow suit in this aspect. Look at our footpaths. They don't even follow the minimum norm of dimensions. We have these planters in the footpaths. So two people walking by without touching each other is almost impossible. Now, existing namesake footpaths need to be upgraded to facilitate easy movement with required physical distancing. This change should be in the topmost priority list throughout the valley and in the other cities throughout the country as well. We should think and work for the mass. These are again more pictures about the roads and the city scale. Now, almost after 6 months of healing, nature abounds along the roads and the parks. Let us care for it in the coming days so that it survives the harsh conditions that it will soon have to get used to as traffic increases and the air pollution starts to worsen. Now, this is one aspect of our roads and the greenery that grows alongside. What I wanted to focus on was, is the scale of the ring road right for a road that crosses right through the urban sprawl? Now, initially, Kathmandu city was confined within the ring road, but with time, it has expanded much further beyond the ring road. So today, the ring road crosses right through the urban center. And is it safe? Is it what is required? Our cities are built for vehicles with wide roads like highways. Making wider roads is not going to solve the problems. We need to facilitate a pedestrian and cycle-friendly street and even make it car-free in core areas. Now, as architects, I believe we need to promote biophilic design solutions and learn to live closer to nature. Now, these are some very good examples of cycle-friendly, pedestrian-friendly streets from around the world. Walkability as part of life is required to ensure a healthy future for the urban environment as well as for the majority of its inhabitants. We as citizens, we have the right to be able to walk the streets. Let the streets be a place, not just transition routes. Our cities can thrive and so will the economy alongside. I keep wondering why the government is not trying this out, at least from one strip of road, and see what happens. Now, safe open spaces and vibrant water bodies adds life to cities. Safe public spaces for the community to socialize, for the elderly to get some sun in the winter, for children to run around, play around safely without any hesitation. Patan Darbar Square is one of the most favorite places, and it stands proof as to how pedestrian-friendly squares become the heart of a dense urban center. Now, I've added a few pictures of Rani Pokhari as well. The revival of Rani Pokhari after 5 years, at least the pond and the temple part is almost done. And this, as we look at it in the coming future also, it will generate vibrancy to the surroundings as it had done before also. So, because water plays an important role in cityscapes and urban environmental regeneration. Now, crying over spilled milk and making a hue and cry will get us nowhere. We have to find solutions and work on it simultaneously and make sure that we do it with minimum intervention to the natural surroundings, with a major focus on maintaining ecosystems, maximizing urban greenery, open spaces for all, safeguarding water sources, safety and security for the urbanites, with a climate resilient approach to design solutions, keeping the entire surrounding neighborhood in focus instead of just the unitary structures within boundaries that together form communities and societies. If we walk towards the hinterland areas of the valley, what we see is that all is not lost yet. We need to focus on areas where things can still be done so as to contain the unplanned settlements that are tearing at the seams of the valley boundaries. So let us work together and show our solidarity in the conservation and maintenance of our existing breathing grounds so as to retain the beauty, the livability and comfort of the valley and to help maintain the air quality fit for all of us to breathe in. We have to learn to live with pandemics, natural disasters, climate change issues, and lots more. Let us together contribute towards increasing the livability index of our world for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Anjuji, for your very informative and thought-provoking presentation. Definitely, we have to learn to live with the pandemics and the disasters, especially in a country like Nepal. And our ancestors have taught us to be resilient, to be tolerant, to respect the nature, and live a community life, not an individual life. So Anjuji's presentation was focused more on the problems and issues in Kathmandu Valley. She has highlighted the major issues related to land use planning, disaster risk reduction, and the respect to the nature. So as she said, let us not cry for the spilled milk. So let us discuss the solutions which are practical in our context so that our future generation will remember us for solving the problem for them. Okay, so with this, I'll request Dr. Sunil Babu Shrestha for the next presentation. Dr. Shrestha is the Vice Chancellor of National Academy of Science and Technology based in Kathmandu. And Dr. Shrestha is an urban planner. He has worked many years in urban planning sector and currently is leading the NAST since the last 1 year. And Dr. Shrestha was he's the former member of the National Planning Commission also. And his passion is on food green cities. It is his hypothesis, food green cities, that the urban planners in Nepal are discussing these issues for many years. And we have terrace farming, we have urban farming, so many jargons we use, but he has framed his idea into food green cities. So he will make a presentation on this topic. His title is Food Green Cities, a Pathway to Sustainable Urban Development. Dr. Shrestha.
Namaskar to all. I'm going to present here about the Food Green Cities, a pathway to sustainable urban development in Nepal. This slide shows how the urbanization is going in the developed country in USA, California city as seen in the upper picture, and in developing country in Nepal, Kathmandu city as seen in the lower picture. Urbanization is the increase in the portion of the populations living in the towns and cities. It is obvious from the picture that the urbanization is going on at a rapid pace globally. In 1800, there were only about the 3% urban population in the old, but it is increased to 30% in 1950 and more than 50% in 2010 to become the urban dominated old, meaning that more than half of the urban population started living in the urban areas. In 2018, urban populations further increased to 55.3% and it expect it is expected that it reaches to the 60% by 2030 and the 68% by 2050. It is better to have a better understanding of the cities and urbanizations. The old cities take just the 2% of the Earth's surface, but these cities release more than 3/4 of the carbon emissions for the human activities and consumes the resources like the industrial wood and tapped water in the similar manner. Hence, the cities are the consumption centers and the source of greenhouse gas emissions, and we can say that the source of the climate change. But this graph shows if the cities are planned well, it also provides the opportunity to live in a more sustainable with a low ecological footprint per capita. The other fact about the cities is that the 80% of the global GDP is accounted by the cities. The contribution of the cities to national income is greater than their share to the national income. For example, the capital city of France, the Paris, has 16% of the population of France, but it accounts the 27% of GDP, and Metro Manila, the capital city of Philippines, with 12% of populations, contributes the 47% of the GDP. So the cities are the engines of growth. These slides represent how the urbanization is going on in Nepal. This is the picture of Kathmandu, capital city of Nepal, and one can easily perceive that it is urbanizing rapidly, but in an unplanned manner. This chart shows how the number of the municipalities in Nepal. In 1961, there were only the 10 municipalities and reached to 58 municipalities according to the 2011 census. But the government reclassified the and announced the 72 new municipalities on May 8, 2014, and number of municipalities reached to 130. Again, they added the more municipalities and the number reached to 191. Finally, after the restructuring, the number of municipalities reached to 293 with the 6 metropolitan cities, 11 sub-metropolitan cities, and the 276 municipalities, resulting the urban population more than the 60% since the municipality population is regarded as the urban populations in Nepal. However, you see the representative photographs in the slide showing that our municipalities still have some rural characteristics. This slide shows how the municipalities are distributed among the 7 provinces in Nepal. Comparatively, there are many municipalities in the province number 2 and Bagmati province, while in Karnali and Sudur Pachim province, there are only very few number of the municipalities. There are about the three metropolitan cities, 1 sub-metropolitan cities, and the 41 municipalities in Bagmati, which is regarded as the developed province, and only the 25 municipalities in Karnali province, which is regarded as per developed province, less developed province comparatively. This shows the municipalities or the cities are the indicators of the development as well. Most of our cities are facing the problems of solid waste management, slums and squatters. Our cities are lacking of infrastructures and services as per the demand of city dwellers. Air, river and the land pollutions, traffic congestions, climate change are the common issues of our municipalities. Change of land use without planning is becoming the challenge to our urbanizations. Agricultural lands are converting into buildings, into infrastructure, industrial blocks, greenery and open spaces are decreasing. So to feed the city dwellers, the foods are coming far from the place and even sometimes the out of the country. Hence, the food travel from production area to our dining tables measured by the food miles are increasing. To manage the urbanization in a planned way, the National Planning Commissions has prepared the guidelines for integrated urban development model, and the Department of Urban Development and the Building Construction DUDBC has initiated the preparation of integrated urban development master plan and DPR for the implementations in 185 municipalities. 14 national plan has also emphasized the development of the food green cities. What is the food green cities then? A food green city is a kind of eco-city that integrates the urban agriculture into urban planning and that enables its residents to live a good quality of life with a minimum consumption of the resources in harmony with the nature, culture, and future. It also a process of converting the green into the productive green. That is the food pros green. We have limited land in the urban areas, so this concept advocates the multi-purpose use of the green for sustainability, and it is better to have the productive green so that the city dwellers can have the affordable food supplies locally and the healthy environment with plenty of greenery in the cities. You see, the food green city has the 8 guiding pleasure principles. The first one is the plenty of the food green space or the urban productive green space. That is by preserving agricultural lands and increasing the productive greenery by various methods. The second one is the living and working together so that the mobility will be reduced with better planning. Third one, the ensuring the minimum consumption of the resources. Fourth one is attaining the sustainable neighborhood. Fifth one is the system of 3Bs, boot, bike, bus, and that is the promoting the mass transportations and discouraging the private vehicles. And sixth one, the use of energy efficiency and the eco-friendly technologies. Seventh one, the restructuring of the cities with the community participation. That is a phase-wise rebuilding our cities to sustainable cities. The eighth and the last one is the effort for zero waste emission. That is reduce the waste generation and reuse the or the recycle so that the minimum amount of will be sent to the sanitary landfill sites. This slide tries to explain about the principle of the food green cities. At present, the housing system is almost the individual houses. You see here in this picture, almost the individual housing, and the most of the area is covered by houses. And FGC concept advocates for developing the mid-high rise buildings 8 to 10 stories so that more space are available for the food greening and open space for increasing the food security and access the urban greenery areas. You see here is the urban greenery areas for urban dwellers. Similarly, another its idea is to make the living and working together, though the planning through the planning. So that it reduces the mobility. It aims to reduce the consumptions of resources, reuse the wastewater, and convert the waste to the compost so that it can be used for the urban agriculture activities. Food green cities aims the energy efficiency food supply system by producing the food locally, reduce the food miles so that it reduces the food miles, and because of this, less transportation of food required in the cities, which reduces the consumption of energy. Concept of food green cities has tried to give the answer of the 3 major questions which need to be answered to practice the urban agriculture. The first one is a way to do the urban agriculture in cities. This question is important, as you know that the land in the urban areas are very precious, and But you can find the plenty of unused and vacant lands in the cities which can be used for urban agriculture. Part of the greenery places and the parks, vacant areas and rooftops of houses, government buildings can be used for food green spaces. If we can do this, then it helps to prevail the greenery, resiliency, and the ecological balance in our cities. Second important question is how to do the urban agriculture in the cities. As you know, the cities are very sensitive places, or a small mistake can have the huge impact. So it has suggested to integrate the urban agriculture with urban planning, adopt the middle natural farming to modern farming like hydroponics techniques and practice the 3R policy, reduce, reuse, and recycle policy. It recommends to make the farming at the 3 stages, the private level, community level, and the city level. By doing this, helps our cities to make more planned and sustainable one. Similarly, who will do it is another important question need to be answered to practice the urban agriculture in the cities. City dwellers can give the part of their time, or the who lives in the house most of the time can do the urban agriculture activities, and job holders, when they are free, or the low skilled people or the volunteers can engage in the urban agriculture activities. For larger urban agriculture activities, community cooperatives or the private sectors can involve. This will help to make the inclusive and a more economic vibrancy in the cities. Let me show the some practices of food greening in the urban areas. These are the 2 photographs of examples from Japan. First one is the vacant one, vacant land along the roadside, and that has been utilized for producing the vegetables. And second picture showing the how planned way of doing the gardening of these agricultural activities with living species. So in a very managed and planned and harmonious manner. These photographs showing how our garden can be converted into the food green garden, and how we can use the rooftop as the food green spaces. These photographs are showing the growth scenario of the Kathmandu Valley, clearly showing the increase of the built-up area with a decrease of agriculture lands. Let's calculate how much area is available in the rooftop. You see these black rectangles. This is the aerial photographs of Kathmandu metropolitan city. And you see these black rectangles are the balcony spaces in the rooftop of houses in the KMC, Kathmandu metropolitan city. And let's take an example, assume the 400,000 houses in Kathmandu metropolitan, which has available of 600 square feet of area, 400 square feet at the top rooftop, and the 200 square feet in the front end and back of the houses for productive greening. And collectively, the area is very large. The area calculated was about the Banipa municipality. The calculated area is 5.57 square kilometer, which comes around the 11.2% of the total area and 16.5% of the built-up area of Kathmandu metropolitan city. Collectively, this is a large area where we can use as the food green space. A study was conducted to find how is the opportunity of using the food green city in the using the technique of hydroponics in the rooftop farming in the ward number 14 of Godavari municipality. It was found that there is a huge opportunity of use of hydroponics for rooftop farming, and the people are very much interested to do if the technical and other kind of the support is provided by the municipalities and other institutions. The hydroponics is a modern technology without soil, having the high scope for urban agriculture, as it needs the less care, less water, and less problem of disease and insects as compared to the conventional farming. Its demerit is the initial high cost and needs the technical knowledge. As is envisioned in the food green cities, promoting the urban agriculture has the physical, social, and ecological benefits. Some physical benefits are that it utilizes the unused lands, provides the green environment, maintains the balance between the built-up areas and the open spaces, prevents the surface ceilings, maintains the clean atmosphere, allows the emergency of spaces during the fire and earthquake. Similarly, it has also the social benefits, provides the opportunity for the part-time work, increases the household food security, improves the supply of food in the city, and helps for social integrations and among the neighbors, and supports the cultural activities, and also supplies the food with an energy efficient manner. It has also the ecological benefits as it improves the microclimate, decreases the air pollution, maintains the groundwater table, keeps the biodiversity, and reduces the urban heat island, and supports the waste management in the soil nutrients. The SDG 11 is related to the making the cities and human settlement inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. And one of the most important goal of it is to provide the universal access to the safe, inclusive, and accessible green and public spaces for all. And the food green cities concept helps to achieve this goal. Finally, I have some conclusions with a recommendation of these presentations. First one is the declaration of the municipalities with a classification that can be an opportunity to develop our municipality in a planned way. Food green city is an appropriate pathway to grasp this opportunity to create the inclusive, resilient, and sustainable urban areas as envisioned in the SDG 11. Huge opportunity of applying the emerging hydroponic technology suitable for the application of the urban agriculture at the rooftop for contributing the vacant spaces as the productive green spaces as advocated in the food green cities could have the ecological and economical benefits. The fourth, I would like to recommend to take the choice for managing the urbanization of Nepal by realizing the concept of food green cities, including the application of the food hydroponics technology for producing the food and providing the green spaces in the urban areas. This brings the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your kind.
Thank you, Dr. Shrestha. Thank you for your very innovative concept of a food green city. Dr. Shrestha has stressed the need for lowering the ecological footprint in our urban development. And he has proposed urban planning, a mixture of urban planning and urban agriculture, so that we achieve this food green city. And many experts, many urban planning experts, the architects, the environmentalists, they have talked about green city. Still, they are talking about green city. But Dr. Shrestha's thesis is to go one step further, to have to plant fruit trees, to plant vegetable trees, vegetable plants, and to add one more value to the greenery, that is the food green, make the cities not only green, but food green. And he has emphasized the need for a 3R policy in our solid waste management. And he has proposed farming at household level, at community level, and at the city level, and utilizing the leftover spaces, the terraces of the buildings, the RCC buildings, and the marginal land in our community. And he is confident that the food green city and the sustainable development goal number 11 to achieve the sustainable city, they go together. So food green city concept is one of the many ways to achieve SDG 11. So thank you, Dr. Shrestha, for your innovative ideas. Now, may I request Dr. Punne Sagar Maratha for his presentation. And Dr. Maratha is a professional planner based in Ontario, Canada. He's the Canadian. He is a member of the Canadian Institute of Planner and Ontario Professional Planner Institute, Canada. And he will talk about the urban governance. His title is Anticipated Urban Governance. Let us do the doable. We talk about many things, many concepts, many ideas, which may not be doable. So Dr. Maratha will talk about the doable ideas on urban governance. So Dr. Maratha, time is yours.
Namaskar, my name is Punya Sagar Maratha. I am currently based in Canada, working as a certified professional planner, originally from Nepali background. And I'm doing a presentation on anticipated municipal governance, doing the doable. That would be my paper. I'll be briefly talking about like how can Canadian municipal governance or local governance work, and what are the inferences we can draw from it. And I need to admit that, like, since I didn't work as a professional planner back home in Nepal, so I have very limited exposure on like what's going on or what was there. Majority of the time I was working as a university assistant professor in Department of Architecture and Urban Planning, so that is my area. That was my area when I was in Nepal. I transitioned to planning, and I love planning over here in Canada. Since majority of the participants in this conference are from Nepali background, I would prefer, and I'm more comfortable talking in Nepali, so please forgive me. I'll be talking in Nepali further onwards. क्यानाडा हामीले हेरे जस्तो हामीले सुने जस्तो मेट्रोपोलिटन मेगा सिटिजहरुको कन्ट्री होइन, यो आफैमा एउटा रुरल एरियाजको कन्ट्री हो। यसमा नेपालमा जस्तै 3 टियर्स अफ गभर्नेन्स छ। त्यो 3 टियर्स अफ गभर्नेन्सलाई रेगुलेट गर्नको लागि फेडरल लेभलमा केही पनि छैन, प्रोभिन्सियल लेभलमा एउटा सेपरेट मिनिस्ट्री छ र त्यो मिनिस्ट्रीसँग दुईटा बेसिक टुल्सहरु छन्, म्युनिसिपल एक्ट र म्युनिसिपल प्लानिङ एक्ट। म्युनिसिपल एक्टले म्युनिसिपालिटिजहरुलाई कसरी गभर्न गर्ने भन्ने कुरो डाइरेक्ट गर्छ भने प्लानिङ एक्टले ओभरअल डेभलपमेन्ट प्लानिङलाई चाहिँ डिक्टेट गर्छ, गभर्न गर्छ। स्ट्रक्चर हिसाबले हेर्ने भने क्राउन सबभन्दा माथि क्वीन छ क्यानाडाको, त्यसपछि फेडरल गभर्नमेन्टपछि प्रोभिन्सियल गभर्नमेन्टको मुनि म्युनिसिपल गभर्नमेन्ट्सहरु हुन्छ। तर म्युनिसिपल गभर्नमेन्ट्समा पनि दुई किसिमको म्युनिसिपल गभर्नमेन्ट भेटिन्छ। एउटा चाहिँ सिंगल टियर म्युनिसिपालिटिज भनिन्छ, जस्तै सिटी अफ टोरन्टो भनौँ अथवा भ्यान्कुभर अथवा अथवा जस्ता मेगा सिटिजहरु, ठुला सिटिजहरु चाहिँ सिंगल टियर म्युनिसिपालिटिज, उनीहरु डाइरेक्टली प्रोभिन्सियल गभर्नमेन्टसँग इन्टरेक्ट गर्छन् भने। अर्को झन्डै नेपालको जिल्ला विकास जस्तो अथवा जिल्ला जस्तो अर्को एउटा म्युनिसिपालिटी हुन्छ जसलाई अप्पर टियर म्युनिसिपालिटी भनेर भनिन्छ। कहीं त्यसलाई काउन्टी भन्ने गरिएको छ, कहीं रिजनल म्युनिसिपालिटी भन्ने गरिएको छ, कहीं रिजन मात्रै पनि भन्ने गरिएको छ। टर्मिनोलोजी जसको पनि उनीहरु चाहिँ अप्पर टियर म्युनिसिपालिटिज हुन् र उनीहरुको अन्डरमा लोअर टियर म्युनिसिपालिटिजहरु हुन्छन्। सो र पोलिटिक्स हेर्ने भने लोकल गभर्नेन्सको पोलिटिक्समा तीनटा कुरो एकदम प्रोमिनेन्टली देखेको रहेछ। एउटा कुरो चाहिँ के भने उनीहरुको कोर चाहिँ के भने सर्भिस डेलिभरी अनि अकाउन्टेबिलिटी। सर्भिस डेलिभरी नै र अकाउन्टेबल टु द पब्लिक, टु द्याट्स द कोर एरिया। त्यसपछि अरु तीनटा कुराहरु चाहिँ एकदमै इम्पोर्टेन्ट देखेको छु मैले। एउटा चाहिँ नो पार्टिजन पोलिटिक्स एट लोकल लेभलमा पार्टिजन पोलिटिक्स नै छैन। होला मेयरको कुनै यो वा त्यो पोलिटिकल पार्टीसँग एफिलिएसन त होला, तर त्यो चाहिँ एक्सप्लिसिटली देखिँदैन। सो त्यसले गर्दाखेरि इक्वल एन्ड इक्विटेबल सर्भिस चाहिँ पाउँछ रेजिडेन्ट्सले जस्तो फिल हुन्छ। त्यस्तै नेक्स्ट इज पब्लिक पार्टिसिपेसन. दिस इज मस्ट. कुनै पनि स्टेपमा एभ्री स्टेपमा चाहिँ नि पब्लिक पार्टिसिपेसन चाहिँ मस्ट नै राखेको छ बाई एक्ट नै. रमाइलो त केसम्म पनि छ भने तपाईँले एप्लिकेसन दिनुभयो कुनै एउटा डेभलपमेन्ट पर्मिटको लागि र त्यो डेभलपमेन्ट पर्मिटको लागि म्युनिसिपालिटीले 15 दिनभित्र अथवा 20 दिनभित्र निर्दिष्ट समयभित्र उसले एक्सन लिएन भनेदेखि तपाईँले तुरुन्तै चाहिँ त्यसलाई अपिल पनि गर्न पाउनुहुन्छ. त्यो च्यालेन्ज गर्ने अर्को एउटा पार्ट पनि छ. त्यो द्याट्स अल्सो भेरी भेरी इम्पोर्टेन्ट. र त्यो लोकल गभर्नेन्सको पोलिटिक्स जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई चाहिँ त्यो चाहिँ. अघि मैले 2टा टियर म्युनिसिपालिटिजको कुरा गरेको थिएँ. त्यसको एउटा सिम्पल इक्जाम्पल यहाँनिर छ. काउन्टी गभर्मेन्ट भने माथि चाहिँ काउन्टी गभर्मेन्ट त्यो अप्पर टियर भयो. त्यसको अन्तर्गत टाउनसिप हुनसक्छ, सिटी हुनसक्छ, टाउन, भिलेज, सानसानो म्युनिसिपालिटिजहरू हुन्छ. त्यो किन चाहियो त भन्दाखेरि त्यसले चाहिँ फाइदा के गर्दो रहेछ भने त्यसले रिसोर्स सेयरिङलाई फाइदा गर्दो रहेछ र ओभरअल त्यो रिजनल प्लानिङलाई सपोर्ट गर्दो रहेछ. रिजनमा सेयरिङको कन्सेप्टलाई सपोर्ट गर्दो रहेछ. रिसोर्स एलोकेसनलाई सपोर्ट गर्दो रहेछ र गभर्नेन्स त्यो मतलब अप्पर टियर म्युनिसिपालिटीको गभर्नेन्स चाहिँ नि डाइरेक्टली इलेक्टेड पब्लिक पिपलबाट नभइकन इन्डाइरेक्टली इलेक्टेड बोर्डबाट हुँदो रहेछ. त्यो उनीहरू चाहिँ नि त्यो तलका लोवर टियर म्युनिसिपालिटिजहरूबाट इलेक्ट भएका मान्छेहरूले नै इलेक्ट गर्दा रहेछन्. तर नेपालमा जस्तो त्यो किसिमको इलेक्सन भन्दा पनि नेपालमा चाहिँ सबैले एकजनालाई भोट हाल्न पाउँछ के अरे मैले थाहा पाए अनुसार. करेक्ट मी इफ आइ एम रङ. तर यहाँ चाहिँ जस्तो यो टाउनसिपबाट 7 जना काउन्सिल मेम्बर्स इलेक्टेड भयो. त्यो 7 जना मध्ये एकजना उनीहरू त्यही 7 जनाले त्यो 7 जना मध्ये एकजनालाई चाहिँ अप्पर टियर म्युनिसिपालिटीमा रिप्रेजेन्ट गर्न पठाउने भनेर डिसिजन गर्दो रहेछन्. र अप्पर टियर म्युनिसिपालिटी हेज द राइट टु अप्रुभ, च्यालेन्ज एन्ड रेकमेन्ड अल्टरेसन टु द लोवर टियर म्युनिसिपालिटिज पोलिसिज. तलकाले पोलिसिज बनाउँछ, अफिसियल प्लान बनाउँछ. तलकाले जेसुकै डकुमेन्ट बनाए पनि द्याट हेज टु बी अप्रुभ by the upper tier municipality. Whereas अघिको केसमा सिंगल टियर म्युनिसिपालिटी छ भने सिंगल टियर म्युनिसिपालिटीले पास गरेको कुराहरू सबै अप्रुभ गर्नलाई चाहिँ इट हेज टु गो टु द प्रोभिन्स. त्यो भयो. एउटा इक्जाम्पलबाट मैले अलिकति कसरी 3टा गभर्मेन्टहरूको रिलेसनसिप चाहिँ कसरी मेन्टेन हुँदो रहेछ भनेर इक्जाम्पल दिन खोजेको छु. जस्तो नेसनल लेभलमा फेडरल पोलिसी चाहिँ इमिग्रेसन एज अ फेडरल पोलिसी आयो. क्यानाडाले के भन्यो भने इमिग्रेन्ट्सहरूलाई ल्याएर ट्यालेन्टेड इमिग्रेन्ट्सहरूलाई ल्याएर चाहिँ राख्न सकियो भने त्यसले नेसनल प्रोस्पेरिटीलाई कन्ट्रिब्युट गर्छ भनेर एउटा फेडरल पोलिसी बनायो. त्यो फेडरल पोलिसीले इम्प्लिकेसन चाहिँ प्रोभिन्समा के भयो भने प्रोभिन्समा चाहिँ नि अब हाउसिङ किनभने मान्छे ल्याइसकेपछि कहाँ राख्ने त भन्दाखेरि मोर हाउसिङ मोर हाउसेस मोर चोइसेस त चाहियो. त अप्सन्सहरू दिनु पऱ्यो मान्छेलाई, अकोमोडेट गराउनु पऱ्यो भनेपछि मोर हाउसेस मोर चोइसेस एक्ट 2019 भनेर अन्टेरियोको प्रोभिन्सले एउटा बिल ल्यायो. त्यो बिलले भइरहेको इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चरमा कसरी इम्प्रुभ गर्न सकिन्छ, एउटा घरमा एउटा फ्यामिली मात्रै बस्नेबाट एउटा घरमा 2टा 3टा मल्टिपल फ्यामिलीजहरू बसाउने वातावरण कसरी क्रिएट गर्न सकिन्छ. यो अप्रुभल प्रोसेस टु लेन्दी भयो, अपिल प्रोसेस टु लेन्दी भयो भन्ने हो भने त्यसलाई कसरी घटाउन सकिन्छ. डेभलपमेन्ट फिजहरू लिइरहेको छ त्यसलाई कम गरायो भनेदेखि सोसल हाउसिङमा चाहिँ त्यसले कन्ट्रिब्युट गर्छ कि. यस्ता कुराहरूलाई चाहिँ रिभिजिट गर्नुपर्छ भनेर यो बिल ल्यायो. त्यो बिल ल्याएपछि त्यसले त के भयो भने लोकल म्युनिसिपालिटिजहरूलाई, लोवर टियर म्युनिसिपालिटिजहरूलाई अथवा अप्पर टियर म्युनिसिपालिटीलाई पनि एक किसिमको एडेड बर्डन त भयो नि. जुन ट्र्याकमा काम गरिरहेको थियो त्यो ट्र्याकभन्दा अलिकति बाहिरबाट काम गर्नुपर्ने रहेछ. त्यो भयो. त्यसलाई उसले के भन्यो भने यो थाहा छ यो चाहिँ प्रोभिन्सले ल्याएको पोलिसी तिमीलाई इम्प्लिमेन्ट गर्नको लागि इट्स नट अ केक वक फर यु गाइज. सो तिमीलाई जोनिङ बाइला रिभाइज गर्नु पऱ्यो, एमेन्डिङ द अफिसियल प्लान अथवा सेकेन्डरी प्लान, यो सबै कुरा रिभिजिट गर्नुपर्छ भने कम फरवर्ड, डु इट, बट विल सपोर्ट यु फाइनेन्सियली or not only financially but like other resources as and when needed भनेर प्रोभिन्सले गर्यो. अब यो गभर्नेन्सका लागि चाहिँ मस्ट डकुमेन्ट्स भनेर मैले बनाएको छु. यो सबै कुरालाई मैले फेरि कन्क्लुजनमा नेपाली कन्टेक्स्टमा रेप्लिकेट गर्ने कोसिस गर्छु अथवा रेकमेन्ड गर्ने कोसिस गर्छु. रेकमेन्डेसन भन्दा पनि मेरो अब्जर्भेसन मात्रै हो त्यसै. बट अगेन कमिङ ब्याक टु द स्लाइड, मस्ट डकुमेन्ट्सहरू भन्दाखेरि फेडरल गभर्मेन्टले एउटा गाइडिङ प्रिन्सिपल्स बनाइदिन्छ ओभरअल देशको लागि. लाई अब चाहिँ हामीले कुन डिरेक्सनमा लाने भनेर त्यसपछि प्रोभिन्सले चाहिँ त्यसैको आधारमा रहेर प्रोभिन्सियल पोलिसी डकुमेन्ट्सहरू बनाउँछ झगडा गर्छन् यहाँ पनि प्रोभिन्सको र फेडरलको चाहिँ नि दुईटा पार्टिजन पोलिटिक्स भइदियो भने एउटाले भनेको अर्कोले नमान्ने हुन्छ तर पनि के भने ओभरअल गाइडिङ प्रिन्सिपल चाहिँ एउटै हुन्छ त्यही गाइडिङ प्रिन्सिपल्सको बेसमा रहेर आफ्नो पोलिसी बनाउँछ प्रोभिन्सले प्रोभिन्सियल पोलिसी डकुमेन्ट बनाउँछ त्यसपछि सिंगल टियर म्युनिसिपालिटीले आफैले त्यो प्रोभिन्सियल पोलिसी डकुमेन्टमा बेस रहेर अफिसियल प्लान सेकेन्डरी प्लान जोनिङ बाइल स्ट्यान्डर्ड्सहरू बनाउँछ अफिसियल प्लानले ओभरअल अब 20 वर्षमा 15 वर्षमा 10 वर्षमा यो म्युनिसिपालिटीभित्र के गर्ने भन्ने प्लान बनाउँछ भने सेकेन्डरी प्लानले सेक्टरल एरियामा त्यही सिटीको अथवा त्यही म्युनिसिपालिटीको यो कर्नरमा के गर्ने त्यो कर्नरमा के गर्ने भन्ने बनाउँछ जोनिङ बाइला इज बेस्ड अन ल्यान्ड युज प्लानिङ गरेपछि यो जोनमा यस्तो किसिमको डेभलपमेन्ट मात्रै प्रमोट गर्ने त्यसका स्ट्यान्डर्ड्सहरू यस्ता हुन्छन् भनेर भन्छ सेम यतापट्टि यो अप्पर टियर म्युनिसिपालिटिजहरूमा चाहिँ नि जोनिङ बाइला त हुने कुरो भएन उसले चाहिँ अफिसियल प्लान र सेकेन्डरी प्लान्सहरू बनाउँछ तर त्योभन्दा तल गइसकेपछि लोवर टियर म्युनिसिपालिटीले पनि आफ्नो अफिसियल प्लान बनाउँछ सेकेन्डरी प्लान्सहरू बनाउँछ जोनिङ बाइला र स्ट्यान्डर्ड्सहरू बनाउँछ नेपालको कन्टेक्स्टमा मैले खालि एउटा इक्जाम्पल ड्र गर्न खोजेको यस्तो गर्यो भने हुन्छ कि भनेर अब अहिले यो कोभिड-19 पछि बाहिर गएको फरेन लेबरर्सहरू लाइक माइग्रेन्ट लेबरर्सहरू दे आर attempting to come back र त्यसलाई अकोमोडेट गर्ने एउटा नेसनल पोलिसी बनाउने हो भने फर एक्जाम्पल फेडरल गभर्मेन्टले चाहिँ प्रोस्पेरिटी थ्रु एग्रिकल्चर भन्ने एउटा गाइडलाइन बनायो भने त्यो गाइडलाइनको आधारमा बागमती प्रदेशले चाहिँ सपोर्ट द फार्मर्स फिड द नेसन भन्ने एउटा पोलिसी बनाउन सक्छ द्याट वुड बी द पोलिसी प्रोभिन्सियल पोलिसी स्टेटमेन्ट अनि त्यसलाई रिजनल म्युनिसिपालिटीको रूपमा चितवन डिस्ट्रिक्ट नभनेर रिजनल म्युनिसिपालिटी अफ चितवन भनेर हामीले चाहिँ त्यसलाई त्यसरी फ्रेम गर्यौँ भने त्यसको आधारमा चाहिँ एग्रिकल्चरल इन्डस्ट्रियलाइजेसन वुड बी द अफिसियल प्लान अफ चितवन अनि त्यसले के गर्छ भने सेक्टरहरूमा हेर्छ सौरामा इको टुरिज्म हुनसक्छ रामपुरमा स्पेसल इन्डस्ट्रियल जोन हुनसक्छ कविलासमा हर्टिकल्चर एन्ड फ्लोरिकल्चर हुनसक्छ मैले यो किन भनिरहेको छु भने चितवन त एउटा इक्जाम्पल मात्रै हामीले धरान रानी करिडोर हेर्न सक्छौँ भैरवा बुटोल कनेक्सन हेर्न सक्छौँ तिनीहरू पनि रिजनल लेभलमा डेभलप हुन सक्छन् दाङ भ्याली हुनसक्छ सो रिजनल म्युनिसिपालिटीको कन्सेप्टमा जान सकिन्छ र त्यसरी चाहिँ डेभलपमेन्ट गर्न सकिन्छ जस्तो लाग्छ अब कन्क्लुजनमा आउनु पर्दाखेरि चाहिँ यो सबै कुरो डेभलपमेन्ट प्लानिङ भनेको चाहिँ दिस इज द क्यारियर अफ सस्टेनेबल डेभलपमेन्ट गभर्नेन्स अफ प्लानिङ एकदमै जरुरी रहेछ क्यानाडामा त्यो देखिन्छ प्लानिङलाई पनि गभर्न गरिएको छ रेगुलेसन अफ डेभलपमेन्ट एक्टिभिटीलाई पनि रेगुलेट गरिएको छ मैले सिम्पल इक्जाम्पल दिन्छु मलाई मन लाग्यो भने मैले चाहिँ नि मेरो पर्खाल 6 फिटबाट 8 फिट बनाउन पाउँदिनँ मैले त्यसको लागि पर्मिट लिनुपर्छ र 8 फिट भनेको द्याट विल गो अगेन्स्ट द बाइल सो बाइललाई नै अप्रुभ गर्ने चाहिँ रिक्वेस्ट गर्नुपर्छ म्युनिसिपालिटीले नो भन्न सक्छ अपिल गर्नुपर्ने हुन्छ सो देयर आर सर्टेन थिङ्स त्यसरी रेगुलेट गरेको त्यसरी गभर्न गरिएको छ क्रुसियल रिलेसनसिप बिट्विन मेम्बर अफ पब्लिक एन्ड म्युनिसिपल गभर्मेन्ट त्यो पनि एकदमै राम्रो इन्टरेक्सन चाहिँदो रहेछ पब्लिकसँग त्यो चाहिँ पार्टिजन पोलिटिक्स भयो भने त्यो सम्भव हुँदैन रहेछ त्यसले गर्दा एज एन आउटसाइडर अब त आउटसाइडर भयो म्युनिसिपल गभर्मेन्टको सेक्टरमा पनि और इन जेनरल लाइक प्लानिङ स्पियर नेपाली प्लानिङ स्पियरभन्दा बाहिरको हिसाबले मलाई चाहिँ के लाग्छ भने मेरो अब्जर्भेसन सिङ्क्रोनाइज्ड एफर्ट इज मिस्ड due to needless partisan rivalry at local level त्यसले गभर्नेन्सलाई हिन्डरेन्स गरिरहेको छ त्यो गभर्नेन्सलाई हिन्डरेन्स गरेको कारणले गर्दाखेरि एन्टिसिपेटेड रिजल्ट चाहिँ पाउन सकिरहेको छैन बट दिस इज द हाई टाइम बिकज दिस इज द फर्स्ट इलेक्सन वी एभर ह्याड आफ्टर द 3-tier गभर्नेन्स सो मलाई के लाग्छ भने अहिले म्युनिसिपल गभर्मेन्टहरूले त्यो दे आर लस दे आर कुहिरोको काग जस्तो भएको छ त्यसबाट बस्नको लागि चाहिँ यस्ता किसिमको पोलिसी डकुमेन्ट्सहरू बनाउँदै गएर गभर्नेन्सलाई स्ट्रङ गर्यो भने देयर इज अ ब्राइट फ्युचर आई थिङ्क द्याट्स द एन्ड अफ माई स्लाइड थ्याङ्क यू इफ यु हेभ एनी क्वेसन्स
Thank you, Dr. Purnisagar Maratha. Thank you for giving us some insight into the urban governance system in Canada, although Canada and Nepal are no comparison at all. But you just mentioned that Canada is basically a rural country as Nepal, but Nepal is urbanizing very fast, and Another thing, you just highlighted how the three tiers of government in Canada, they support each other, they complement each other, and they do not encroach into each other's territory, which is not the case in Nepal. In our case, we are in the very initial stage of federalism, and the three tiers of government, they fight with each other. They consider each other as the enemy. That is reflected in their day-to-day administration, in the speeches of the ministers and all these things. And we have to really learn how to live in a federal governance system. And you also mentioned that there is no partisan politics in Canadian local government. That is very, very interesting. And this that should happen in the local level. I mean, no people's representative, mayor, deputy mayor, or councillors, they should identify as a member of the certain party. They may belong to the party, but they should not demonstrate that attitude in front of the people. They should consider themselves as the real people's representative, irrespective of their party affiliation. But in our case, it's a long way to go to achieve that situation. And as you know, Nepali society is a highly politicized society. I mean, it is so difficult to meet a person who does not belong to any political party. So because of this highly politicized society, I mean, it's very difficult to visualize that our representatives, they just consider themselves as people's representative, not as a member of the certain political party. Anyway, I mean, we have to learn many things from Canada. So thank you very much for bringing that insight into our local government system. Now, I welcome the next speaker, Matina Sakya. So Matina Sakya is the PhD candidate in United States. She's doing PhD in Villanova University, USA. And she will talk about influence of the land cover change in demographic alteration of Vishnumati River corridor of Kathmandu Valley. So Matinaji, the time is yours.
Namaste, my name is Matina Shakya and I'm a PhD student in Villanova University. My specialization is on water resources and stormwater management. Today I'll be talking about the influence of land cover change on geomorphic alteration in Vishnumati River. And my team members are Dr. Virginia Smith, Dr. Kabindra Shakya, and Ms. Victoria Ray. So in general, river system continuously responds to environmental dynamics over time. So they tend to have their in-season by eroding the valley or aggregation by depositing the bed load along the channel length as they move downstream. So geomorphological alteration can cause such erosions and depositions as they move downstream, and they are dependent on several factors. So this study is about understanding the river dynamics of Vishnumati River, which is known to be one of the unstable rivers of Nepal and has been suffering from bank erosion and environmental degradation since past. In this presentation, this discussion will be deliberated in consideration of the land cover change. Vishnumati River is a perennial river that is situated in the northwest region of Kathmandu Valley and is one of the major tributary to Bagmati River. It originates from Sivapuri National Park and converges down to Bagmati River near Teku. Most of the literature reveals that the bed material contributing to Vishnumati River is of lacustrine and fluviatile deposits, and the typical bed material found in the river are gravels, muddy sandy gravel, and muddy gravel. The main objective of this study is to assess the influence of the land cover change in geomorphic alteration in Vishnumati River, and also to discuss on how this change in land cover demands the initiatives of sustainable development in the valley. Two methods are used to understand the influence of land cover over the geomorphic change in Vishnumati River. The first one is normalized difference vegetation index, which is a vegetation index that estimates the loss of green space over time. So in order to evaluate the NDVI, we need Landsat imagery data, which is available at USGS website. In our research, we have used Landsat 4.5 and Landsat 8 data. So NDVI is a scale that determines the land use pattern for a specific area. So on a scale of 0 to 1, NDVI represents highly vegetated pervious area closer to 1, while impervious areas such as road or roads, industry, it represents closer to 0. So second method is the Gary Parker's 1D morphodynamic model, which is used to perform the geomorphological computation. This model is freely available in the internet. So this model requires certain input parameters in order to simulate the bed change over a river channel. So most of these parameters are referenced through a series of literature provided by Tamrakar and his team. We calculated the flow using NRCS curve number method, which is dependent on weather data and land cover data. So seasonal mean precipitation data from 1980 to 2009, which was recorded by Department of Hydrology and Meteorology was used, and this analysis was provided by Vidal and his team. And the curve number was referenced from Misra and Takara's work in 2009. All of these references are provided at the end of this presentation. And with all of these input parameters, we compute the geomorphological alterations and then check whether there is in season or aggregation happening in the river. 4 Landsat images were gathered from 1990 to 2009 in order to get the understanding of how the landscape has changed in about 30 years. NDVI indicated the areas where land cover changes were occurring. So a sharp decrease in maximum NDVI value was observed from 1990 to 2019, which indicated that the green spaces were decreasing throughout the valley. The mean NDVI decreased from 0.32 in 1990 to 0.22 in 2019 in Kathmandu Valley. So this mean NDVI value in 2019 was closer to 0.2, which is the threshold value that determines if a space is vegetated or no. So this shows that much of the land is turning into impervious area in comparison to what was once natural space or agricultural land in the Kathmandu Valley. Land cover data sets for Bisnumati watershed was obtained from ICIMOD website for 3 years, 1990, 2000, and 2010. The area surrounding Bisnumati River consisted of 6 different types of land cover, which are forest, barren land, agricultural, urban area, grassland, and shrubland. So over the time, the urban area, which is represented by red color in this graph, has increased significantly, specifically near the river channel, which once was used to be the agricultural land. So the properties of land cover change over the time actually influences the surface runoff and soil hydraulic properties, meaning that as the surface is more impervious, infiltration capacity is decreased and runoff is increased. So increase in surface runoff leads to massive flooding. So for the given urban area, flow was estimated for monsoon season, and it was found that the flow increased about 3.5 times in 2000 and about 8 times in 2010 when comparing these flow values to the 1990 flow. The graphs in this presentation represents the geomorphological alteration in channel bed in channel bed for 3 different years, 1990, 2000, and 2010. The x-axis in the channel length, the x-axis represents the channel length, and it increases as we move downstream of the channel. The y-axis represents whether the channel is experiencing incision or aggregation over the estimated time. For example, for 1990 graph, we can observe that about 5 meters of channel bed is eroded and can be observed nearly around 4,000 meters downstream within 10 years of time span. For 2000, about 12 meters of erosion in Bisnumati River is estimated between 2000 and 2010, and this can be observed at about 8,000 meters downstream of the channel. Similarly, for 2010, about 40 meters of erosion is occurred within 2010 to 2020, and this indicates that the rate of incision in Bisnumati River is increasing over time. With all of these results, it indicates that the Bisnumati River is suffering from bank erosion over time and that there is a loss of green spaces and increase of impervious area in the studied area. A sensitivity analysis was also calculated for the literature flow value to understand whether the river is eroding or experiencing sediment deposits now. For a given flow value of about 3.4 meter cube per second, which was observed as monthly max data for 1998, has about 3 meters of in-season over 10 years of time span within 1,000 meters of channel length. So this indicated that the river has been experiencing erosion even with the flow value of 3.4 meter cube per second. So in general, erosion affects the waterways. High erosion in the river channel causes flooding and sedimentation. It loses the soil nutrients and thus it causes environmental degradation. For example, a recent flood in Nepal during July 2020 near Teku is a good example of how the increase of impervious surface has caused higher surface runoff in the valley. The takeaway knowledge from this study was that the Kathmandu Valley has gone through a large-scale change over time, especially in the matter of loss of green spaces and increase in surface runoff. This is caused due to increase in imperviousness. So if this trend continues, more flood events are to be expected due to predicted high runoff flows during the rainfall event. Therefore, there is an urgent need for a sustainable initiatives and land preservation approaches in Bisnumati area as well as in the Kathmandu Valley. So I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge some of the people who has helped me in this research. Firstly, I would like to thank Dr. Smith, Dr. Kavindra Shakya, and Ms. Victoria Reid, with whom this project would not have been possible. I'm very thankful for their continuous support, supervision, and the work that they have contributed in making this a successful one. I also would like to take this opportunity to thank NRN Global Knowledge Convention for providing us the platform to talk about our research. I'm also very thankful to all of the authors from all of the literatures that I have studied, without whom this would not have been possible because they provided so many literature background to this project. And at last but not the least, I would like to thank Nikesh. He's a friend of mine, for collecting photos from Bisnumati River near Gongabu area. These are the references that I have used in this research. And I would like to thank and would like to conclude this presentation here. If you have any questions.
Thank you, Matinaji. Matinaji's presentation is more of a scientific presentation based on a research on Bisnumati river corridor. And the finding of our research is that the banks of Vishnumati River is eroding continuously, and the land belonging to the river plain is being encroached. So she has emphasized the need for land preservation based on the scientific evidence. So thank you, Mutinaji. Thank you for a very interesting presentation. Now, as per our program, we have a lunch break, but I have been told by the organizers that we can move ahead with one more presentation, and then we have a panel discussion. So we'll skip the lunch break for the time being, and we'll move over to the next presentation. The next presentation was supposed to be from Raj Maharjan, based in New Zealand, but unfortunately, we are missing him today. So I will move to Sarita Shrestha Maskeji for our presentation. And Saritaji is the former Joint Secretary of Ministry of Urban Development in the government of Nepal, and earlier she was in the Department of Urban Development and Building Construction. So she will talk about urbanization in Nepal, challenges and opportunities, with special reference to our policies. So Saritaji, time is yours.
Welcome everybody. I want to talk briefly about Nepal's urbanization, the challenges and opportunity it brought. Further, I'll discuss the essential policy document related to urban development, conclude with some recommendations, and show the way forward. These two pictures represent how urbanization is growing in the bigger cities of Nepal. Urbanization is disorganized, unintended, and Kathmandu-centric. Substandard infrastructure and services, traffic congestion, litter solid waste, electrical poles without lights, damaged solar photovoltaic systems, informal sectors, air pollution, urban flood are the significant challenging characteristics. The COVID-19 pandemic has added new challenges to cities, and it is proof that the situation in which cities have been growing cannot better respond and cope with the current crisis. According to CBS 2020, Nepal's total population is more than 29 million. Nepal is the fastest urbanizing country in South Asia. The level of urbanization remains low, but the pace of urbanization is more rapid. The figure demonstrates an uneven spatial distribution of the municipality. There are three categories: metro, sub-metro, and municipalities. Nepal's demographic transformation is characterized by fast-growing population density along the east-west, coastal, and mid-hill highways and close to the border side. The figure on the right top shows that many cities have been created within 6 years between 2014 and 2017, giving more emphasis on the role of population size than the criteria such as density and economic structure. The conversion of rural space into urban is an essential contributor to urban growth. There is more than 62 municipal population in Nepal. It is a story opportunity for all the urban sector agencies and stakeholders to develop the municipality into the healthy, livable cities for the growing population with decent and affordable housing, including necessary urban population, urban infrastructure and services. But the development has not been seen much in the positive direction, posing multiple challenges to urban management. Along with 193 member states of the United Nations, Nepal has also adopted Sustainable Development 2030 agenda. There are 17 goals, and the SDG 11 is for sustainable cities and communities, aiming to make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. According to the SDG report 2020, goal 11 is stagnating, which means that indicators' performance is less than 50%. Among the three most required indicators, only the public transport system got better. The indicators for air pollution due to particulate matters 2.5 ppm has to be reduced, and the pipe water supply has to be increased to be uplifted from stagnation level. Cities are human creation, and it presents an opportunity for everyone to enjoy the urban services and amenities. Urban areas are considered the engine of growth and the center of a vibrant economy. General people, especially young people, aspire to be in the cities where there is less encroachment to the historic heritage sites, well-managed traffic system, clean water bodies and rivers without messy wires, wider footpath, walking, biking zones. More open spaces are needed for recreation and safety, especially disaster pandemic situation. The aspiration of ordinary people are fundamental to better urban design. However, we lack even these essential things. Fund, land, private sectors are vital in the development process of urban infrastructure and services. Besides, lack of effective implementation of policy, acts, rules, and regulation through coordination among the service providing agencies, discontinued capacity building in this new federal context, weak response to disaster, pandemic, and inadequate allocation of funds are the significant challenges in Nepal. Lack of regulations, means and tools for urban planning hinders the proper functioning of local level. To address the challenges mentioned above, the formulation and implementation of the right policies framework are vital to respond to urban growth. Investment in the urban sector and institutional effectiveness. After the promulgation of the new constitution and the restructuring of the state, the urban government and agency have been extensively involved in revising and formulating their plans and policies. They are addressing the change context of organization. The National Urban Policy 2064 is one of the important policy documents. It has undertaken significant policy initiatives in the country's urban development sector. This policy became the foundation for guiding municipalities and channeling the strategic investment, but it had not been able to link with related sectoral plans and programs, resulting in the weak implementation of the policy. Considering also several inadequacies in this document, it has been in the revised process aimed at balanced urban system and urban structure at all levels, integrated urban structure and services, effective mobilization of economic and financial resources, strengthen organizational capacity at all levels. To fulfill these objectives, it contains 6 policies, 26 strategies, and 113 working policies. The Ministry of Urban Development presents the national report to the 3rd United Nations on Housing and Sustainable Urban Development, Habitat 3rd. It builds on Nepal's progress on the Habitat 2nd to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, the Paris Agreement on Climate Change, and other national international commitments. There is a need for assessment of new urban agenda implementation status. The new urban agenda's goal is to make cities and human settlement inclusive, safe, resilient, sustainable, and smart, to enhance their ability to provide decent jobs and adequate housing infrastructure and services to the growing population. It includes 20 years plan with 6 actions and 12 indicators. The National Urban Development Strategy is formulated with the time horizon of 15 years. The main objective is to develop medium and long-term strategic vision of desirable and realistic national, subnational urban system based on existing trends and resource potentiality. The diagram on the right shows urban development strategies guided by 5 basic principles for addressing 4 implementation mechanisms for developing 4 thematic sectors. It requires updating. It is essential to have rules and regulation to implement policy document effectively. After a long effort, Urban Development Act 2077 has been finally drafted. It is necessary to amend and consolidate the existing urban development laws and to manage the urbanization taking place in the country for improving urban dwellers' living standard through the formulation and implementation of urban planning. The Ministry of Urban Development has been finalizing this document. Urban Development Acts allows all levels of governance to plan and program formulation, approval and execution of works appropriately through establishment of urban information system that is vital for National Council and steering committees for taking a decision on setting up of urban development projects and their construction management challenges. Nepal has a long history of urban planning. The government has involved many national and international experts in these activities. Planning history started in the late 70s and it kept its pace till today. And the latest is namely new towns, one city, one identity, integrated urban development plans, smart cities, corridor development plans, and many others. Among these several institutions related to urban development establishment in 2012 is a milestone. The use of frontier technology drastically improved the urban plan formulation and implementation approaches. I have drawn few conclusions. Despite several policies and acts available to address the SDG target in Nepal, the policy disconnect, uncoordinated implementation, and lack of collaborative mechanism for engaging different interest groups in the development discourse make SDG achievement by 2030 a real challenge. In addition, new municipalities are under immense pressure aggravated by pandemic due to COVID-19. The available legal documents at local level are ad hoc and inadequate for a sustainable urban development. There are many possibilities of leveraging its urbanization for gains in productivity and prosperity if the policy and acts were implemented timely and the local governments emancipated with dignity in Nepal. Recommendation would be draft policy and acts should be revised and promulgated timely so that the necessary documents like guidelines, standards, manuals, and norms could be brought in place at all levels of governance. New and emerging technologies must be utilized where possible to shorten the planning and implementation time frame. establish linkage between academia, industry, related agency, and diaspora. Today's takeaways are the government should implement policy, rules, and regulations so that all the stakeholders perform the work on time, focus on the access to core services to combat with pandemic situation and disaster. Immediate beautification of existing urban areas must be implemented, making the city thriving environmentally and economically. Ministry of Urban Development should take advantage of Nepali diaspora through brain gain and brain circulation system in urban planning. Professional organization, urban forums, and diaspora should act as a think tank for a sustainable urban development. Finally, the key message is we should act now. We have almost all means and tools at federal level. We need to support the provincial and municipal level for better urban growth. With this, I thank you.
Thank you, Saritaji, for bringing the overview of the policies, programs, and strategies in the urban development sector in Nepal. You have highlighted the planning initiatives in the past in the context of urban policy, national urban policy, the National Urban Development Strategy, and the new Urban Development Act that is being in the stage of discussion now. It is not enacted yet. And you have also highlighted the need for coordination among all the stakeholders, because urban development is a multi-sectoral task. One agency or one party cannot do it all. There is a need for private sector, the government, the community, and the citizens. They all need to come together to create, to achieve the common vision of the city. And you have also highlighted the need for reshaping the cities, correcting them, redeveloping them, cleaning them, and putting them in proper order. As most of the cities and towns are in very chaotic situation in Nepal, the first and foremost thing what we can do in Nepal is to keep them in proper order, clean them, organize them, and then now we can go for planning and development. And you also indicated the opportunity for the collaboration between the Nepali diaspora and the resident professionals in Nepal. That is one of the objectives of this NRN Global Knowledge Conference, to bring all the professionals together in all the sectors of development and especially for sustainable urban development. So thank you, Saritaji. Now all the presentations are over now, and we'll move to the panel discussion. The panel discussion was recorded earlier, and I request our IT team to just start the panel discussion, the pre-recorded panel discussion. But all of us will be here, and at the end of panel discussion, we will have some questions and answers. So I request all the speakers as well as all the participants to have some patience for at least about an hour. So we'll complete this program within 1 hour and about 15 minutes. So thank you.
Everyone, good afternoon. My name is Ambika Adhikari. I'm an urban planner and international development professional based in Phoenix, Arizona. And it's a great opportunity to come to this symposium, Sustainable Urban Development in Nepal, as a part of the Global Knowledge Convention of NRNA 2020. We do this every 2 years. The first one is in 2018. The second one is in 2020. We had many, many interesting presentations, about 10 or 11 of the presentations on the Sustainable Urban Development session. And this panel discussion is a little bit of an open forum to discuss and to organize some of our thoughts and interact, because our presentations were individual. This is also a platform for interaction. This session was essentially created because urban development is one of the primary elements for Nepal. And we have some thoughts on urban development in the symposium that we try to tackle. First of all, what are the obligations that Nepal has with the Sustainable Development Goals of 2015 that were organized by the UN? And the sustainable communities and the cities is goal number 11 of that SDG. And we wanted to make it a little bit consistent with that. And given that, we try to cover the topics. What are the challenges that are related to urban development in Nepal? What are the urban governance and other tools and mechanisms, those kind of issues that are important to continue good urban development and management? How does the urban environment interact with the way that we want our cities to look, like pollution, water supply, and the waste management? And what are the kind of amenities that we need? Open spaces, housing, and many other things that make our urban city a really good livable place. And then how do we tackle the resiliency? As you know, there are pandemics, there are earthquakes, there are floods. We've been seeing a lot of those, especially the pandemic that we're seeing right now, 2015 earthquake. So the presentations that were made tackled in at least these 6 different areas. And we have the many different presenters. I would maybe just call them by their name when we begin to talk, when they begin to respond. So I will not spend time in introducing everyone right now, but we have people from Canada, USA, New York, New Zealand, and many places within the USA, and several persons in Nepal. So we also had one presenter from UK, but right now it's like 2 a.m. time right there. So it was a little difficult. But what we will do then is, I'm very thankful that Dr. Swarni Magle, the former vice chairman of the National Planning Commission, who is also the chair of IIDS, Institute of International Integrated Development in Nepal, has agreed to be our chair. So I'm going to ask Dr. Swarni Magle to give some initial thought and set the tone for this symposium, basically based on all these presentations and the presenters and the paper that we talked about. And then we'll take it from there. I will be your moderator. Dr. Magle, it's to you now.
Thank you, Dr. Adhikari. I'm delighted to join this distinguished panel. All of you are well-known experts in the field of urban planning and urban governance. I'm not an urban planner, but as an economist, I see this in the larger frame of economic progress and sustainability. So I'm going to concentrate my set of remarks along those lines. And I'm going to switch between English and Nepali, knowing that this is largely a Nepali audience. I think 3 themes are to be recognized, right? One is to understand the trend of the process of structural transformation in Nepal. And I've been, people who have been listening to me, I've emphasized this word, atypical structural transformation. So people are coming out of agriculture, but they're not being absorbed by the modern industrial sectors, especially the more dynamic subset within the industrial cluster, which is manufacturing. And we're directly jumping into services at a stage of development that is very low. We're still at $1,000 per capita per year, which is really low income, we're the poorest country in Asia, other than Afghanistan. So at that stage of development, I think, yet we're urbanizing very fast. And that process of atypical structural transformation is undergirded by this process of migration and urbanization. So I think recognizing the trend is very important. The second is, drawing on the international literature, how do we harness the economic potential of our urbanization? Now, works by Ed Glazer at Harvard, for example, talks about cities potentially being an endogenous source of economic growth and jobs. But all this is conditional on managing urban growth and urban governance, right? And this is tied with the SDG 11 and how Nepal's model will probably have to be slightly different. For example, we've just embarked on this process of federalism. So यो संघीयता अन्तर्गतको चाहिँ सहरीकरणलाई पनि कसरी व्यवस्थापन गर्ने भन्ने कुराहरू महत्त्वपूर्ण छन्. सो यो तीनटा थीममा म अलिकति जान्छु. अब स्पेसिफिक डिटेलहरू यहाँहरुबाट आइसकेका छ र आउँछ नै. अब सबैजना एक्सपर्ट हुनुहुन्छ. तर अगेन यो लार्जर फ्रेममा चाहिँ अलिकति यो अर्बनाइजेसनलाई बुझ्यौं भने नीतिगत सम्बोधनको लागि सजिलो हुन्छ जस्तो मलाई लाग्छ. सो एटिपिकल स्ट्रक्चरल ट्रान्सफर्मेसनमा यसमा खास भन्न खोजेको के हो भन्दाखेरि त्यो रुरल लेबर जुन सरप्लस चाहिँ सिटिजमा आउँछ, युजुअली द्याट इज कन्ज्युम्ड बाइ द प्रोसेस अफ इन्डस्ट्रियलाइजेसन. तर हाम्रो सहरहरूको एकदमै अद्भुत खालको अथवा एकदम आधुनिक चाहिँ औद्योगिकरण भएको छैन हैन. भनेपछि यो एटिपिकल स्ट्रक्चरल ट्रान्सफर्मेसन लार्जली फ्युअल्ड बाइ एपिक आउट माइग्रेसन, रेमिटेन्स इकोनोमीले फ्युअल गरेको छ. तर पिपल हु आर रिटर्निङ आर नट गोइङ ब्याक टु द भिलेजेस. सबै अब यो अर्बन स्प्रल र अर्बन ग्रोथको एउटा कारक चाहिँ त्यो पनि भइराखेको छ. अब नेपालको हकमा 1954 मा हामी 3% भनेर रहेछौँ हैन हाम्रो अर्बन पपुलेसन. 2011 सम्म झन्डै 60 वर्षपछि पनि जम्मा 17% भनिराखेका रहेछौँ. देन सडनली वी हैव क्लासिफाइड आवर वे इन्टु अर्बनिजम हैन. 16 म्युनिसिपालिटी 1971 मा हुँदै 2011 मा जम्मा 58 वटा 58 म्युनिसिपालिटिज थियो. अब अहिले त हामीले 293 चाहिँ अब स्थानीय तहहरूलाई चाहिँ नगरपालिका भन्दैछौँ छौं र खाली त्यो प्योरली आर्बिट्रेरीली क्लासिफिकेसनको हिसाबले चाहिँ मोर देन 60% अफ नेपाल इज अलरेडी classified as inhabitants of urban municipalities. तर अर्बन फेसिलिटिज छैन, एमेनिटिज छैन हैन. यी यावत कुराहरूलाई चाहिँ हामीले हेर्नु पर्यो. अर्को अघि मैले भने नि यो अर्बनाइजेसन र माइग्रेसनले अन्डरगर्ड गरिराखेको छ एटिपिकल स्ट्रक्चरल ट्रान्सफर्मेसनको प्रक्रियालाई. 1950 देखि 1980 कै बीचमा पनि हेर्दाखेरि हैन यो आधुनिकीकरण यो ग्लोबलाइजेसनको एरामा हामी जानुभन्दा अगाडि नै पनि सडन जिल्लाहरूको जनसङ्ख्या क्वाड्रुपल भएको छ. झापाको फर एक्जाम्पल सबै मोर देन हाफ of Nepal's population moved from the mountains to settlements in the Tarai. यो त्यो 50s देखि 80s कै बिचमा पनि क्वाड्रुपल झापाको कञ्चनपुरमा त 9 टाइम्सले बढेको रहेछ. अब 1980-90 पछि त यो सब मैले अघि भनिहालेँ रेमिटेन्स र यो माइग्रेसनको फ्लोले गर्दाखेरि झन् चर्किराखेको छ र यो सहरीकरणको दबाव चाहिँ हाम्रो पूर्व पश्चिम हाइवे लगायतका सिटिजहरूमा काठमाडौँ भ्याली, दाङ भ्याली, पोखरा भ्याली. सो यो 80% अफ नेपाल्स पपुलेसन इज लाइकली टु be located in 20% of our territory. So यसले पनि नयाँ खालको चुनौतीहरू ल्याउँछ नै. अब अघि मैले एड ग्लेजरको काम भने जस्तै तर यो अर्बनाइजेसन र ग्रोथ अटोमेटिकली लिङ्क चाहिँ हुँदैन हैन. सो त्यहाँनिर अनि पोलिसीको चाहिँ रोल हुन्छ. यसलाई लिङ्क गरिदिनको लागि कहीँ नेचुरल फ्याक्टर्सहरूले हुनसक्छ, कहीँ नन गभर्मेन्टल डाइनामिक्सले हुनसक्छ. युरोप अमेरिका हामीले देख्यौँ अब युनिभर्सिटी टाउन भएकै कारणले पनि सिटिजहरू ग्रो भएको देखियो हैन. एजुकेटेड युथ र इन्डस्ट्रीहरू कन्सन्ट्रेट हुने एउटा ठाउँमा इत्यादि. तर यो भर्चुअस साइकल जुन हामीले खोजेका छौँ, सिटिज अट्र्याक्ट जब्स एन्ड एजुकेटेड वर्कफोर्स ओभर, त्यो चाहिँ पोलिसीको रोल त्यहाँ देखिन्छ हैन. यसमा अब यहाँहरू नै विज्ञ पनि हुन्छ. अर्को अब यो सिटिजलाई हाम्रो स्पिसिजकै ग्रेटेस्ट इन्भेन्सन भनिनुको पछाडि चाहिँ एउटा प्रोक्सिमिटीको कुरा भयो हैन. पिपल लिभिङ क्लोज टु इच अदर, सो द्याट मेक्स देम इन्भेन्टिभ. Because bright minds feed off one another. It makes them cities productive because economies of scale hune bho, finer degrees of specialization aune bho. Ra अब अहिले climate change को जमानामा cities can be designed to be kind to the planet हैन. City dwellers हरूले चाहिँ maybe they're going to travel by foot. बस र ट्रेन पब्लिक ट्रान्सपोर्टलाई पनि त्यसरी डिजाइन गर्यो भने यो जुन सबर्बियाको कार स्लेभको मेन्टालिटी छ त्योबाट अलिकति डिस्ट्र्याक्ट गर्न सकिन्छ हैन. पब्लिक ट्रान्सपोर्ट, सर्टर डिस्टेन्स, स्मलर होम्स, डेन्सर लिभिङले चाहिँ अलिकति इन्भाइरोमेन्टल फ्रेन्डली पनि चाहिँ गराउन सकिन्छ. यो सँगसँगै अब अहिले एउटा नयाँ प्रक्षेपण छ. 2020 देखि 2050 सम्म चाहिँ वर्ल्ड पपुलेसन, अर्बन पपुलेसन नै 53% बाट 70% सम्म पुग्ने, झन्डै 2/3 GDP सिटिजहरूबाटै आउने, तर दे विल कन्ज्युम 80% अफ द वर्ल्ड्स रिसोर्सेस हैन. भनेपछि यो खालको सो यदि सस्टेनेबल डेभलपमेन्ट गोल्स मिट गर्ने हो भने अर्बन डेभलपमेन्टबाट नै अनि यो चाहिँ सस्टेनेबल डेभलपमेन्ट गोल मिट हुनेतिर जाने भयो। अब यो सँगसँगै अर्बन पोभर्टीका कुराहरू, अर्बन भल्नरेबिलिटीका कुराहरू, अर्बन इनइक्वालिटीका कुराहरू पनि थप पेचिलो अहिले नै यो अब आइसकेको छ डेभलपमेन्ट डिस्कोर्समा, तर यो थप पेचिलो हुन्छ जस्तो लाग्छ। अब नेपालको हकमा आई थिङ्क देयर इज नो अदर वे होइन। यो अघि मैले भने जस्तै यो धेरै यो क्लस्टर्सहरू करिडोर्सहरू हामीले बनाउनु पर्छ, त्यसको लागि लगानी नै गर्नु पर्यो। अब यता पूर्वमा धरानदेखि विराटनगरसम्मको चाहिँ क्लस्टर, अब झापा यो हाम्रो इटहरीसम्मकै चाहिँ कोरिडोर भइहाल्यो, यता मेचीनगरदेखिको बिचमा अब ढल्केबर जनकपुरको भयो, यता भरतपुरदेखि लिएर लोथरसम्मको भयो होइन, भैरवा बुटवलको कोरिडोर्सहरू, यी यावत जुन छन् हुँदै हुँदै हामी अत्तरिया धनगढीसम्मकै यो क्लस्टर्सहरूलाई अब अलिअलि लगानी सुरु हुन थालेको छ अलि व्यवस्थित किसिमले। तर कहिलेकाहीँ चाहिँ बिग्रिसकेपछि सपार्नु पर्ने पनि हुनसक्छ। सुरुमै क्लिन स्लेटबाट हामीले नगरे हुनाले अब यहाँ पनि विज्ञहरूको बेस्ट प्र्याक्टिसहरू के छन् होइन, बाहिरको इन्टरनेसनल अभ्यासहरू, त्यो बारे पनि हामीले चाहिँ अलिकति जान्नुपर्छ नै। र यो गुड अर्बन प्लानिङ र टाइमली इन्भेस्टमेन्ट इन पब्लिक ट्रान्सपोर्ट, वकिङ, बाइकिङ रुट्स होइन, वाटर सप्लाई, सुवर्स, वाटर ट्रिटमेन्टका कुराहरू, यसले चाहिँ अब यो कन्जेस्टेड, पोल्युटेड, अनहेल्दी जुन अर्बन लिभिङ छ, जसले यो भएको एग्रिकल्चर ल्यान्डलाई पनि सङ्कुचित पारिराखेको छ, त्योबाट चाहिँ हामी अब कसरी जोगिने हो होइन। बिग्रिसकेकोलाई अघि मैले भने जस्तै बिग्रिसकेकोलाई पनि सपार्नु पर्यो, नबिग्रिसकेकोलाई पनि अब यो लोकल यो फेडरलिजमको एउटा ब्युटी चाहिँ त्यही 293 अर्बन म्युनिसिपालिटिजहरूमै हस्तक्षेप गरेर के कसरी अगाडि लान सकिन्छ त्यसमा चाहिँ हेर्नुपर्ने हुन्छ। बट वी डु हेभ च्यालेन्जेस होइन। यो पार्ट सीमा चाहिँ गभर्नेन्सको कुरामा आई थिङ्क एउटा आइडेन्टिफाइङ द राइट काइन्ड अफ इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर, अब यसमा पेपर्सहरूको सिनप्सिस हेर्दा पनि अब यहाँका विज्ञहरूले स्मार्ट सिटिजको कुरा गर्नुभएको छ, अब डिजास्टर रिस्क रिडक्सनका पाटाहरू भए, ट्रेडिसनल र मोडर्नलाई कसरी मिसाउने भन्ने कुराहरू छन् होइन। र यो जुन इन्भाइरोमेन्टल पाटोहरू, जुन ओपन स्पेसको कुरा, वाटर सोर्सको कुरा, अर्बन ग्रिनरीका कुराहरूलाई कसरी इन्टिग्रेट गर्ने भन्ने कुराहरू पेपर्सहरूमा राम्रोसित देखेँ मैले। सो त्यो आइडेन्टिफाइङ द राइट काइन्ड अफ इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर एउटा भयो, यो विज्ञताले पनि इन्फर्म गर्नु पर्यो। दोस्रो असाध्यै महत्त्वपूर्ण कुरा फिस्कल म्यानेजमेन्ट नै हो, पैसा कहाँबाट ल्याउने होइन। रेभेन्यू र एक्सपेन्डिचरको पाटो अब हामी अर्थशास्त्री भाव हुनाले अलिकति बायस त्यतातिर पनि छ, यसो गर्नुपर्छ उसो गर्नुपर्छ भन्दै गर्दाखेरि त्यो रिसोर्स एन्भेलपको एउटा चाहिँ यथार्थपरक आकलन चाहिँ सुरुमै हुनुपर्छ। र तेस्रो चाहिँ हुज गना म्यानेज अल दिस। सो डु वी ह्याभ मोडर्न अर्बन ब्युरोक्रेसिज द्याट आर वेल स्टाफ्ड, वेल ट्रेन्ड, त्यो पनि अहिले चुनौती छ। हामी सङ्घीयतामा जाँदाखेरि होइन बरु पैसा माथिबाट खनाइया छ, तर खर्च गर्न नसकिरहेको एउटा कारण चाहिँ यो कर्मचारी तन्त्रको क्यापेसिटी पनि हो र यो एट्रिसन पनि, यो मुभमेन्ट पनिले गर्दाखेरि धेरै छ। सो ओभर टाइम यसलाई कसरी बिल्डअप गर्ने भन्ने कुराहरू छन्। अब सोर्सेस अफ रेभेन्यूमा म धेरै जान चाहन्न, अहिले इन्टर गभर्मेन्टल फिस्कल ट्रान्सफरबाट धेरै कुराहरू गइरहेको छ। कन्स्टिट्युसनले नै लेखिदिएका ग्रान्टहरू जुन छन्, कन्डिसनल, इक्वलाइजेसन, म्याचिङ ग्रान्ट, स्पेसल ग्रान्टहरूको प्रोभिजनबाट पनि ठुलो रिसोर्स गइरहेको छ। आफ्नै ओन रिसोर्स जेनेरेसनमा दुई चारवटा चाहिँ यो ढुङ्गागिटीवाला नगरपालिका बाहेक अरूले त्यति जेनेरेट गर्न सकिराखेका छैनन् होइन। र अब एउटा लोकल बोरोइङको कम्पोनेन्टमा पनि हामीले त्यति एक्सर्साइज गर्न सकेका छैनौँ। एउटा टाउन डेभलपमेन्ट फन्डको त्यो म्युनिसिपल फाइनेन्सिङको एउटा विन्डो छँदैछ, तर अब ब्याङ्क एन्ड फाइनेन्सियल इन्स्टिट्युसनबाट पनि यसलाई चाहिँ थप चाहिएको रिसोर्स त्यताबाट पनि युज गर्नेतिर अब यो मेबी द बेटर रिसोर्स्ड म्युनिसिपालिटिज क्यान स्टार्ट डुइङ द्याट। अनि अर्को अलिकति अब सबै कुरा सरकारले मात्रै गर्न सक्ने कुरा भएन, पिपिपीका कुराहरू, केही सर्भिसेसहरू आउट कन्ट्र्याक्ट गर्ने, कन्सेसनहरू इस्यु गर्ने, फ्रेन्चाइजिङका मोडलहरूमा त्यतातिर पनि त्यो उन्नत अभ्यासहरू अर्बन गभर्नेन्सका त्यतातिर हामी गइसकेका छैनौँ, अब बामे सर्दैछौँ। तर यो अब दोस्रो जुन साइकल छ लोकल गभर्मेन्टको त्यसमा यो आउला। अब एक्सपेन्डिचरमा पनि ठुलो समस्या देखिएको छ, माथिबाट पैसा खनाए पनि यो प्रोजेक्ट इम्प्लिमेन्टेसन हाम्रो उही पुरानै केन्द्रकै रोगहरू तल सरेको छ। एडेक्वेट प्रिपरेसनहरू नहुने, डिपिआरहरू नगर्ने होइन, त्यसपछि ल्यान्ड एक्विजिसनका कुराहरू, फरेस्टका कन्स्ट्रक्सन मटेरियलका कुराहरू, कन्ट्र्याक्ट म्यानेजमेन्ट, पर्सनल म्यानेजमेन्ट, मोनिटरिङका यो यावत चुनौतीहरू जुन माथि देखिया थियो त्यो तल पनि सरेको छ। अब समग्रमा चाहिँ लेट मी एन्ड आई क्लोज दिस विथ अ पोइन्ट द्याट अब यो एसडिजी को को रोड म्याप 2016 देखि 2030 सम्मको जुन राष्ट्रिय योजना आयोगमा म उपाध्यक्ष हुँदाखेरि त्यो लिएर आएको थियौँ। अहिलेका अर्थमन्त्री हो, अहिले आर्थिक सल्लाहकार हुनुहुन्छ के अरे डाक्टर खतिवडाले पनि यसमा कन्ट्रिब्युट गर्नुभएको थियो। सो हामीले झन्डै 48 देखि 54% अफ जीडीपी चाहिँ यो हरेक वर्ष एसडिजीसँग सम्बन्धित सेक्टरहरूमा लगानी गर्नुपर्ने हुन्छ र यसमा पब्लिक सेक्टरले झन्डै 55%, प्राइभेटले झन्डै 35 to 40% र हाउसहोल्डले पनि खन्याउनु पर्ने हुन्छ। तर यसमा ठुलो ग्याप पनि छ, बाहिरबाट पनि हामीले रिसोर्स ल्याउनु पर्ने हुन्छ र प्राइभेट सेक्टरको भूमिका पनि जुन हामीले राखेका छौँ। पहिला एमडिजिजमा इट वाज लार्जली अ गभर्मेन्ट लेड एफर्ट, अब एसडिजिजमा प्राइभेट सेक्टरलाई एग्रेसिभली भित्र नल्याइकन यो कुनै पनि गोल्स मिट हुँदैन र त्यसभित्र पनि जुन एसडिजी 1 अब पोभर्टीसँग सम्बन्धित भयो, एसडिजी 2 हङ्गरसँग भयो हैन, यो सुरुका एसडिजी 6 सम्म पनि गभर्मेन्टको ठुलो इनिसिएटिभ चाहिन्छ। तर एसडिजी 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 हुँदै यो अर्बन डेभलपमेन्टका कुराहरू, ट्रान्सपोर्टका कुराहरू, टुरिज्मका कुराहरूमा चाहिँ एग्रेसिभली नै हामीले प्राइभेट सेक्टरलाई ल्याउनु पर्ने हुन्छ, नभए यो कुनै पनि यो रिसोर्स निड्सहरू चाहिँ मिट हुँदैन र एटलिस्ट हाम्रो रोड म्यापमा ती कुराहरूलाई हामीले एक्नोलेज गरेका छौँ। अहिलेलाई मैले ओपनिङ रिमार्क्सको हकमा यति नै भने र I'll pass on to you, Ambikaji, for you to turn to our panelists.
Wonderful. Swarnimji, that is, you set the stage very, very well. Lots of really good information and data. That's, anyone who listens to you always is mesmerized because you got such a lot of info. That is wonderful. The only thing that I would add is, as you know, the majority of the developed countries are not actually growing in population by and large. It's the developing countries that are growing. Still, the growth in the world on the annual basis is almost 1 Germany every year, about 82 million people we get every year. About 95% of that 85 million people, they are actually in the developing countries. And as you know, as you just said, in the developing countries, people are moving towards the urban centers, and we are one of the fastest growing urban centers. So that gives you a scale global-wise on how many people we got to feed, house, and provide infrastructure, a new Germany every year. So that makes us a very humbling type of statistics. Now, I will try to manage time. I've got another half an hour. I will actually go to Kishorji. Kishorji is actually working with me in coordinating this, this symposium, and especially from Nepal. He is, all of us know, he's a former secretary and an architect, and with a lot of experience. Kishorji, if you have a very brief remarks or your thoughts on this symposium and all the papers and the discussion that we had, if you can do that in 3 minutes, that would be wonderful.
Thank you, Ambikaji. यहाँ सबैलाई नमस्कार। अब हाम्रो डाक्टर वाग्लीले जुन कुराहरू अघि न आफ्नो ओपनिङ रिमार्क्समा भन्नुभयो, उहाँले नेपालको अर्बनाइजेसनको एउटा पर्सपेक्टिभ इकोनोमिक्सको पोइन्ट अफ भ्यूबाट दिनुभएको छ र हामीले एउटा कुरा के बुझ्नुपर्छ भने 293 वटा नगरपालिका जुन डिक्लेयर भएको छ, यी सबै नगरपालिकाहरू अर्बन एरिया होइनन्, त्यो हामीले बुझ्नुपर्छ। नेपालमा एउटा कस्तो एउटा भ्रम छ भने नगर र नगरपालिकालाई एकै किसिमबाट हेर्ने हाम्रो चाहिँ त्यो दृष्टिकोण छ। मेरो भनाइ चाहिँ के छ भन्दाखेरि नगर भन्ने बित्तिकै त्यो सिटी, त्यो फिजिकल स्पेस भन्ने जनाउँछ भने नगरपालिका भनेको त्यो गभर्निङ इन्स्टिट्युसन, गभर्निङ मेकानिजम हो त्यो। त्यसकारण हामीले के बुझ्नुपर्छ भने नेपालमा 293 वटा टेरिटोरीमा नगरपालिकाले गभर्न गर्छ, ती सबै सिटी अथवा टाउन होइनन्। र अहिले हामीले सहरी जनसङ्ख्या झन्डै 61% भने तापनि रियालिटीमा साँच्चैकै यो अर्बन पपुलेसन भनौँ न, रियल सहरी जनसङ्ख्या भनेको भनौँ न 25 देखि 30% भन्दा बढी म देख्दिनँ। त्यो मेरो आफ्नो अनुभवबाट मैले भनेको, यसको एक्ज्याक्ट डेटा चाहिँ छैन। र अहिले अर्को चाहिँ यो विभिन्न नगरपालिकाहरूमा काम गर्दाखेरि म के देख्छु भन्दा कतिपय नगरपालिकाहरूको पपुलेसनको ट्रेन्ड घट्दो छ, पहिले भन्दा पपुलेसन घट्दैछ। र हामी सबैले जानिएको कुरा के हो भने साना साना यी टाउनहरूबाट चाहिँ ठुल्ठुला सिटीमा माइग्रेसन एकदमै बढ्दो छ र काठमाडौँ भ्यालीमा यो पपुलेसन जुन माइग्रेसनको ट्रेन्ड छ, त्यो ट्रेन्ड जुन घट्नुपर्ने हो त्यो घटेको छैन। संहिताको हामी कुरा गर्छौँ, संहिता भइसकेपछि अब काठमाडौँका मानिसहरू बाहिर जान्छन् अथवा बाहिरका मानिसहरू काठमाडौँ चाहिँ आउँदैनन् भन्ने जुन हाम्रो एजम्सन थियो, त्यो कम्प्लिटली रङ देखेको छ। अहिले पनि बाहिरबाट मानिसहरू काठमाडौँ माइग्रेट गर्ने ट्रेन अझ बढ्दो छ र यहाँ बसेका मानिसहरू त बाहिर जाने कुरै भएन। त्यसले गर्दाखेरि एकदमै यो अनब्यालेन्स्ड हाम्रो अर्बन डेभलपमेन्ट छ। काठमाडौँ भ्यालीले अलमोस्ट अब देशको चाहिँ भनौँ न करिब 40 लाखभन्दा बढी जुन पपुलेसन छ, जसलाई म मेजोरिटीमा अर्बन पपुलेसन भन्छु, त्यो काठमाडौँ भ्यालीमा नै कन्सन्ट्रेट छ। त्यसपछि ठुलो सिटी भनेको पोखरा हो, त्यसपछि गएर विराटनगर, वीरगञ्ज, नेपालगञ्ज, बुटौल लगायतका सहरहरू छन्। त्यसले गर्दाखेरि एउटा हामीले अध्ययन गर्दाखेरि 1 लाखभन्दा बढी पपुलेसन भएका सिटी नेपालमा कतिवटा छन् भन्दाखेरि 20 वटा भन्दा बढी हामीले पाउन सकेनौँ। अझ त्यो नगरपालिका लिँदाखेरि पाउन सकेन। त्यसले गर्दाखेरि यो अर्बनाइजेसन, रियल अर्बनाइजेसनको स्केल चाहिँ नेपालमा कमै छ र यो इन्डस्ट्रियलाइजेसन भन्दा पनि सर्भिसबाट चाहिँ ओरिएन्टेड छ। र हाम्रो चाहिँ मेजर प्रब्लम यो अर्बन सेक्टरको अहिले मेजर प्रब्लम अफ इस्युज भन्दाखेरि हाम्रो चाहिँ जुन इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर जुन डेभलपमेन्ट हो त्यो एकदमै अनप्लान, ह्याफजार्ड र एकदमै एडहक बेसिसमा यो इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेभलपमेन्ट भइरहेको छ। हामीले नेपालमा अर्बन प्लानिङको कुरा गर्दाखेरि इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्लानिङलाई नै बुझ्नुपर्छ। त्यो इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्लानिङकै स्टेजमा हामी छौँ, त्योभन्दा बियोन्ड हामी जान सकेकै छैन। अर्बन डेभलपमेन्टका विभिन्न डाइमेन्सनहरू हामीले खोल्न सकेकै छैन र यो गभर्नेन्सको पार्ट पनि एकदमै विक छ। किनभनेदेखि म्युनिसिपालिटी, मेजोरिटी म्युनिसिपालिटीहरू चाहिँ उनीहरू यो रुरल बेस्ड भएको हुनाले उनीहरूको चाहिँ च्यालेन्ज भनेको रुरल च्यालेन्ज बढी छ। र रिसेन्टली 2-3 वर्ष यता आएर हाम्रो डिजास्टर रिस्क रिडक्सन पनि हाम्रो अर्बन डेभलपमेन्टको एउटा मेजर इस्युको रूपमा आएको छ। त्यसै गरिकन इम्प्लोइमेन्ट जेनेरेसन र अनिखेरि यो म्यानेजमेन्ट, अर्बन यो म्यानेजमेन्टको कुराहरू पनि मेजर इस्युको रूपमा आएको हुनाले हामीले यो अर्बन हाम्रा इस्युजहरूलाई एकदमै छुट्याएर हेर्नुपर्ने हुन्छ र हरेक इस्युलाई कसरी एड्रेस गर्ने भनेर हामीले स्ट्राटेजी बनायो भने त्यसले ठ्याक्कै त्यो इस्युमा हिट गर्छ। थ्याङ्क यू।
Thank you so much, Kishorji. That's wonderful. I might come back to you. अब अलिकति टाइम म्यानेजमेन्टको हिसाबले म अगाडि बढ्दैछु। सरिताजी, तपाईँले तपाईँको प्रोफेसन आर्किटेक्ट पनि र आर्किटेक्चर पनि र पहिला गभर्मेन्टमा पनि धेरै काम गर्नुभयो। सी वाज अ जोइन्ट सेक्रेटरी इन द गभर्मेन्ट एन्ड प्रोफेसनली सी इज एन आर्किटेक्ट। र काठमाडौँको स्प्रललाई कसरी म्यानेजमेन्ट गर्ने इत्यादिको बारेमा उहाँको पेपर छ। अब यो मेजर च्यालेन्जेसहरूमध्ये स्प्रल अरू केलाई काठमाडौँकै अहिले एक्जाम्पल दिए पनि भयो, नेपाली सिटिजहरूमा सबभन्दा मेजर च्यालेन्ज के होला? 3 मिनटमा तपाईँको एउटा ओपिनियन पाऊँ र अनम्युट गर्नु होला प्लिज।
थ्याङ्क यू।
यस
हजुर, मलाई लागेको 3टा च्यालेन्ज मध्ये चाहिँ एउटा के हो भने we all know that planning is a highly multidisciplinary process. Apart from other discipline, in my experience, the most important aspect is social. किनभने धेरै अरू डिसिप्लिनसँग सोसियल चाहिँ अलिकता भनौँ न छायामा पर्छ जस्तो लाग्छ। तर मैले चाहिँ अब जति काम गरेँ सोसियल पाटो चाहिँ एकदम महत्त्वपूर्ण छ। त्यति ध्यान दिइँदैन। यो प्रोजेक्ट फर्मुलेसनमा नदिएको कारणले चाहिँ अनि हाम्रो चाहिँ इम्प्लिमेन्टेसन पार्ट चाहिँ त्यति सक्सेसफुल छैन भन्छु म। त्यसैले सोसियल लेन्सबाट हामीले प्रोजेक्ट फर्मुलेसन गर्नुपर्छ। यो चाहिँ च्यालेन्ज छ किनभने सोसियल डेभलपमेन्ट एक्सपर्टहरू इन्भल्भ हुन्छन् तर एकीकृत रूपमा चाहिँ त्यो डकुमेन्ट तयार हुँदैन। पहिलो त्यो मेरो एक्सपिरियन्समा। दोस्रो चाहिँ के हो भने नगरपालिकाहरू चाहिँ भनौँ न सहरी विकास भन्ने कुरामा चाहिँ तिनीहरू असाध्यै टाढा छन् भनौँ न। उनीहरूले चाहिँ आफ्नो सहरलाई चाहिँ एकीकृत रूपमा देख्नै सक्दैन अनि उनीहरूले चाहिँ आफ्नो सहरलाई फ्र्यागमेन्टेड देख्छ। उनीहरूसँग डकुमेन्ट नभए होइन, उनीहरूसँग पेरियोडिक प्लान छ, एक्सन प्लानहरू छ होइन, बेसिक डकुमेन्ट नभएको होइन। अझै 58वटा नगरपालिकामा त हामीले 2-3 किसिमको योजना नै तयार गरेका छौँ र उनीहरूको दराजमा छ, नगरपालिकाहरूको दराजमा छ। तर के छ भने उनीहरूले त्यो ओभरअल आफ्नो सहरलाई चाहिँ त्यसरी हेर्न सक्दैन र यो अनि भनौँ न उनीहरूले इम्प्लिमेन्टेसन गर्दाखेरि पनि एकदम फ्र्यागमेन्टेड गर्ने बानी छ होइन। त्यसैले मलाई के लाग्छ भने नगरपालिकाहरूले चाहिँ आफ्नो एरियालाई चाहिँ यो मेरो सहर हो, मैले यो भोलि सहर बनाउनु पर्छ भन्ने त्यो कुरा हामीले उनीहरूलाई कन्भिन्स गराउनु पर्ने र उनीहरूलाई त्यो बुझाउनु पर्ने उनीहरूले बुझ्या छ तर उनीहरूले एक्सनमा त्यो आउन सकेको जस्तो मलाई लाग्दैन अनि अर्को असाध्यै महत्त्वपूर्ण कुरा चाहिँ हाउसिङ फेसिलिटी हो के भयो भने यो हाउसिङ सम्बन्धी विषयमा चाहिँ हाम्रो धेरै पोलिसी डकुमेन्ट पनि छ यहाँ हाम्रो किशोर सर पनि हुनुहुन्छ सरको पालोमा चाहिँ हाउसिङको प्लान पनि बनेको छ हाम्रो त्यसैले हाउसिङ सम्बन्धी पोलिसी डकुमेन्टहरू धेरै छ तर के भयो भने हामीले चाहिँ गभर्नमेन्टले एकदम उल्ट्रा पोर्टलाई सपोर्ट गर्यौं हाउसिङ बनायौं जस्तै पिपुल्स हाउसिङ प्रोग्रामहरू हामीले चलायौं हैन र सक्सेस पनि भयो तर हाई इन्कम वालालाई अब डेभलपर प्राइभेट डेभलपरले गरिरहेछ र उनीहरूले राम्रै गरिरहेछन् हैन तर के भयो भने लार्जर सेक्सन अफ द सोसाइटी त लोअर मिडल इन्कम छ मिडल इन्कम छ त्यो कारणले चाहिँ उनीहरूलाई क्याटर त भइरहेको छैन हामीले देख्यौं यसपालि कसरी मान्छेहरू काठमाडौँबाट 2 लाख मान्छेहरू जहाँ आफू थियो जहाँ आफ्नो जब थियो छोडेर आफ्नो गाउँतिर लागे नि हामीले देख्यौं नि तर यहाँ हाउसिङको त्यो प्रोभिजन भइदिया भए लो इन्कम पिपुललाई सायद उनीहरू त्यसरी जानु पर्दैन थियो होला र यो जुन सिनारियो हामीले देख्यौं त्यो हुँदैन थियो होला त्यसैले मलाई के लाग्छ भने हामीले चाहिँ यो लोड इन्कम पिपुलहरुको लागि चाहिँ एकदमै उनीहरु चाहिँ पछाडी नै परेका छन् र मलाई लाग्छ एउटा कोठामा बस्ने दुईटा कोठामा बस्ने जनसंख्या काठमाडौँमा जस्तै 40 लाख मध्ये 25% त पक्कै छ हस् त म यति भन्दै थ्यांक यू सो मच
that is wonderful यो affordable housing को issuesहरु वास्तवमा धेरै नै छ we might come back depending on how we manage time चाहिँ अलिकति टाइटै छ है अब let me go back to Dr. Jivraj Pokhrel अब जिवराज जी मैले अहिले यसो हेर्दै थिएँ जिवराज जी and I have known each other ठ्याक्कै 50 वर्ष भएछ जिवराज जी 1970 देखि we were classmates and then we remained friends अब he became professor he became dean of engineering institute त्यसपछि नास्ट को भिसी पनि हुनुभयो म चाहिँ अलिकति ग्रीनर पास्चरतिर जाने भएर के पनि नगरे यतिकै भल्ने है त्यस्तो पनि भयो I am so glad that he took time to join us उहाँले चाहिँ अलिकति टुरिज्मको बारेमा लेख्नु भयो अब जिवराज जी 3 मिनेट जतिमा तपाईले अहिलेको यो समस्यालाई र तपाईकै पर्सपेक्टिभबाट हामीले कुन चाहिँ गुड प्र्याक्टिसेसहरु हाम्रो अर्बन प्लानिङमा नेपालमा अब यस्तो अर्गनाइजेसन भइराछ what are the kind of good practices that we can really bring you can also talk about tourism whatever you wish 3 to 4 minutes please
thank you it has been a very enjoying session in fact that opening remarks by Dr. Wagley it was like an ice cake and the other gentlemen ladies and gentlemen that followed they put cherries on the top of the ice cake in fact I have a paper on tourism because I think that tourism is an income generator for Nepal and my paper is on the development of a historic corridor from Chamsing to Dattatra. My contention is that if we can have a proper sustainable tourism development plan for a corridor, several corridors make a city that can be emulated, that can be taken as an example, and then the whole city can be a hub of tourism. So a study that I have made, which has been mentioned in the paper as well, it shows that we may be lagging in several fronts. For example, we don't have proper hotels, lodges, we don't have proper, hospitality management, those kind of things are there. But the attraction of our place far exceeds their expectation. Their experience on hotels and other peripheral aspects has not been as per their expectation, but then so far as the attraction is concerned, that is, much ahead of what they thought when they were about to move to this particular place. So, if we have this, tourism development done properly, that brings us money, and that money can be spent in several areas. If we take the example of Bhaktapur, that is what they precisely did. They had a proper tourism management, tourism came in large numbers, and they spent it for urban development. They also had several institutions, and now if you go to Bhaktapur, it is much different from what it was in the early times. So, this so tourism can be one of the panacea to the problem that we are facing at the moment. So far as good practices are concerned, there are some good practices which are in the West, but those practices we try to follow them, we try to emulate them, but then you see somehow we did not become successful. Site service approach was a good practice abroad. Then it was tried to adapt here, but then we could not have the desirable success. Several other practices which are said to have done very well outside did not do that well in Nepal. So what I'm seeking to say that so far as urbanization is concerned, we have a great heritage. So why shouldn't we look at our indigenous practice? And for example, we had trusts which are doing very well in the early times, but so many of those trusts, they have disappeared. Many of them have become extinct also. So instead of blindly copying what has been proved to be right in the West, जुन चाहिँ एउटा उत्कृष्ट नमुनाहरू भन्दछौँ, जुन चाहिँ विदेशमा एकदम तिनीहरूको कार्य सम्पादन एकदम नै श्रेष्ठ खालको भएको भनेर भन्दछौँ, तिनीहरूको अन्धानुसरण गर्नुभन्दा हाम्रा आफ्ना जुन रहिथाने अभ्यासहरूलाई चाहिँ एकचोटि फेरि पुनरावलोकन गरेर तिनीहरूलाई कार्यान्वयन गर्यो भने चाहिँ राम्रो हुने, र बाहिरकाहरूलाई पनि त्यसलाई अन्धानुसरण गर्नुभन्दा तिनीहरूले हाम्रा आफ्ना जुन परिचय पहिचानपनका कुराहरू छन् तिनीहरूलाई समायोजन गरेर अगाडि बढ्यो भने चाहिँ राम्रो हुन्छ होला जस्तो लाग्छ. This is what I have to say, given the time that we have given to you. Thank you.
I think that's an excellent point. I know that we are just basically, you presented a lot more in the details in the paper. This one is basically just a recap and interaction. So really appreciate, and I think tourism, emphasis on tourism probably very important. Sometimes as a planner, we don't think about it, but I think that is really a really good point. So let's go to New Zealand. अब यसमा हामीले एउटा रेजिलियन्सीको कुरा पनि राखेको छौँ. पेन्डेमिक्स, अर्थक्वेक इत्यादि कुराहरू आइरहन्छन् र हाम्रो जितेन्द्र बोथाराजी अब हाम्रो नेपाली डायस्पोरामा अर्थक्वेक सम्बन्धीमा हि इज डेफिनेटली वान अफ द टप नच एक्सपर्ट्स. न्युजिल्यान्डमा काम गर्नुहुन्छ उहाँले, र उहाँको पेपर पनि दुई किसिमको टेक्नोलोजीलाई कसरी हामीले सिन्थेसाइज गरेर नेपालको ट्रेडिसनल टेक्नोलोजीले पनि कसरी अर्थक्वेक रेजिलियन्सीमा हेल्प गर्छ भन्ने उहाँको पेपर पनि त्यो भएको हुनाले, Jitendra ji, if you can unmute and speak for like 3 minutes from your perspective on how can we make our urban areas and cities more resilient, that would be wonderful.
Sorry.
Yes.
सबैमा नमस्कार. धन्यवाद अपर्च्युनिटीको लागि. म अर्बन या भन्नुभयो, म अर्बन प्लानर त होइन, अर्थक्वेक इन्जिनियर हो र सेफ्टीको विषयमा मेरो मोर इन्ट्रेस्ट हो. तर कुनै पनि सिटी सस्टेन गर्न, किन सिटी एउटा कम्प्लेक्स सिस्टम हो, फार मोर कम्प्लेक्स देन अर्बन यो रुरल एरिया, र कुनै पनि सिटी सस्टेन गर्नको लागि सेफ्टी इक्वली इम्पोर्टेन्ट हुन्छ. र म के पाउँछु भने हाम्रो सबै मोडेलहरू चाहिँ जस्तै जुवराज सरले भन्नुभयो, हाम्रा मोडेलहरू चाहिँ बेसिकली वेस्टबाट कपी भएर आएका छन् र हामी के कोसिस गर्छौँ त्यो मोडेलहरूलाई चाहिँ ठ्याक्कै हाम्रोमा इम्प्लिमेन्ट गर्ने. चाहे डिफ्रेन्ट, मैले डेभलपमेन्ट मोडेलको पनि हेर्दाखेरि, म डेभलपमेन्ट एक्सपर्ट त होइन, डेभलपमेन्ट मोडेल पनि हेर्दाखेरि अथवा सेफ्टी मोडेलहरू हेर्दाखेरि हामी कपी गर्ने, पेस्ट गर्ने. तर हामी के रियलाइज गर्दैनौँ भने सेफ्टी भन्ने इस्यु चाहिँ टेक्निकल कम हो, मोर सोसियो कल्चरल इस्यु हो. यो एफोर्डेबिलिटीसँग जोडिएको छ. भने 50,000 पर क्यापिटा इन्कम हुने युएसको मोडेल ल्याएर नेपालमा $1,000 $1,500 पर क्यापिटा भएको कन्ट्रीमा हामी कसरी इम्प्लिमेन्ट गर्न सक्छौँ र त्यो कसरी एफोर्ड गर्न सकिन्छ, र त्यो सस्टेन गर्नै सक्दैन. त्यस कारणले सबैभन्दा पहिले त हामीले के बुझ्नु पर्यो भने हाम्रो आफ्नो मोडेल के हुने, र अर्को चाहिँ के भने हामीसँग क्लिन स्लेट छैन. युएस न्यू कन्ट्री हो अथवा न्युजिल्यान्ड न्यू नेसन हो, अनि हामीसँग क्लिन स्लेट छैन. ती सोसाइटीहरू, कम्युनिटिजहरू थाउजन्ड्स अफ इयर्सबाट त्यहाँ थियो अथवा हन्ड्रेड्स अफ इयर्सबाट छ. भने हामी तिनीहरूलाई रेडिकल चेन्ज गरेर त्यसलाई अर्बनाइज गरेर सेफ गर्न सक्दैनौँ। त्यो कन्टेक्स्टमा हामी ल्याउन सकिँदैन। तर हामी के अचिभ गर्न सक्छौँ मेरो विचारमा त्यो इम्पोर्टेन्ट हो। र त्यसको लागि हामीलाई रिसर्च चाहियो। हाम्रो मोस्ट अफ द रिसर्च मैले हेर्दाखेरि अहिलेसम्म बेसिकल्ली वेस्टको रिसर्चको डेरिभेटिभ हो। रेदर देन हामी कुनै इन्डिजिनियस हाम्रो कन्टेक्स्टको लागि के ठिक हुन्छ भन्ने रिसर्च मैले त्यो धेरै पाएको छैन। म गलत हुन सक्ला, तर मेरो अब्जर्भेसनमा आएको छैन। तर जबसम्म हामी आफ्नो लागि रिसर्च गर्दैनौँ, हाम्रो लागि अरू कसैले रिसर्च गरेर यो ठिक हो भन्दैन। पहिलो कुरा भने पनि के हुन्छ त भन्दा त्यो उसको नलेज हो, हाम्रो होइन। अर्कोमा के पाइरहेको छु भने स्लोली हाम्रो नलेज बेस चाहिँ ट्रेडिसनलबाट डिसेन्ट्रलाइज्ड हाम्रो जुन नलेज त्यो बिस्तारै कन्सन्ट्रेट भइरहेछ र बिस्तारै त्यो सर्टेन ह्यान्ड्समा, जसलाई हामी एक्सपर्ट भन्छौँ, को हातमा गइरहेछ। भन्नु मतलब अब रेस्ट अफ द पपुलेसन त प्यासिभ भयो। उसको ऊ रिसिभर मात्रै हो, अब उसको पार्टिसिपेसन छैन। जबसम्म हामी यो इस्युलाई एड्रेस गर्दैनौँ, मेरो विचारमा हामी सेफ्टी चाहिँ सस्टेनेबल वेमा ल्याउन सक्दैनौँ। भन्नु मतलब अर्बन डेभलपमेन्ट पनि अब सस्टेन गर्न नसक्ने भयो। धन्यवाद।
थ्याङ्क यू। एकदमै महत्त्वपूर्ण र एकदम इम्पोर्टेन्ट कुरा जितेन्द्रजी, थ्याङ्क यू सो मच। अब म अन्जु जी कहाँ जाउँ। अन्जु प्रधान जी इज द करेन्ट प्रेसिडेन्ट अफ सोसाइटी अफ नेप्लिज आर्किटेक्ट्स। सी इज अल्सो प्र्याक्टिसिङ आर्किटेक्ट। र पहिला एउटा अर्को सिम्पोजियममा पनि म उहाँसँग कुरा गरेको थिएँ र सी हेज अमेजिङ इन्साइट्स अन हाउ डिजाइन्स क्यान रियली इम्प्रुभ द quality of life in Nepal, and she actually practices that by hand. उहाँको पेपरमा पनि उहाँले डिजाइनदेखि लिएर इन्भाइरोमेन्टको सबै कुराहरू गर्नुभएको छ। अन्जुजी, if you can present your maybe the idea of your paper or anything else that you want to add in 3 to 4 minutes, that would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. मैले चाहिँ अब यो लेख्दै गर्ने क्रममा चाहिँ मेरो जहिले पनि दिमागमा सबभन्दा पहिला आउने चाहिँ किन यो सबै कुरा बिग्रिँदै गएको छ सुन्नमा चाहिँ अब पेपर्सहरू अरूको प्रेजेन्टेसन्सहरू सुन्दाखेरि धेरै वेबिनार्सहरूमा चाहिँ सबै कुरा सप्रेको मात्रै धेरै सुनिनमा आयो। तर वास्तविकतामा चाहिँ किन बिग्रेको छ भन्दा मेरो दिमागमा चाहिँ ब्याड गभर्नेन्सै भन्ने आउँछ सबभन्दा पहिला होइन। अब ब्याड गभर्नेन्सको कुरा गर्दै जाँदाखेरि अघि किशोर सरले पनि भन्नुभयो हाम्रो इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर, हामी काठमाडौँ बाहिरको नगरपालिका भ्याली बाहिरको नगरपालिकाको कुरा सायद गर्नै पर्दैन। यो भ्याली भित्रै मात्र हेऱ्यो भने सबै उदाहरणहरू चाहिँ हामीले भेटिरहेका छौँ होइन। अब कतिपय कुराहरूमा चाहिँ सायद त्यो पर्टिकुलर एक्सपर्टिज भएको स्पेसलाइज्ड पर्सनलाई नै नसमेटेर काम अगाडि बढ्ने एउटा पाटो त्यहाँ पनि छ जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई। अब कतिपय ठाउँमा चाहिँ अब प्लानिङकै कुरा गर्दाखेरि म प्लानर त होइन, बट एज एन आर्किटेक्ट मैले जे देखेको छु भोगेको छु त्यसको बारेमा म मात्रै कुरा गर्न जान्छु। लङ टर्म भिजन प्लान्सहरू चाहिँ सायद बनेको थियो होला, तर इम्प्लिमेन्टेसनको प्रोसेसमा चाहिँ त्यो कता कता अल्मलिएर गएको पनि हुनसक्छ, त्यसले गर्दा पनि बाटो बिराएको हुनसक्छ। अब अर्को चाहिँ हामीले अब काठमाडौँमा पनि अघि सरिता म्यामले पनि एउटा डेटा दिनुभयो नि 25-80% भनेर होइन। त्यो लोवर मिडल इन्कम ग्रुपहरूमा अथवा हाम्रो वर्किङ क्लासहरूको ग्रुपमा चाहिँ अलिकति अवेरनेस लेभल छैन इन टर्म्स अफ धेरै कुराको म्यानेजमेन्ट, डेली लाइफमा आउने म्यानेजमेन्टको बाटोहरू जस्तो वेस्ट म्यानेजमेन्टको कुरा आउँछ होइन। सो त्यस्तो विषयमा चाहिँ सायद अवेरनेस नै छैन। त्यो अवेरनेस कसरी जेनेरेट गर्ने त भन्ने कुरा पनि आउँछ। अब मैले रिसेन्टली सुनेको एउटा वेबिनारमा चाहिँ अब यो पेन्डेमिककै इस्युजलाई लिँदाखेरि धारावीमा पेन्डेमिक वाज लाइक अलमोस्ट एस्केलेटिङ जुन स्पिडमा पुगेको थियो इन्डियामा होइन। उहाँहरूले चाहिँ धारावीमा कस्तो मजाले कन्टेन गर्नुभयो। अनि त्यहाँ आर्किटेक्ट्सहरूसँग कुरा गर्दाखेरि द मेजर इस्यु वाट दे फोकस्ड अन वाज पब्लिक अवेरनेस। त्यो कम्युनिटी लेभललाई नै एउटा अवेरनेसको लेभलमा पुर्याएर उहाँहरू आफैले नै कन्टेन गर्नु भएको हो, नट पिपल हु वेन्ट फ्रम आउटसाइड भन्ने कुरा भएको थियो। सो हाम्रोमा पनि हरेक बाटोमा चाहिँ इफ द कम्युनिटी इज इन्भल्भ, इफ इट्स अ पिपल सेन्ट्रिक डेभलपमेन्ट र त्यो एउटा सेन्स अफ अवेरनेस चाहिँ पब्लिकमा आइदियो भने हरेक गल्लीमा हरेक बाटोमा होइन त्यहाँ बस्ने मान्छेहरूलाई चाहिँ एउटा सेन्स अफ अवेरनेस जगाइदिन सक्यो भने चाहिँ डेभलपमेन्ट चाहिँ धेरै पोजिटिभ वेमा चाहिँ अगाडि बढ्थ्यो जस्तो लाग्छ। अब हामीले काठमाडौँमा अर्को मैले देखेको भनेको अब अहिले जति पनि हाम्रो रोड वाइडनिङ प्रोसेसहरू भयो जति पनि भयो एउटा डेन्स सेटलमेन्टमा चाहिँ बुलडोज गरेर भएको छ धेरै एरियाजहरूमा होइन। मैले आइएम नट जस्ट टकिङ अबाउट द ट्रेडिसनल सेटलमेन्ट्स। अब
काठमाडौँको रिङ रोडको पेरिफेरीमा हेऱ्यो भने घरहरू बन्ने क्रममा छ, अझै पनि खेतहरू बाँकी छ, ओपन स्पेसेसहरू बाँकी छ, तर त्यहाँ कसैको चाहिँ ध्यान गएको जस्तो मलाई लाग्दैन। कता कता यस्तो लाग्छ कि अब यो सबै पनि भरियोस् अनि चाहिँ हामी बुलडोजर लगेर चाहिँ गरौँला भन्ने, त्यो चाहिँ नहोस्। म चाहिँ यति नै भन्न चाहन्छु।
Thank you so much, Anjiji. Such an important point. अब पब्लिक अवेरनेस नभइकन वास्तवमा धेरै कुराहरू हामीले टेक्निकली मात्रै सल्भ गर्न सक्दैनौँ। That is very well said. अब म लास्टमा म केशवजी कहाँ जान्छु, किनभने त्योभन्दा पहिला म पुण्यजी कहाँ जान्छु। केशवजी र मैले चाहिँ स्मार्ट सिटीमा पेपर लेखेकोले हामी अलिकति त्यसमा 2 मिनटपछि टाइम लिन्छौँ। अब पुण्यजी, तपाईँ नेपालमा पनि एकदम गहिरिएर काम गर्नुभयो, धरान पनि पुग्नुभयो। तपाईँ त फेरि एक प्रकारले साहित्यकार पनि हो कि नेपालमै पिएचडी गरेर क्यानाडा जस्तो एडभान्स कन्ट्रीमा आउनुभयो। क्यानाडाको प्लानिङ इज वान अफ द बेस्ट एक्चुअली कि, र क्यानाडामा पनि तपाईँको धेरै एक्सपिरियन्स भयो र तपाईँको पेपर पनि एक्चुअली क्यानाडाको प्लानिङ पर्सपेक्टिभबाट के सिक्न सकिन्छ भन्नेमै थियो। त्यो भएको हुनाले तपाईँले व्हाट आर द 3 मेन थिङ्स द्याट नेपाली सिटीमा हामीले नेपालको कन्टेक्स्टमा, अघि एउटा कुरा पनि भयो कि बाहिरको कन्टेक्स्टको सिधै नेपालमा जान सकिँदैन, तर सिक्न त जहिले पनि सकिन्छ। What are the 3 things that you think we can learn from Canada that might be applicable in Nepal? तपाईँले 3 देखि 4 मिनटमा सकाइदिनु भएदेखि I will अनुग्रह गर्नु।
Thank you, sir. Thank you for letting me talk on my paper. म नेपालीमै बोल्छु, त्यसैमा कम्फर्टेबल लाग्छ। Actually, स्वर्णिमजीले, डक्टर वार्लेले एकदम क्लियरली लेआउट गरिदिनु भएको थियो those 3 things. त्यो 3टै कुराहरू चाहिँ मैले पनि त्यही मेरो पेपर पनि अराउन्ड those 3 things छ। त्यसले गर्दाखेरि एकदम सिंक्रोनाइज भएको मैले जे भन्न खोजिरहेको थिएँ त्यो चाहिँ एक्चुअली द्याट्स द रियल क्रक्स भन्ने जस्तो फिल भएको छ र मलाई एकदम खुसी पनि लागेको छ। सबभन्दा पहिलो कुरो मैले देखेको हाम्रो कन्टेक्स्टमा चाहिँ क्यानाडामा चाहिँ रिजनल मतलब म्युनिसिपल लेभलमा अथवा रिजनल लेभलमा पनि नो पार्टिजन पोलिटिक्स एट अल। मतलब whenever we are talking about like urban development भनेको चाहिँ सर्भिस हो भनेर हेर्दो रहेछ क्यानाडामा चाहिँ। सो इट्स अ सर्भिस डेलिभरी। सो त्यो सर्भिस डेलिभरी भएको कारणले गर्दाखेरि त्यहाँ पार्टिजन पोलिटिक्स छैन। मेयरको कनेक्सन होला कुनै पोलिटिकल पार्टीसँग, तर इट्स नट एक्सप्लिसिटली सीन ओभर देयर। नम्बर 1 एउटा त्यो चाहिँ एकदमै राम्रो देखेँ मैले। अर्को कुरो कुनै पनि डेभलपमेन्टको कुरा गर्दाखेरि यहाँ चाहिँ म्युनिसिपल डेभलपमेन्टको कुरा गर्न सबै फर्स्ट थिङ विच कम्स इन माइन्ड इज ल्यान्ड युज प्लानिङ विदाउट एनी जोनिङ बाला। सानोभन्दा सानो पालिका हाम्रो चाहिँ ग्रामपालिका भनेको जस्तो यहाँ चाहिँ लोकल म्युनिसिपालिटिज हुन्छ, त्यो म्युनिसिपालिटीको पनि जोनिङ म्याप चाहिँ छ। उसलाई अहिले नै थाहा छ 20 वर्षमा चाहिँ यो सेक्टर अफ दिस म्युनिसिपालिटीमा चाहिँ के गर्ने, के बनाउने अथवा के हुनेवाला छ भन्ने कुरा। सो त्यो ल्यान्ड युज प्लानिङ इज भेरी इम्पोर्टेन्ट। त्यो जोनिङ म्याप बनाएर राखेको छ, जोनिङ बाइला बनाएको छ, त्यसलाई अफिसियल प्लान बनाएर राखेको छ, एभ्री 5 years 10 yearsमा चाहिँ अपडेट गर्ने गरेर। सो त्यो पार्ट पनि हाम्रो नेपालमा चाहिँ इम्प्लिमेन्ट गर्नुपर्छ जस्तो लाग्छ। तेस्रो कुरो अघि एकदम क्लियरली आयो हाम्रो दुईजना लेडी पार्टिसिपेन्टहरूबाट पब्लिक कन्सल्टेसन। क्यानाडामा पनि पब्लिक कन्सल्टेसन र अपिल प्रोसेस इज सो स्ट्रेन्थन। इफ यु डिड नट कन्सल्ट विथ द पब्लिक एन्ड यु डिड समथिङ, you're gone, you're screwed. त्यो चाहिँ कन्सल्टेसन नगरिकन तपाईँले केही गर्नै सक्नुहुन्न र एउटा क्वाजाइ जुडिसियल मेकानिजम बनाइरहेको छ। सो you as a taxpayer can appeal that decision, to challenge गर्न सकिन्छ। सो त्यस्ता कुराहरू जुन चाहिँ गभर्नेन्स म्युनिसिपल गभर्नेन्ससँग डाइरेक्टली रिलेट गर्छन्। आई थिङ्क त्यो कुराहरू नभइकन चाहिँ हामीले जतिसुकै सस्टेनेबल अर्बन डेभलपमेन्ट भनेर फ्रेम गरे पनि यो म्युनिसिपल गभर्नेन्स बिना चाहिँ यो सम्भव छ जस्तो मलाई लाग्दैन। डाक्टर पोखरेल मेरो गुरु पनि हुनुहुन्छ, जिउरा सरले फाइनेन्सिङको कुरा पनि ल्याउनु भयो हो, स्वर्णिमजीले पनि त्यो कुरालाई काउन्ट गर्नुभएको थियो। यहाँ त कस्तो भने म्युनिसिपालिटीले विज्ञापन गर्छ टिभीमा, come to our municipality, do the business, we'll support you भन्छ। अथवा एउटा सानो पार्क बनाएको छ, त्यो पार्कको चाहिँ विज्ञापन गर्छ। हजारौं डलर खर्च गरेर, किनभने उसलाई के थाहा छैन हजारौं डलर अहिले खर्च गरेर लाखौं डलर चाहिँ एज अ रेभेन्यू चाहिँ आउँछ. सो त्यो मार्केटिङ अफ द म्युनिसिपालिटी इज अल्सो इम्पोर्टेन्ट. आई थिङ्क that's where we are missing. र डेभलपमेन्ट प्लानिङ इट्स टोटली म आफै यहाँ आएर नेपालबाट यहाँ आएर चाहिँ आई वाज अमेज्ड हाउ इट वर्क्स, हाउ इट फङ्क्सन भनेर. यो सानो जग्गा किता काट गर्नको लागि पनि यति धेरै प्रोसेसहरू छ र त्यो यति सिस्टममा चाहिँ राखिएको छ. त्यो गभर्नेन्स चाहिँ इट्स अमेजिङ. मैले खालि एउटा कुरा भनेर कन्क्लुड गर्छु, हामी कहाँ हो अघि कुरा आयो 54बाट एकैचोटि 253 कि कतिवटा म्युनिसिपालिटिज भयो भनेर. त्यो म्युनिसिपालिटी कति त बिचरा रिसोर्स नै छैन, कति पोलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएन्सले बनेको होला. सो कङ्ग्लोमरेट गरेर यहाँ चाहिँ कस्तो भने प्रोभिन्सियल गभर्मेन्टको अन्डरमा छ लोकल गभर्मेन्ट्सहरू, त्यसमा पनि के भने लोकल म्युनिसिपालिटी र रिजनल म्युनिसिपालिटी भन्ने छ. सिंगल टियर म्युनिसिपालिटी र लोवर टियर एन्ड अप्पर टियर म्युनिसिपालिटी भन्ने. जस्तो हाम्रो जिल्ला विकास समिति भने जस्तो यहाँ चाहिँ रिजनल म्युनिसिपालिटी छ. त्यो रिजनल म्युनिसिपालिटीको कन्सेप्टमा गएर सानसाना जुन लेस रिसोर्सको अलि रिमोट एरियाको कम्युनिटिजहरूलाई चाहिँ किनभने त्यो रिजनल प्लानिङको लेभलमा गयो भने आई थिङ्क डेभलपमेन्ट चाहिँ सस्टेनेबल डेभलपमेन्ट अचिभ गर्न सकिन्छ, त्यो गोल चाहिँ अचिभ गर्न सकिन्छ होला. कतिपय कुराहरू मैले अहिले मिस गरेँ होला, तर आई विल बी भेरी ह्याप्पी टु feed in if there are any questions. For now, I think given 3 minutes is over. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Marita. That is wonderful. I mean, there are many things that we can definitely learn from Canada. I'm sure that Canada can also from Nepal, just to Jitendra Jile Bandhu. I really, really appreciate it. And I think, that governance component was, I think, very important. Chairle पनि त्यो कुरा अगाडि राख्नु भएको थियो. अब केशव भट्टराईजी प्रोफेसर हुनुहुन्छ, डाक्टर केशव भट्टराई युनिभर्सिटी अफ सेन्ट्रल मेजोरीमा जियोग्राफी पढाउनुहुन्छ र उहाँले र मैले को-अथर गरेर प्रेजेन्ट गर्यौँ स्मार्ट सिटिज क्यान नेपाल अल्सो डेभलप सम क्रिएट सम स्मार्ट सिटिज भन्ने. अब अहिले एक प्रकारको बज वर्ड भन्छ त्यसमा अलिकति हामीलाई बोल्नु पनि थियो. त्यस कारण अब केशवजी अबाउट 4 मिनट्समा हाम्रो स्मार्ट सिटीको कन्सेप्ट अथवा एनिथिङ एल्स द्याट यु क्यान थिङ्क इज रेलेभेन्ट अन दिस प्यानल डिस्कसन अगाडि राखिदिनु भयो भने द्याट वुड बी वन्डरफुल. तपाईँको साउन्ड आएन. केशवजी अलिक साउन्ड आएन. अघि पहिला आएको थियो.
Or I will speak in Nepali. Will that be okay?
Please.
Geographer भन्ने बित्तिकै अब त्यो सिटीहरुको त accumulation of population. So where the population is accumulated, that is urban area. Indus Valley को society को सभ्यता हेरे पनि त्यही छ, मेसोपोटामिया को हेरे पनि त्यही छ, नाइल रिभर को हेरे पनि त्यही छ, नेपालको हेरे भने पनि त्यही छ. अब हाम्रो जियोग्राफीमा थ्योरी चाहिँ कुरा गर्छौं, जब पानी जता बग्छ पपुलेसन त्यतै जान्छ भनेर. अब पहाडतिरको पपुलेसन त तराईमा गएर बस्यो, तराईमा गइसकेपछि अनि बोर्डरले त रोक्यो, फेरि इन्डिया त जान सकेन. नसकेपछि जियोग्राफरहरूले कुरा गर्न लागे डेमोग्राफिक ट्रान्जिसनको. डेमोग्राफिक ट्रान्जिसनमा अब थर्ड लेभल र फोर्थ लेभलमा जुन पपुलेसन छ त्यो सेकेन्ड र थर्ड लेभलको डेमोग्राफिक ट्रान्जिसन भएको ठाउँबाट त्यहाँ डेथ रेट र बर्थ रेटको चाहिँ डिफरेन्स चाहिँ प्रशस्त भएको हुनाले अनि बर्थ रेट धेरै हुन्छ, त्यसैले पपुलेसन चाहिँ माइग्रेसन हुन्छ. अब ठिकै छ, पपुलेसन जम्मा भयो, जम्मा भइसकेपछि अनि सायद हाम्रो यो अलिकति क्रान्तिकारी साथीहरूले अब नेताजीहरूले सहरीकरण गरिसकेपछि छिटो विकास हुन्छ भनेर होला उहाँहरूले अब सहरीकरण त गर्नुभयो, गरिसकेपछि गिनी कोएफिसिएन्ट त बेसरी बढ्यो. अब पौल साउमेनदेखि लिएर सबै चाहिँ न्यू क्लासिकल इकोनोमी
साउन्ड फेरि गयो त
त्यो कुरा भन्नुभयो पनि अब त्यो त खै त्यो भएन. गिनी कोएफिसिएन्ट त एकदमै बढ्न लाग्यो. अनि गिनी कोएफिसिएन्ट बढिसकेपछि अब त्यसपछि हाम्रो त केही न केही सूत्र त दिनु पर्यो. हाम्रो नेताजीहरूले अब कसरी दिने त? अब 6 देखि 8 लाखसम्म 8 मिलियन पिपुलसम्म बाहिर गएर काम गर्न लागिसके. अब त्यसपछि सहर आन्दोलन हुने हो कि भन्ने डरले अब केही त केही दिनु पर्यो भनिसकेपछि पुरा चाहिँ सहरीकरण गरिरह्यो. सहरीकरण गरिसकेपछि अब जग्गाको मूल्य बढ्छ, त्यसपछि त्यसबाट प्रशस्त मात्रामा आम्दानी भइहाल्छ, अनि त्यो इन्डस्ट्रीमा लगानी गर्न सकिन्छ होला, इम्प्लोइमेन्ट प्रशस्त जेनेरेसन गर्न सकिन्छ, त्यसैले सहरीकरण गरिरह्यो भनेर ओभरनाइट 16% पपुलेसनबाट 16% अर्बनाइजबाट अब 65%मा झन्डै लगियो। अब त्यति लगिसकेपछि पनि अब अझ किशोर सरले अघि भन्नुभयो सानो सानो सहरबाट अनि ठुलो ठुलो सहरमा मान्छे जान लागे भनेपछि ग्रोथ थ्योरीले पनि काम गरेन। त्यहाँ त अमेरिकाको जस्तो चाहिँ काम गर्न खोजेको थियो त्यो कुराले पनि काम गर्न खोजेन। नगरेपछि अब के गर्ने त कन्फ्युजन त पार्नु पर्यो जनतालाई। गरिसकेपछि अब के गर्ने भने स्मार्ट सिटी एकदम स्मार्ट सिटी चाहिँ गर्नु पर्यो भने अब जहाँ ट्राफिक
फेरि साउन्ड गयो केशवजी।
हजुर अब स्मार्ट सिटीको कुरा गर्दै थिएँ मैले। अब स्मार्ट सिटी गर्ने भन्ने कुरा भयो। अब जहाँ एउटा ट्राफिक लाइटको व्यवस्था गर्नको लागि गाह्रो छ अब त्यस्तो ठाउँमा स्मार्ट सिटी कसरी गर्ने? स्मार्ट सिटीलाई अब डिजिटल इन्फर्मेसन चाहिन्छ प्रशस्त मात्रामा रियल टाइम डेटाहरू चाहिन्छ। अब त्यो डेटा कसरी सङ्कलन गर्ने त्यो कुरा छ कि छैन? अब यतिका कुरा भनिसकेपछि खालि समस्या मात्रै लिएर आएर थुपरेर त मैले के गर्ने? अब यहाँ विदेशमा बस्छ खालि समस्या मात्रै ल्याउँछ भन्छन् कि मलाई। अब त्यो हुन पनि हो। मैले गएर नेपालमा त केही काम गरेको छैन। अब पहिलो गइसकेको मान्छे अब यहाँको सिटिजन भइसकेको अमेरिकाको सिटिजन भएको मान्छेले अब नेपालमा के कन्ट्रिब्युट गर्छु र के भन्ने? अब त्यसैले मैले भन्न खोजेको के भने अब नेताहरू अर्को ल्याउन सकिन्न, मुलुक चाहिँ यो। अब बाहिरको नेताहरू चाहिँ ल्याएर चाहिँ काम गर्न पनि सकिन्न, रिसर्च पनि ल्याउन सकिन्न। रिसर्च त ल्याउन सकिन्छ होला तर नेताहरू ल्याउन सकिन्न। अब नेताको बोलीबाट गएको बोली चाहिँ फर्किन्न, गोली पनि फर्किँदैन। त्यस कारण स्मार्ट सिटीको कुरा त उहाँहरूले गरिसक्नुभयो। त अब स्मार्ट सिटी कसरी पुरा गर्ने त? त्यो गर्नको लागि अब मैले त सिम्पल कुराहरू अब सोलुसनतिर जाउँ। यतिका कुरा त मैले प्रब्लम मात्रै भने। अब सोलुसनतिर जाउँ। अब एजुकेसनल इन्स्टिट्युसनहरू भरमार चाहिँ च्याउ उम्री जस्तो उम्रिराखेका छन् अहिले नेपालमा। अनि त्यसपछि गएर नि हाम्रो मेयर साहबहरूलाई सोध्यो भने तपाईँहरूको समस्या के हो भन्यो भने उहाँहरूलाई आफ्नो समस्या नै थाहा छैन, तथ्याङ्क नै थाहा छैन। यो गाउँपालिकाको यो नगरपालिकाको जुन चाहिँ रुरल पोलिस गर्नुभएको छ अहिले, रुरल पोलिस भन्छु मैले, यो चाहिँ सबै चाहिँ सहरीकरण भनेर चाहिँ भन्नुभएको छ। तर चाहिँ अर्बन स्ट्रक्चर जस्तो किशोर सरले अघि भनिसक्नुभयो ती 1 लाख बराबरको चाहिँ पपुलेसन भएको सहरहरू नै छैन, त्यो एकदम कम छ अरे। भनिसकेपछि त अब त्यो ग्रोथ पोल थ्योरीले पनि काम गरेन। अनि त्यसपछि अब यो स्मार्ट सिटीले पनि काम गरेन। अनि त्यसको लागि त के गर्ने? अब तथ्याङ्क फिट गर्नु पर्यो। नेताहरू बाहिरबाट ल्याउन सक्ने कुरा भएन, रिसोर्स बाहिरबाट ल्याउन सक्ने कुरा भएन। यही नेताहरूलाई कन्भिन्स गर्नको लागि अब चाहिँ लोकल इन्स्टिट्युसनहरूलाई चाहिँ लगाएर त्यहाँबाट रियल डेटाहरू चाहिँ सङ्कलन गर्ने र प्रत्येक ठाउँमा हाम्रो लोकल इन्स्टिट्युसनहरूमा कम्प्युटर साइन्स पढाइराखेका छौँ हामीले। अब यहाँ मैले त्यही गराउँछु। हाम्रो युनिभर्सिटी, मेरो युनिभर्सिटीमा मैले चाहिँ लोकल चाहिँ काउन्टीमा जाऊ, लोकल काउन्टीमा गएर त्यहाँबाट तथ्याङ्क सङ्कलन गरेर लिएर अनि त्यहाँको मेयरलाई के कस्तो सहयोग गर्न सकिन्छ ल त्यहाँ गएर काम गर भनेर मैले इन्टर्नसिपमा पठाउँछु। त्यो गरेको यहाँको मान्छेहरूले पनि मन पराए। अब त्यहाँ हाम्रो नेताजीहरूले चाहिँ यदि अलाउ गर्नुहुन्छ भने अहिलेको सिचुएसन त कस्तो छ भने नेपालको त्यो प्लानिङ गरेको अर्डरलेस त्यो गोरु हुन्छ नि, एउटा बैलको चाहिँ अर्डरै नभएको, उठ पनि होइन बैल पनि होइन। त्यस्तो किसिमको सिचुएसन छ। प्लानिङै चाहिँ राम्रोसँग नगरिदिएपछि त अब कसरी चाहिँ अर्बन चाहिँ स्मार्ट सिटी हुन्छ र? त्यसैले गर्दा तथ्याङ्क सङ्कलन गरौँ, लोकल इन्स्टिट्युसनहरूलाई त्यो इन्भल्भ गरौँ। कम्प्युटर प्रोग्रामरहरू जति छन् सानोतिनो प्रोग्राम गर्नलाई तपाईँको आलु उत्पादन कति हुन्छ, काउली उत्पादन कति हुन्छ, अरू चाहिँ त्यो जिडिपी कसरी उत्पादन कसरी चाहिँ इन्क्रिज गर्न सकिन्छ, तपाईँको गाउँपालिकाको कति उमेरको कति मान्छेहरू छन्। काठमाडौँमा गएर काठमाडौँको मेयर साहबलाई मैले सोधेँ। म फ्लुब्राइटमा काठमाडौँमा गएर त्रिभुवन युनिभर्सिटीमा काम गरेको। त्यहाँ सोधेको यहाँको टोटल पपुलेसन कति हो भने काठमाडौँ उपत्यकाको पपुलेसन थाहा छैन। सरी है मैले चाहिँ भन्दा किशोर सर माफ गरौँ है। अनि त्यहाँको पपुलेसन कति हो भनेको त्यहाँको पपुलेसन थाहा छैन। अनि त्यसपछि यहाँ फ्लोटिङ पपुलेसन कति होला भने फ्लोटिङ पपुलेसन पनि थाहा छैन। इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर कसरी बनाउने त? त्यसैले गर्नको लागि अब सोलुसनको कुरा लोकल इन्स्टिट्युसनलाई इन्भल्भ गरौँ। लोकल इन्स्टिट्युसनलाई इन्भल्भ गरिसकेपछि म यो ब्रेन गेन इनिसिएटिभमा हाम्रो अम्बिका सर चाहिँ एडभाइजर हुनुहुन्छ, म त्यसैमा काम गर्छु। अनि लोकल इन्स्टिट्युसनलाई इन्भल्भ गरेर तथ्याङ्कहरू सङ्कलन गरौँ। सङ्कलन गरेर कम्प्युटर प्रोग्रामहरू जति छन् उहाँहरूलाई चाहिँ त्यो गाउँपालिकाहरूसँग एट्याच गरिदिउँ। उहाँहरूसँग रिसोर्सेस छैन, एटलिस्ट चाहिँ एजुकेसनल इन्स्टिट्युसनहरूलाई थोरै पैसा दिन सक्नुहुन्छ। एकदम कमभन्दा कम पैसामा उहाँहरूले प्रोग्राम गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ। फर्स्ट क्लासको प्रोग्राम ल्याउनुहुन्छ। आज एउटा अलिकति प्रोग्राम गर्नु होला, त्यसमा बग आउँछ होला, अनि त्यसपछि त्यसलाई करेक्सन गर्दै जाने, त्यसैलाई इम्प्रुभ गर्दै गर्दै गइसकेपछि अनि त्यसपछि हाम्रो त्यो स्मार्ट सिटीको जुन कुराहरू गर्नुभएको छ अनि त्यो प्रमिस गर्नुभएको छ, अनि नेताजीहरूको पनि नाम रहन्छ, हामीसँग भएको रिसोर्स पनि युटिलाइज हुन्छ। अनि सबै चाहिँ लोकल इन्स्टिट्युसनहरूले पनि ओनरसिप लिन्छ। नेताजीहरूको पनि अलिकति ओनरसिप आउँछ कि हामी त्यतातिरबाट कुरा गर्न खोजेको। र पहिलो कुरा अर्को त्यसपछि हामी चाहिँ पहिलोपटक यो चाहिँ अर्बन पोल्युसन कसरी कन्ट्रोल गर्ने, त्यो गर्नको लागि
कन्क्लुड गरौँ है केशवजी प्लिज।
हस्, त्यसैको लागि हामी चाहिँ अब कसरी त्यो पोल्युसन कन्ट्रोल गर्न सकिन्छ भन्नेतिर हामीले काम गर्दैछौँ। यति भनेर म टुङ्गाउँछु। धन्यवाद।
केशवजी थ्याङ्क यू सो मच। अब उहाँले र मैले हामीले प्रेजेन्टेसन गऱ्यौँ, त्यसमा बेसिकली इन्फर्मेसन ग्यादरिङ डेटा हामीलाई सुरुमा चाहियो र सबै एरियामा स्मार्ट सिटीको सबै कम्पोनेन्टहरू इभन डेभलप कन्ट्रिजमा पनि हुन सकेको छैन। त्यस कारण कुनै कुनै एरियामा चाहिँ गर्न सकिन्छ भनेर, जस्तो अब केशवजीले रिसर्च पनि गर्नुभएको छ यो ऱ्यापिड बस ट्रान्जिट र इलेक्ट्रिक बस ट्रान्जिट इत्यादिको बारेमा, र ट्राफिकमा र इनर्जी फ्लोमा र पब्लिक स्पेस दुईटा तिनवटा ठाउँमा आई थिङ्क वी क्यान इम्प्लिमेन्ट सम अफ द स्मार्ट सिटी कम्पोनेन्ट्स। हाम्रो विचारमा चाहिँ त्यही भयो। अब टाइम एकदम कम भएकोले म लास्ट 5 मिनट चाहिँ I'll go back to Dr. Swarnim Magle. Once again, we're very thankful that he was able to chair, listen to all of us, give us a really good setting in the beginning, and he would also provide the concluding remarks, and then we'll close the meeting. Swarnim ji.
Thank you, Dr. Adhikari, Ambika ji. असाध्यै राम्रो प्यानल जुराउनु भएको रहेछ। मलाई अहिले यो रिचनेस सबैको आफ्नो स्पेसिफिक इनपुट्सहरू जुन आयो मैले यसो नोट गर्दाखेरि त्यो चाहिँ प्रतिबिम्बित भयो। त्यसको लागि म यहाँलाई धन्यवाद पनि दिन चाहन्छु। आई थिङ्क यसलाई एउटा कम्पेन्डियम जस्तो यो सबै पेपर्सहरूको सङ्गालो चाहिँ एकदमै राम्रो हुन्छ। अलिकति म अब समरी र मैले एज चेयरम्यान यो टेकअवेजहरू चाहिँ मैले के लिएँ भन्ने कुरा यहाँहरूलाई सेयर गर्न चाहन्छु छोटकरीमा। किशोरजीले जुन एउटा राम्रो डिस्टिङसन मैले पनि भन्ने गरेको थिएँ हो, 58बाट एकैचोटि 293 नगरपालिका त बनायौँ, सडनली ओहो 60% भन्दा बढी नेपालीहरू चाहिँ सहरिया भए भनेर यो भन्ने पनि गरिन्छ। मैले चाहिँ त्यो 3टा प्याराडक्स भन्ने गरेको छु आजकल हैन। नेपाल चाहिँ धनी नभइकन बुढो हुने जोखिम एउटा, औद्योगिक समाज नबनिकन सहरिया बन्ने जोखिम हैन, र तेस्रो चाहिँ ग्लोबल्ली कनेक्टेड तर त्यो ग्लोबल इकोनोमीमा कुनै एजेन्सी एक्जर्ट गर्न नसक्ने, यो पिँधबाट छेउबाट मुखदर्शक भएर बस्ने खालको मात्रै अवस्था भनेर यो प्याराडक्सेसहरू मैले अर्को आगामी 10-15 वर्षको लागि भन्दै गर्दाखेरि यो ठ्याक्कै तपाईँले भन्नुभयो। आज मैले चाहिँ अनि यो नगरपालिका भने पनि कुनै अर्बन फेसिलिटी छैन, एम्युनिटिज छैन, बट आई थिङ्क द्याट वाज अ भेरी एलिगेन्ट डिस्टिङसन द्याट यु इन्ट्रोड्युस्ड। नगर एउटा भयो, अर्को चाहिँ नगरपालिका भनेको चाहिँ खालि गभर्निङ मोडालिटी मात्रै हो, त्यो आफैमा नगर होइन भन्ने त्यो आई थिङ्क डिस्टिङसन द्याट इज भेरी इम्पोर्टेन्ट। सरिताजीले जुन मल्टिडिसिप्लिनरीको कुरा र यो फ्रेगमेन्टेसनको कुरालाई उहाँले उठाउनु भयो र अहिले हामीले भनिराखेका छौँ यो सिटिजलाई अर्बनाइजेसनलाई राम्ररी म्यानेज गर्यौँ भने 3टा चिज एकैचोटि हामीले ट्याकल गर्न सक्दा रहेछौँ। इकोनोमिक ट्रान्सफर्मेसन, इन्भाइरोमेन्टल सस्टेनेबिलिटी र सोसियल इन्क्लुजन। यहाँले चाहिँ त्यो सोसियल इन्क्लुजनको पाटो चाहिँ छुटिरहेको हुन्छ जहिले पनि भनेर जुन हाइलाइट गर्नुभयो त्यो मलाई अलिकति उल्लेख्य लाग्यो। र एफोर्डेबल हाउसिङको मुद्दा पनि यहाँले अलिकति प्यासनेटली उठाउनु भयो। जीवराजजीको त सधैँ रोचक हुन्छ, टुरिज्मको लेन्सबाट छिरेर उहाँले जुन हाम्रो पुराना, मलाई याद छ भूकम्पपछि उहाँ र म 2-3वटा टेलिभिजन कार्यक्रममा सँगै थियौँ, त्यो जुम्लाको आर्किटेक्चर बारे हैन, त्यहाँको झ्याल ढोका बनाउने विधि चाहिँ त्यो पहिले अब त्यो कहिले सन् 1505 तिरको हो क्या अरे, त्यो अर्थक्वेकबाट सिकेर अहिले जुम्लालाई यति दुर्गम विकट भनेर हामी भन्छौँ, तर अर्थक्वेक इन्जिनियरिङको हिसाबले त्यो धेरै इन्टरनलाइज गरिया रहेछ हाम्रो। त्यो त्यही स्पिरिटमा उहाँले जुन एज अ ट्रस्टको कुरा, गोठीका कुराहरू, रैथाने अभ्यासहरूको कुरा गर्नुभयो। आई थट द्याट वाज भेरी भेरी इन्ट्रेस्टिङ। जितेन्द्र बोथराजीको यो अर्थक्वेक इन्जिनियरिङको दृष्टिकोणबाट छिरेर सेफ्टीलाई चाहिँ यो टेक्निकल इस्यु मात्र होइन है, यो चाहिँ सोसियल इस्यु हो भनेर जुन किसिमले प्रस्तुत गर्नुभयो त्यो पनि मलाई एकदम इन्ट्रेस्टिङ लाग्यो। र वेस्टको खालि डेरिभेटिभ नलेज मात्र ल्याउनु भएन, हाम्रो इन्डिजिनस रिसर्च पनि गर्नुपर्छ, किनकि धेरै कुराहरू ब्लाइन्डली कपी गर्दाखेरि नि मिल्दैन, पर क्यापिटा इन्कमकै त्यत्रो भेरिएसन छ भन्ने कुरा पनि आई थिङ्क इट्स भेरी भेरी इम्पोर्टेन्ट। अन्जु मल्ल प्रधानजीले जुन यो ब्याड गभर्नेन्सले नै बिगारिरहेछ सबै, हेफाजार्ड प्लानिङका कुराहरू, योजनाहरू बनेका होलान् अलि पुराना नगरपालिकाहरू, स्थापित नगरपालिकाहरूमा, तर इम्प्लिमेन्टेसन चाहिँ गरेका छैनौँ। र कम्युनिटी अवेरनेस भनेर जुन चाहिँ त्यो स्लमको कोभिडको कन्टेक्स्टलाई पनि यता आर्किटेक्चर र अर्बन प्लानिङसँग जोड्नुभयो, द्याट आई थट वाज भेरी इन्ट्रेस्टिङ। मराठाजी, पुण्यसागर मराठाजीले क्यानाडाको मौलिक अनुभवहरूलाई जसरी अलिक प्यासनेटली नै राख्नुभयो त्यो पनि मलाई मन पर्यो। ल्यान्ड युज प्लानिङका कुराहरू, पब्लिक कन्सल्टेसन बिना केही पनि अगाडि बढ्न नसक्ने कुरा, सामान्य किता काठको पनि त्यत्रो त्यो गभर्नेन्सले जुन चाहिँ बाँधेको छ डिसिप्लिनहरू, त्यो आई थिङ्क इज भेरी इम्पोर्टेन्ट टु अस। र केशवजीले लास्टमा चाहिँ अब यो खास तयारी कुनै पनि छैन, कुनै प्रि रेक्विजिट बिना त्यतिकै हामी चाहिँ हावामा हैन स्मार्ट सिटी भनेको छौँ गरेका छौँ बेसिक कम्पोनेन्टहरु पनि छैनन् ठाउँमा भनेर हियर्स हाउ यु क्यान स्टार्ट विथ भनेर अघि अम्बिकाजीले पनि एकदम सप्लिमेन्ट गरिदिनु भयो सानो सानो कुराबाट गरौँ न भन्ने खालको त्यो पनि आई थिङ्क इट्स अ भेरी इम्पोर्टेन्ट अनि यो अब अर्को यो पुनः कन्सोलिडेसनको पनि कुरा आएको थियो अघि त्यो मलाई चाहिँ एउटा सानो मेरो आफ्नै प्र्याक्टिकल अनुभवसँग म जोडेर म टुङ्ग्याएँ चितवनमा एउटा बहस भएको थियो यो संघीयताभन्दा अगाडि चाहिँ जस्तो यो तपाईँहरूलाई थाहा छ चितवनको तीनटा कम्पोनेन्ट छ त एउटा पश्चिम चितवन एउटा पूर्वी चितवन र अलिकति यो पहाडी गाउँपालिकाहरू अहिले त्यहाँ इच्छा कामना भन्ने गाउँपालिका छ पूर्वी चितवनमा चाहिँ फ्रेगमेन्टेड भएर गयो खैरेनी नगरपालिका भनेको छ राप्ती नगरपालिका रत्ननगर नगरपालिका पश्चिम चितवनमा पनि त्यस्तै थियो भरतपुर त्यहाँ चित्रावन नगरपालिका नारायणी नगरपालिका भन्ने थियो त्यहाँ चाहिँ हामीले अलिकति बहस चलाएर चितवनका अलिकति शिक्षित एजुकेटेड स्टेक होल्डर्स पनि थिए यसलाई कन्सोलिडेट गर्नुहोस् न यो कन्सोलिडेसनबाट चाहिँ तपाईँहरूको एउटा महानगरै बनाउनुहोस् भनेपछि पश्चिम चितवन चाहिँ टिकौली जङ्गलभन्दा यता नारायणी भन्दा यता र यो हाम्रो मुगलिन भन्दा तल चाहिँ सबै एउटा कन्सोलिडेटेड भरतपुर महानगरपालिका बन्यो र पूर्वी चितवन चाहिँ फ्रेगमेन्टेड छ एक किसिमको यो एउटा नेचुरल एक्सपेरिमेन्ट जस्तो पनि छ हाम्रो अर्बन गभर्नेन्समा कन्सोलिडेसनले के फाइदा दियो वा दिएन फ्रेगमेन्टेड नै रहँदाखेरि अहिलेको नेपालको जुन विकासको चरणमा छौँ हामीले यसले ल्याएका फाइदा बेफाइदाहरू पनि एउटा स्टडी गर्न सक्ने चाहिँ त्यो एउटा एभेन्यू पनि छ त्यसैले समग्रमा यो सबैजनाले नयाँ नयाँ कोणबाट जुन एक एकवटा इम्पोर्टेन्ट चाहिँ जुन सेलिएन्ट पोइन्टहरू हाइलाइट गरिदिनु भयो आई थिङ्क यसलाई सबैलाई हामीले जोड्यौँ भने आई थिङ्क द होल विल बी ग्रेटर देन द सम अफ द पार्ट्स र यो एउटा रिच प्यानल the way you've convened Ambikaji, I'd like to commend you and I conclude my thoughts with that.
Thank you so much, Swarnimji. अब म दुईटा तीनटा कुराबाट यसलाई म टुङ्ग्याउँछु. Swarnimji, we are really grateful for you to chair and give us really interesting insights. र जतिजना प्यानलिस्टहरू आउनुभयो उहाँले भनिहाल्नुभयो they are all wonderful thoughts. तीनजनाले पेपर प्रेजेन्ट गर्नुभएको छ आउनु भ्याउनु भएन. मर्टिना साके बहिनी एकजना, अर्को डाक्टर सुनिल बाबु श्रेष्ठ अहिलेको नास्टको भिसी र डाक्टर विनोद आमाटे उहाँको चाहिँ पेपरहरू पनि छ र एउटा पब्लिक इन्फर्मेसन के छ भने यो जतिले पेपरहरू यो जति डिस्कसन्सहरू भयो अल दिस रेकर्डिङ विल बी अभाइलेबल अन एनआरएनए वेबसाइट अरू दर्शकहरूको लागि यो इन्फर्मेसन अनि अर्को चाहिँ अल दिस पेपर्स विल अल्सो बी पब्लिस्ड दुई प्रकारको पब्लिकेसन हुन्छ एउटा एब्स्ट्र्याक्टको कम्पाइलेसन वेबसाइटमा पब्लिकेसन हुन्छ विच इज अलरेडी देयर यु क्यान गो एन्ड टेक अ लुक एट इट फुल पेपरहरू चाहिँ नास्टको एउटा स्पेसल जर्नल निस्केको रहेछ that would be only for these papers. हामीहरूको त एउटा सिम्पोजियम भयो यहाँ जम्मा 14वटा सिम्पोजियम र 5वटा प्यानल डिस्कसन्सहरू छन् एनआरएनएको यो कन्भेन्सनमा त्यो सबै चाहिँ अलिकति पियर रिभ्यू भइकन नास चलाउनमा पनि निस्किन्छ सो लट अफ थिङ्स विल बी अघि डक्टर वाग्लेले कम्पेन्डियम भन्नुहुन्थ्यो एक्चुअली दे विल बी जर्नल आउट अफ इट सो आई टेक दिस अपर्च्युनिटी टु थ्याङ्क एभ्रीवान एन्ड थ्याङ्क यू एनआरएनए आइटी कुनालजी एन्ड एभ्रीवान गुड आफ्टरनुन. My name is Ambika Adhikari.
Thank you, Ambikaji. Now we are coming to the close of this session. Actually, we have to complete by 1 o'clock. I could not manage time for some question answer, although I was expecting that I can spare some time. I'm really sorry for that. So lastly, I request ICC representative Mr. Roshan Thapa for the vote of thanks. Roshanji. Roshanji, are you there? Roshanji, you are supposed to deliver vote of thanks. He's the coordinator of Africa regional chapter, but I think he's not here. So I thank all of you, all the paper presenters, the participants of this very interesting program. So I mean, we are based in so many parts of the world, and due to the time lag, some of us have to spare our sleeping time. So I hope you enjoyed this session, the paper presentation and the panel discussion, although most of them were recorded earlier. My conclusion is that, I mean, Nepal is urbanizing very fast. Nepal is, the whole Nepalese politics is more urban centric, although adequate resources and adequate attention, policy attention has not been given to urban development. As you know, the Ministry of Urban Development is without a minister for almost 9 months. How can a ministry run without a minister for 9 months? But Nepal is a very unique country. It is running as per its normal schedule. But I mean, it shows that, I mean, the policy interventions are lacking here. I mean, we prepare policies, but that policies are not backed up by political commitment. This is the problem here. And the government has allocated budget, I mean, budget for the urban development, and it has many programs, smart cities, new cities, mid-hill cities, and so many things. But the lack of expertise, lack of human resources, lack of, I mean, the community support, lack of coordination, there are so many things which are hindering our smooth implementation of these projects. Most of the urban development projects supported by World Bank, ADB are running into trouble. And one of my colleagues in the ADB was saying that, do we need an urban development project in Nepal? Because most of the projects are lagging behind. They are not delivering the result. And they are, I mean, turned into some political controversies which the donor agencies, they do not like. So it is very high time that we create an environment where the political leadership, the local community, the planners, the experts, architects, engineers, we have to sit together and find out a strategy, a workable strategy, where our urban development projects, they get implemented smoothly, they are completed on time, the benefits of those projects are, I mean, received by the community, so people get benefited. All these things are, I mean, we have projects, I mean, construction is going on everywhere. Wherever you go, you see construction, but the benefits are not there. People are not getting the benefits of those projects. This is the situation. So anyway, I mean, this is a learning process. I mean, the urban planning and development is a very, the modern development and planning is a new thing in Nepal. We are learning so many things. We are learning from our mistakes, and we are learning from other countries also, their success and failure stories. So this session, the beauty of this session is that we have knowledge and expertise. I mean, we share our knowledge expertise between the NRN and the Nepalese experts here. So it is, I hope it is quite fruitful for all of us, and hope to see you again in the future. Let us continue our networking and our exchange of ideas. So thank you very much for your patience and attendance. Thank you very much. Thank you, the IT team, for supporting the IT part in this session. Thank you.